The Nationals lost 4-2 last night after a lengthy rain delay over 2 hours to begin their series with the Cardinals. Jake Irvin allowed 4 runs on 6 hits and surrendered a season high, tying 4 walks in his 6 innings of work. Now, at the plate, though, Dalen Lyle hit a single to right field to extend his hitting streak to 14 games. He is 3 games away from tying Ryan Zimmerman's rookie franchise best 17-game streak. And we are now officially in the era with a new interim manager there for your Washington Nationals. Game 2 of this Cardinals series is on deck for later today. And the Washington Commanders unveiled an alternate helmet and uniform. The white jerseys feature burgundy numbers outlined in gold, a burgundy collar, burgundy and gold cuffs, and numbers on the sleeves. There's a burgundy helmet with a big Commanders W logo on the side with a gold face mask. And the uniform is complete with burgundy pants, which include gold and white stripes down the sides, as well as white socks with a red and gold striping pattern. The Commanders will debut these new throwback-inspired alternate uniforms during their Sunday Night Football matchup with the Seahawks on November 2nd. They'll wear them again when they play the Denver Broncos on November 30th, and they will wear them against the Dallas Cowboys on Christmas Day. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Happy Wednesday. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP once again today. B. Mitch, you're wearing a white shirt. I thought you might show up in a white jersey.
Nah. You know, I'm in a golfing mode.
Might see
today.
a little dirty 30 today.
I understand. I got a lot of pictures on the phone, though, you know. So I went back just the other day, and I started looking at, like, when you started hearing rumors about what the possibility of the unveil was going to be. And I went back and looked at some highlights, and I think I might have had like 9 or 10 touchdowns here in Washington returning. I think every one of them was in a white jersey except one. So that means that white jersey was special.
It sounds about
the
right.
The Super Bowl was one.
And that's what they're calling these.
You picture right there.
The Super Bowl era. It looks good.
That's the one I wore in the Super Bowl.
It looks good. It looks good. They're calling the Super Bowl era jerseys. We're going to open up the phone lines the whole first hour if you want to hop in. 800-636-1067. We'll get to Mike Rizzo, who was on with the Junkies about an hour ago. We'll play some of that for you coming up in a little bit as well. Neil Greenberg, he's going to join the show coming up at 11. Joe Doyle covers baseball MLB draft. We'll get his thoughts coming up at noon. But right now, we're reacting to the jerseys that were unveiled for the Commanders. Alternates, they're going to be worn 3 times this season, already scheduled. Week 9 against the Seahawks, Week 13 against the Broncos, and Week 17 against the Cowboys. That's 2 Sunday Night Football games, and that's the Christmas Day game.
Mm-hmm.
These are going to be special to see, B. Mitch. I'm a big jersey guy. I have hundreds in my collection. I have plenty of this specific jersey, basically, in my collection. I think my Santana Moss one we were talking about yesterday is the white one. I didn't realize how much this was going to mean to me until driving in this morning, and I see the picture of Jaden. They got Zach Ertz. They got Bobby Wagner. They got Revo.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing those guys in the jersey that I grew up watching, it just meant something different.
Well, I'm sure it does, and I think that people that really, really get caught up in it, I'm sure it means a lot for them. For me, it brought back memories, you know. I went in my basement, and I was able to take this picture right here. That's the actual jersey we wore in the Super Bowl, 1992, January 26th. Just so I knew. And then I went back. I saw the first game I ever had a return against Atlanta in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, in that color jersey right there.
Why were you playing in Chapel Hill?
Because they were trying to get the Carolina Panthers down there. See, I was pre-Carolina Panthers. So they had a game down there, And we had a preseason game against them. In the opening kickoff, I took it to the house. And then my last touchdown in a Washington uniform, in the white jerseys again, up the right sideline against Tampa. So it's just it brought back a lot of memories, and I think that's what it's more about. Those days were well, before you told you're young, man. Damn, you're young. But people remember those glory years.
Yes.
And what made them love this team so much? And I'm sure there are a lot of kids your age that parents saw that era, and that's probably why you like it a lot, because they pushed it to you and they talked to you about it. You know, the John Riggins, the Joe Theismann, Darryl Greens, Art Monks. You know, you start going through the list of the greats. They wore those uniforms, and it makes a world of difference.
B. Mitch, I didn't know you played in that game in Carolina.
I opened up the game, dog, running the touchdown, Landfill.
I was pretty sure that was Mitchell Bryan.
Well, they did say Mitchell Bryan. And then I remember it was another video came out later, and the guy said, I guess they got his name right after this. He kept saying, Mitchell Bryan on the carry.
Yeah, so it's cool because I just went back and was looking through all the great plays in Redskins history, and Riggins' touchdown run in the Super Bowl in the white jerseys. Darryl Green, think of any great moment with Darryl Green. Most of them going to be in the white jerseys.
Yep.
Even looking back to what we were talking with Santana yesterday, the Monday Night Miracle in those white jerseys. So that's more my era. I didn't get to see the Super Bowl years. So it's special seeing that. You guys wore white at home with Gibbs.
Yeah, but we wore white on the road a lot, too.
So you basically wore white probably, 80, 90% of the time.
It was a lot.
So having this back in the mix, it's special seeing it compared to especially what you look at with what this team has been wearing the last couple of years. It just feels like a nod to the past. And that was something that I hated when they did the rebrand. And I think when Josh Harris bought this team, someone that grew up in this area rooting for this team, it was special because you knew that there was going to be a nod to the past. The couple of issues I had when they rebranded this team was you had guys in charge of this rebrand that didn't understand this team and the history of this team. And so what happened?
Preach, Toby. Preach.
You end up with stuff that doesn't look like anything that we grew up rooting for. And they don't care because they didn't grow up with this stuff. But we did. And so when we're watching it every single Sunday, it felt different.
Dan did say he was a fan.
Well, okay. Well,
and I found out that he necessarily wasn't, but, you know.
Forget about Dan.
But that's the whole rebrand thing was under that era.
Yeah, and it just was so bad. So bad because the stuff that you grew up watching was just all gone. And the thing that I just absolutely hated is you had to almost pretend like however long you've been alive and cheering for this team, you had to pretend like all those years were gone once 2-2-22 came around because you couldn't have any imagery. You couldn't even have the same looking uniforms.
You could have had the same looking uniforms, and I think they made the change thinking that they had chosen the same colors. You know, when what was the coach Jim Zorn when he said the maroon, gold, and the maroon, black, and yellow? Man, that's what he said. It's burgundy and gold, dude. Mm-hmm. It's not maroon. And I think the ultimate thing, if you look at the uniform, maroon, black, and yellow are prevalent in those ones that they went to. It's not burgundy.
No.
It's not gold. It's yellow. It's maroon. Okay?
Yeah, no, I watch a team. I watch a team every Saturday, Virginia Tech Hokies, that wears maroon. Commanders, Redskins, football team, they ain't maroon. They are burgundy, and there is a difference because just watch any game where they wore their all maroon look with the new unis that they've been wearing. That ain't the same color uniform that I grew up watching. I can tell you that much. They can tell you it's the same. It's not. Even now you go look at the uniforms they just dropped. Look at the color of the numbers versus what the color of they've been wearing. It's different. Even if it's just slightly, you can tell it when it's on the screen. And I'm so glad that they're going back. You can take a nod to the past. To me, that was the big issue that I've had is when they rebranded this team, it was almost like a team that was historic. They threw away all the history and pretended as if it wasn't a thing. And even when you're trying to embrace the past, they're kind of photoshopping things out and doing different things. Embrace the history of this team, even though you have to change the name and you had to drop the logo, those things. Still find a way to embrace the history of this organization. And when Josh Harris bought the team and you heard recently that they were going to unveil new uniforms, you knew that someone that actually cared about the history of this franchise was going to do as good a job as he possibly could to bring it back to something that we all grew accustomed to, we all fell in love with. And that's what I think you got this morning. Seeing these uniforms unveiled, it looks like time's gone by. It looks like when you watch a highlight of this team when they were competitive winning Super Bowls, they were wearing these jerseys, and it's going to be so good to see them in these jerseys again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to bring back a lot of memories and all. But the thing I would say, and this is always my mindset, and I think everybody that ever heard me talk about it, I love the fact that they went back to the uniform. But I want to see the production. I want to see the improvement. I want to see the passion. Just putting on a uniform does nothing for me. I know it does a lot for a lot of people. Everybody, I've been looking on social media. Boy, you could have sworn people just had a child. You know what I mean? But I need to see that same effort, that same tenacity. I need to see the winning in it. That's what I remember. I think when you think, they say the Super Bowl era jerseys. And I think in all those Super Bowls that they won, they wore that white jersey. So when you start thinking of that, you think about success. I was asked to do a little thing, and I went through it, and you could see the excitement. You could hear it in my voice because you think about the times when this team and the love and the lore for it now, it happened in those years. And there are people that still remember that. And there are young people that never saw it, but they feel it because their parents and their relatives said something about it. It's not just because of the uniform. It's not just because of the colors. It's because of what those individuals did inside those jerseys, and that has to come out. And that's why, in a thing I said something similar to like, I'm not guaranteeing a Super Bowl just because they're wearing the jerseys, but I watch them now, and you watch the work they put in, you watch the passion, and you watch the mindset of the players. They're doing what they need to do to get there. They got to now put it together. So I'm liking it. I'm loving it. And I want to just see more. I'm greedy. Hell, if you show me a little something, I want to see everything.
I'm just so happy that it feels like they understand this franchise again and all the little details. The only difference that I can see from this jersey to what I grew up watching is the change in the logo on the side of the helmet. That's the only difference.
And I think that's what you
and that's what it should have been all along.
But that's not going to be bad. I know anybody want to do the speculation, that ain't coming back. Because I know when we did it back, when they threw it back when I was playing, we wore those gold pants, white jerseys with the dark burgundy, and we wore the helmets. But they didn't put a spear on the side of it. It was just a plain helmet. They took the logo off and everything. And I was wondering, like, why you just get a new helmet? Like today, you see guys with multiple helmets. They didn't do that back then.
Yeah.
We wore that plain helmet and went out there and played with it, and had fun. But I got that uniform in my house too. I got all my uniforms in my house.
I just love, that you got the yellow face mask back. You've got the helmet stripes back. I don't know. It just means a lot to me. I think for a lot of people, Jeff, I saw you rolling in Commander's jersey. I saw you tweet out that screw the black jersey. You're getting a Jaden jersey and these threads. What were your thoughts when you saw this morning?
Okay, now don't get it twisted. I still love the black jersey.
That doesn't look like my team. They're cool, but doesn't look like my team.
They look nice. But seeing these jerseys, it just take you back to a time when we were watching Santana shoot, when we were watching Jason Campbell at one point.
Yeah.
Like it just feels like home again. And we're winning. Like it's like an ice cream sundae. The 3 scoops was us getting to the NFC Championship and still putting work in, and like the uniforms is like that whipped cream. And now once we get a ring, I'm not saying it's gonna come this year, but it could. It's a possibility. It was a possibility last year. Hey, that's gonna be the perfect cherry on top. And it shows that, all right, I know it sounds crazy when we say the team is listening to the fans, but some things I just feel like you should listen to the fans on. Like,
I don't think they listen. I think the owners are fans.
Yeah,
and I think that's the ultimate
That's the beautiful thing.
Yeah, they felt it, and we went through a era with the other dude telling you about how much he was a fan. Dude ain't go to no games till he owned the team. This dude here used to go to games. Oh, you're a true fan.
And that's what I mean about that. Like Josh knew even in the rebrand, he knew like that's what we wanted. I think he had this, and like you said, he said it in the press conference we was at when it first happened. But I just felt like it was one of his plans when they did the rebrand, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the team about to go up for sale." He was like, "Yeah, we're gonna do this, and this," and it just like the fact that I'm not even seeing anyone complain on social media right now.
I
Like,
mean, what is there to complain about?
Yeah,
This looks like the team that we grew up
It's
rooting
some
for.
folks still they want to make it into something else now, but you gotta forget about them.
it's
Ignore
yeah,
them.
I'm not saying nothing negative.
You're
I
gonna
love
find a
it.
fool everywhere you go. Sometimes you just gotta ignore them.
It's just nice to have these back. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in.
I got a question for
Washington.
y'all.
Yeah, what you got?
Y'all think they make these our permanent uniforms?
That's the speculation that
Maybe in the years to come.
as early as
This
next
year's
year.
gonna be 3.
Yeah, for this year, it's the alternate. They're going to wear it 3 times, at least scheduled 3 times for now. But the rumor is that by 2026, these maybe they would unveil another one. I don't know, or they would just permanently go back to wearing white 90% of the time and occasionally roll out maybe I don't know. So one of the things that I'm interested in with how this works is the NFL's rule on having alternate jerseys is you have to have, if you're going to wear a different color. So, for example, with Washington getting those black unis that they've worn the last couple of years, you have to have that color in another uniform. That's why black was so prominent in the white jerseys that they've worn the last couple of years, which obviously has never really been a part of the color scheme of this team before. But part of the reason that they did that is that was that rule. I'm curious if maybe they get a sort of exemption where maybe they still wear the black unis, but they can get rid of those stupid white jerseys that don't look good at all. And they can just wear these because these are so good looking.
So basically,
Those white ones are horrible.
Now.
They do have 4 jerseys.
But can you wear all 4 of them in 1 year?
I think they will. Because they'll wear
that's
these.
The question I'm asking.
They'll wear these. I would assume that they're going to wear the black ones at home for some
but isn't that the
prime time game. I think these would maybe count as like a throwback alternate. Because, think about Tennessee. They've got multiple jerseys. They've got alternates and all that stuff. But then they wear the Oilers stuff. And that's technically like their throwback alternate. So I don't know how this fits in there. But the rumor is, or at least some reporting, John Keim says it's still TBD. I know G&D have kind of been reporting that these will maybe become permanent. Sheehan's kind of said the same sort of thing, that these will probably become permanent down the line. We've heard others. I think Albert Breer was saying that maybe these become permanent down the line. But regardless, how do you feel about these jerseys returning to the rotation? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Do you like the unis? Should they become permanent? Maybe do you still have issues with the W being on the side, whatever it may be, but I think just about everybody is very positive about these unis. We'll get to your calls next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Houses are very, very expensive right now. But you know what? Our friend John Leahy, he has a deep bench of buyers in waiting. More than 10,000 buyers ready to buy, and he may already have your home sold. Listen, John is confident he can sell your house, and that's what you need. When you're going into home selling, you want to make sure that you have a confident guy going out there. Reese Seller was thrilled to receive an offer, which was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly, no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that he wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but he ended up earning exactly what he wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out the John Leahy guaranteed offer right there on the website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time. And that's why we think John is the DMV MVP of real estate. So you give John a call right now at 301-900-3052 or hit him online at johnsellsdmv.com. Or even easier, you can just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
Oklahoma City Thunder star 2025 NBA champion Chet Holmgren has agreed to a fully guaranteed 5-year max rookie contract extension that could reach up to $250 million. After missing 3 months during the season because of a hip injury, he returned in February, came back stronger than ever to help lead the Thunder and its young core to an NBA title. OKC officials will now move towards locking in all NBA superstar Jalen Williams, who has momentum stride in his rookie extension talks. The second youngest team in NBA history to ever win a championship, the Thunder have now locked in Holmgren and league MVP and finals MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to long-term max extensions. So OKC is trying to lock up that young core, 2 pieces to the puzzle secured. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP, 800-636-1067. If you'd like to hop in, New Jersey's just unveiled about an hour and a half ago for the Commanders.
Old influence.
I mean, they're basically the old jerseys and you just flipped out the logo, and they look beautiful. They look just like the team that you grew up watching. I think they did a fantastic job with the video that they made, incorporating the history of this team, throwing it back to the years when they were winning Super Bowls, and they brought it back. Also, by the way, the font on the back of the jerseys, the name font, that's more of a throwback font, too, on there. So I think they did a fantastic job with these, B-Mitch. They look absolutely great. On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you give them? I give them a 10.
I got to give them a 10, man, because I walk around with some bling on my finger from one of those jerseys. You know, I have personal reason that I like them, so.
It makes a lot of sense. 800-636-1067. Let's get to your phone calls. We'll start with Tailgate Ted.
Ted,
Tailgate,
what's up, brother?
What's going on, man?
Someone doesn't like these. Let's just be real. They're closet Cowboys or Eagles fans. These things are fire, and there's no reason any Washington fan, I don't care what name you root for, shouldn't like them. It just goes back to burgundy and gold, and that's all that matters in the end.
I'm with that.
These are so pretty. I mean, as soon as they start selling these jerseys, I'm going to run out of money, Ted, because I'm going to end up buying like 6 of them.
They can fund the new stadium just by selling these jerseys. I mean, the $2.75 billion. I mean, all the jerseys that they could sell. If these were for sale right now, they would immediately sell out of all of them. The only frustrating part is we can't get them until November.
You can put some of those white jerseys and put the old names back on them too. Now get them sold too.
Yeah, there was a guy that called in the Junks that said he had a McNabb 5 and he was going to put Jaden on the back. Don't put that bad juju on Jaden. Just please don't. Burn that old McNabb 5 jersey.
I'm saying put some of them jerseys, put a rigger on a 44. You know what I'm saying?
Heck yeah.
It'll sell if you're on one of them throwback games, I'm telling you.
Now we're talking. Ted, appreciate the phone call, man.
Good.
Let's get out to Blake in Wilmington. Blake, what's going on?
What's up? I love them. What I told Jeff when I got on here is just make the burgundy ones and call it the permanent uniforms. I mean, you couldn't. It was too easy. It was hard to mess these up. And if anybody's mad about the logo, I mean, that is what it is. It's not going to change. But from the stripes to the font to the colors, I mean, just make them permanent at this point. I know this is the first step, but this is a great sign. And I think if you just make the burgundy ones and make these the permanent ones, I think everybody's going to be happy. But they nailed it. 10 out of 10.
Yep. Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, my only gripe would be that they're not available to buy yet. Like if you could have these available to buy, I can guarantee you people when they got off work today or maybe on their way into work today, or if they're maybe going to have to take off work early to get over to Northwest Stadium to pick up these jerseys, or going online or going to the local sporting goods store, I guarantee you people would be picking up these jerseys in number 5, Jaden Daniels.
Buy 'em up.
I like this that they did, B. Mitch. So this picture JP tweeted out. You can see it on his Twitter at JP Finley NBCS. So who do you think this is? This is a current player, I'd assume. But who do you think when you see this?
Well, it looks like D Green.
That's what I like.
But I think it's Revo.
It's Revo.
Yeah.
But I love the way that they frame this. It looks like Darryl Green.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic play right there.
I saw a picture of this morning that Darryl took just like that, standing in that same position.
It looks like you're covering up the bottom of the 3 and the 9, so it looks like a 2-8.
Yeah.
That's great job by the marketing team over there. Get out to Toothpick. Toothpick, what's going on?
Hey, what's good? Listen, you can get them right now. All you gotta do is go in your closet and pull out them old joints right now. Hey, I'm going in my closet tonight. I'm pulling out this old number 30 that I have stashed up in there. So, I already got it. So, it's no need to go buy a new one until next year, or whatever. Once they roll out the burgundy ones as well. Hey, it feels like a team that I know. It's not an expansion team anymore.
Yeah,
it's what I grew up with. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way if you want your jersey is to just go dig in the closet and find whatever jerseys you've had from before. I think I have a Cooley one that I could wear that would fit in this. I think I have a Washington football team, which is still similar unis. I think I have a Terry one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'd go with one of those things. By the way, we got to talk about Terry in a little bit. We'll talk about him later on in the show. But right now, talking about the jerseys that were unveiled, the new ones, but they're really not new. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Mary Jo in Midland. What's going on?
Hey, I just want to let you know that my mom grew up in D.C., and the original owners of the Washington football team owned a laundromat and a dry cleaner. And his deal was those guys could roll around in those white jerseys and get them filthy dirty. And the next week you would see them and they would all be clean and sparkly. And it was an advertisement for his business so that he could prove that he could get really dirty things clean and you could come use his. But yeah, she used to talk about that. And that's why they had the white jerseys, is so that he could advertise for his business.
That's smart as hell.
That's a pretty good idea right there. I appreciate the phone
smart.
call. That's a pretty good idea because believe me, after a game, those jerseys are not white anymore. You hope the quarterback's one is white, but everyone else's is probably not white.
But you put a little certain chemicals in there, they get it out.
Get out to Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up, man?
I'm right there with you guys, man. This is a 10 out of 10. Toby, I'm 42 years old, so this really hits me right in the sweet spot of becoming a fan of this team, rooting on that guy sitting there next to you, ripping, all the names. But what this really does is it brings me back to the Hogs, man, because when I was a kid, I come from a family of big people, and offensive line was a big deal for us. And just seeing those jerseys, it reminds me of Jim Lachey. It reminds me of Jacoby. I have a son named Jacoby because of Joe Jacoby. I mean, it just hits right home. And I don't know, it just seems like in the last, 4 or 5 years, nostalgia has been a thing, like across society. Everybody's yearning for the past. And I was waiting this morning ever since 7 o'clock. I had all the notifications on. I wanted to see what we were doing. I'm so glad we went with this. I hope it's more than 3 games, and maybe even next year, I hope it's permanent. But 10 out of 10, Josh Harris, don't miss. Let's sign Terry, and let's go do it.
Appreciate it, Rusty. Yeah, I think it is. It just feels like the team that so long we rooted for. And even though there was a long era, frankly, for me, their most successful season came in the Commanders' uniforms last year. Like, in my lifetime, that's the best team I've ever saw. But it's so nice to see a nod to the past, because every single time I'd tune in on a Sunday and someone's wearing some sort of throwback, I was like, well, where the heck is mine? Well, this feels like a team that I didn't grow up rooting for. This now feels like a throwback to what I grew up loving. This feels like the team that I fell in love with. I tweeted out earlier that I didn't know how I'd feel. I thought I would obviously be excited about it, but I didn't realize how much it meant to me. And someone quote tweeted it, B. Mitch, and said it made me feel like I was 10 again. And those are the sorts of things that I think.
Yeah, you close to 10.
I'm not that far away. Not that far away. But yeah, it just feels like there's now a drawback to what this team's history was. And that was missing with what they did with the Commanders rebrand of the uniform.
I think a lot of that also, previous ownership did not like connecting to the past. He only wanted to connect to the past when he wanted to float those trophies out, and something he had absolutely nothing to do with. As far as having individuals from the past in and stuff like that, no, he didn't care about all that stuff. But then when you change ownership, and they really grew up in that era, in that past, and knowing all that, they wanted it to come back. So it doesn't seem hard. Anything reaching out to the past with Josh and his crew, I think it's cool because you feel that that's what they really care about. They didn't want to reach out to that. They were trying to make people think they did something here. He was reaping the benefits of what happened prior to him, not nothing that happened during him. Believe me.
I love that behind you there's a picture of the Skins wearing those unis with opening up a hole for the Diesel, number 44 Rigo to come rumbling through the middle. I love that. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Larry in La Plata. Larry, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I echo everyone's comments that this is embracing our accomplishments, the team's accomplishments in the past. It's an appreciation and a respect for the Joe Gibbs era. You mentioned that they're only going to wear the uniforms for 3 games. Fellas, I'll bet you dollars to donuts right now that when we make the playoffs, they will be wearing these uniforms in the first game. Trust me on that. I'll make that bet right now.
Well, you might lose your money because it's an NFL thing. It's not just them deciding on wearing the uniform.
So the NFL dictates.
They dictate you choose the amount of games you're gonna wear them that year, and that's the games they chose. And then I don't think the playoffs are something that you could do it in. So maybe next year, if you made that bet, you might win.
No, I think you're wrong, Brian. Because if it's part of their if it's part of their closet, and I certainly know it applies to baseball. You can pick the uniform that you want to wear for the playoffs, and if you win in it, you can continue to wear it throughout the playoffs. It becomes your good look uniform.
Well, that's baseball. I don't think that's NFL.
It's a little bit different. I'm not exactly sure about the rules, but let's just say this. Get a home playoff game, and then you're the home team you can pick, and then petition to wear these. I like that. I like that. Let's get out to Jeff in D.C. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, what's happening, y'all? Thanks for taking my call.
What's up, bro?
Hey, I just look at it like I'm happy to see the uniforms, but just being a fan, I'm happy to see these uniforms, the old ones, whatever they wear. As long as you're a fan of the team, it doesn't matter. If people want to cry about the old uniforms or cry about the new ones, they're not real fans. You got to accept whatever's happening. That's how I look at it.
100%.
Yeah. I think last year you saw a lot of that. It was a lot of complaints that they left because they were winning, and I think that's how it goes. But this is something that's sentimental to people. I understand that.
I tell you what, B. Mitch, these jerseys were going to mean a lot regardless, but they mean a lot more when you have a winning football team and there's hope for this town again. You're 100% correct about that.
There you go, Toby.
Let's get out to Frank in Largo. Frank, what's up? Frank, what's going on? We'll throw Frank back on hold, see if we can get him. Let's get out to C at Northwest Stadium. C, what's up?
Hey, what's up with you guys?
How you doing, man?
Hey, man. B. Mitch, see you at the draft day party, man. I told you to get that hog on put that hog on your cap, on your draft day cap.
I got you.
I'm at the stadium, man. You guys got me so hyped up, man. I drove all the way to the stadium, not even realizing where I was going, and I just ended up at Northwest Stadium trying to get in the team store to buy one of those jerseys.
They're not available to the public until what is it? October?
I don't know, but they need to be available as soon as
they're
possible.
Available in
Please.
October, I think.
Like, can they just be out today?
They need to be available when they open at 11. They not even open. I'm up here at 10:30 looking in the parking lot. People looking at me like I'm crazy.
You're gonna be waiting for a long time, dog.
Well, if you happen to find any, I'll take a Jaden and an XL.
Hey, I'm an authenticity king. It's not real unless it comes from the team store.
I love it, man. I love it. I appreciate the phone call. I love that. You understand that there's just an excitement about this, and this is such a simple thing, B. Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
For I think so many fans are touched by this, by the simplest of things. It's literally their wardrobe.
Yeah,
they changed a little bit there, and all of a sudden you have this full phone lines. People excited all over. It was such a simple thing to do, and they got it right.
We haven't been saying that for some years, right?
Ain't that the truth? 800-636-1067.
Go
Jeff,
to the
Jeff, you
go
got
to
something?
the overweight Miss
No.
Queen.
I'll wait till we come back.
All right. Well, when we
Time for
come
break.
back, we'll get whatever Jeff has to say. Also, get to more of your phone calls. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11.
Overweight.
Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Continuing to take your phone calls, 800-636-1067. How do you feel about the new unis? Really just old unis going back to the past. How do you feel about the unis that dropped a little bit earlier today around 9 a.m.? Again, 800-636-1067. We'll continue to get to your phone calls. Neil Greenberg going to join us coming up at 11. Let's get out to Daryl in Fairfax. Daryl, what's up?
Hey guys, so first of all, anytime I call you guys, B Mitch, mad props, but I love watching you play. So I'm a Broncos fan, and we were excited and joyed when we did our throwbacks last year. And when I saw these unis for you guys, I had the same excitement. So I'm going to make a petition that on November 30th, Broncos are here. They wear their throwbacks. You guys already wear them, and let's do it.
I like it.
I don't know if you want to see that, because when we played the Broncos back in the day, and we killed them in the Super Bowl.
I'll take 35 points in the second quarter again.
I'll see it. I want to see it with different results.
Appreciate it, Daryl.
Brother, appreciate you, D.
Anyway, you guys have a good one.
You too, man.
Let's get out to, is this Kurish? Karush? I'm not sure how you say it.
Koresh?
Koresh
Hey
in
guys,
Herndon?
how you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Good. Yeah, it's actually Kurosh.
Kurosh.
All right.
Yeah. Nice to meet you guys. Yeah. Listen, my opinion, guys, I am in love with this uniform. I've always wanted this, like, to come back somehow, some way. When they had that botch rebrand back in 2022, all I was thinking about this whole time was to just somehow give us a piece of our history back. Just something that resembles, the glory days of the team. And I'm in love with this. This is the best outcome that I can see. And obviously, the one thing I also do love is that how the ownership is honoring the past by not, hiding the Redskins name, not hiding the Redskins logo, incorporating that into like the hype video where they had the Skins logo in the background, right? That's something that I love because it's showing to the fans that, hey, we know you guys care about this and we'll honor it as much as we can. And one more quick thing I also want to say, B. Mitch, I went to an antique shop out in Hughesville, Maryland, and there was this old 1995 Redskins history book, and I bought it, and then what I didn't realize was when I opened it, there was a signature on it. I didn't know who it was at first, but then I showed it to my dad. He's like, isn't that B. Mitch's signature? And I looked at it, and I'm like, yeah, it is. So, yeah, just wanted to say I got your signature in this book, cool. Man. It's amazing.
Good stuff, man.
Well, appreciate the phone call, man. How much do I have to pay for a signature, B. Mitch?
I'll sign something for you, Toby.
I appreciate it.
You just got to go buy the jersey.
Maybe I'll have to go buy a Dirty 30 jersey.
Oh, you want me to sign this for you?
I don't. Sure, I guess I could.
It's a peacock.
A little NBC. Yeah, maybe we'll make that work.
Yeah, I'll sign this for.
Let's get out to Mark in Florida. Mark, what's up?
I'm on hold.
What's up, Mark?
How's it going, guys?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How about you guys?
Doing well.
All right, so this video comes out, and this just gave me like a unprovoked, like, emotional response, a little bit of tearjerker. You know what I'm saying? Like watching the old footage and then blending it into the new guys, showing the uniforms and everything. Man, this is killer. They couldn't have done any better with this.
Yeah. Let me admit some stuff. I normally try to play the tough guy, but I went back and would looking through videos and stuff yesterday. I would find highlights, things. I was like, kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of cool.
100%. Appreciate the phone call, Mark. It's also got to be cool for players where when you see them on the field again, like you're saying, you almost feel that nostalgia when you wore the uniform.
I think when you see it, like everything was, you feel the nostalgia. But once that game starts, whether I'm in the stands or on the field, it's all about the winning now, all about the football. But prior to the game, man, the uniforms look great. Once the game starts, you basically think you're out there running around naked. You forget about the uniform. You just go out to play.
Elijah's in D.C. What's going on, Elijah?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
I like that they are connecting the generational dots. When you look at the screen, a certain, if you got folks or grandparents in the 70s or 80s, they're going to be able to, certain things is nostalgia. You're like, man, I remember in 88, I remember this time. There's certain times and certain conversations that are going to strike up because of this that I like. I also like when you have alumni coming through. You pan Joe Gibbs. There's certain images, or there's certain things that are symmetrical, and this is a symmetrical move for where they're trying to go. You're trying to get people involved, and I like this move. It makes me think of the Clinton Portis days, certain days even before Clinton. It's just certain stuff that I thought was cool. I think my only drawback is I looked at Wagner's name on the name plate. Now, the bigger these guys get and the wider them backs get, I don't want to see no big guys with these little fonts on their names.
Hey,
now,
don't be calling people big backs on the radio now.
No. I mean that respectfully. Nah, I mean that. If you have
No,
an
I got
NFL,
you.
you know what I mean. If you NFL, you know what I mean.
No,
Come
I
on,
got
dog.
you.
You a unit. I don't want to see some of my units with these small.
But
names
those are kind of
on they back of
the letters on the back are kind of a nod to even further back than those are more 90s era letters, 80s era
Man,
letters.
it's a little skinny for me. But
Okay.
I do like in the fourth quarter, it's gonna get them jerseys may get green. This type Debo, I think it's gonna look cool in the fourth quarter. It's gonna bring it back to that old school ball. I like clean ball, but I think they're gonna get a little dirty, like the Hogs. They be
Sure.
You know what I mean? They used to get gritty and dirty and green.
I need Brandon Coleman rolling around in the mud a little bit so that Jaden's jersey's
think
nice
so,
and crispy
man.
white at the end of the
Oh
jersey.
man, I don't want to see them big boys get them crispy, clean jerseys at the end of the game. When they put them things on, it's the smack heads. That's what I want to see.
Appreciate it, Elijah. Real quick, we get 2 more phone calls before we get to Neil Greenberg at 11. Chris is in Culpeper. Real quick, Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Man.
The uniforms are amazing. They brought the stripes back. The colors are back. More importantly, we have burgundy numbers again instead of 3-tone, whatever it is. Next year, I think they're going to implement the all white like they used to wear. They'll wear the all burgundy and then the burgundy and white. That's where we needed to be. I'm nitpicking right now. Of course, I love the uniforms, but I wish they would have put the Commanders' little insignia like they have on the black uniform, like on the left side. I think that would have been a nice little tie-in. But other than that, I mean, the uniforms are 100%. Yesterday, it's kind of crazy. I got home, and on NFL Network, they show old games sometimes.
Yeah.
They were literally showing, I think it was 2005, and Sean Taylor was running around. It brought a tear to my eye. We had the white jerseys on. Mark Brunell was the quarterback with burgundy pants. And I can't believe they showed it yesterday. And I said, I hope that's what they come back to.
Who were they?
Damn if they didn't.
Who were they playing in that game? Who were they playing?
They were playing the Chiefs. They were playing Trent Green and Priest Holmes are running around, and we had our old defense from 04, 05. It was Joe Gibbs running around the sidelines. It felt like them. And then when they dropped these uniforms, my son is in Nashville. We've been talking about it for a week. As soon as I saw him, I sent it to him, and he loves them. I have to go get a couple of – every time I buy one, I got to get him one now, which is amazing because he was so young when we weren't that good. He loved RG3, but it didn't last. And he feels more of a tie now, and he's in his early 20s. So we're getting that fan base back. I'm super excited. It's just a great day. And listening to Brian Mitchell, how excited he is about the uniforms and talking about our history, it's a 10. It's a 10. It's a 10.
I appreciate it, Chris. Yeah, I've been sending my uncle this. He lives down in the Dallas area, so I need to get him one as soon as possible so he can wear it around, let those Cowboys fans know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Neil Greenberg going to join us next.
Today, which is the franchise's 93rd birthday, the Commanders unveiled new alternate uniforms that look almost identical to the ones worn before the big change in 2020 with this team. Washington is calling these the Super Bowl era uniforms and helmet, which pay homage to one of the most successful periods in the team's history back in the 80s and 90s. The uniform includes a white jersey with burgundy pants that sport gold and white stripes down the side. The W helmet also has 2 white stripes and a gold stripe in the middle with a gold face mask. These uniforms will be worn in Week 9 versus the Seattle Seahawks, Week 13 versus the Denver Broncos, and Week 17, which is the Christmas Day game against the rival Dallas Cowboys. Moving over to the NBA, the Denver Nuggets superstar Nikola Jokic will not seek a contract extension this summer. He's delaying talks until next year. Jokic has 3 years remaining on a 5-year, $276 million contract extension that he signed back in 2022. Now, he is eligible to sign a 3-year, $200 million contract extension up until October 20th, according to ESPN. That first year of the extension would have replaced his player option, but he has put those talks on hold until next summer. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You know what time it is when you hear this music? It's 11 o'clock. Means Neil Greenberg is going to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Toby Altizer in for JP Finley. Let's get out to that Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our buddy from the Washington Post, Neil Greenberg. Neil, what's going on?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
We're good, man. It's Jersey Day.
Yeah. How do you feel about the new jerseys that were dropped?
The new olds.
I think they look great. They're a perfect homage to the Super Bowl winning teams and some of the best teams in NFL history from the 90s. I just think that it's a great look. I think the fans are really excited about it, and it looks like the ownership group is really doing their best to bring in nostalgia with a modern feel. And, I can see why a lot of people are excited about it.
What'd you make of the move in baseball? It's something we spent plenty of time on the last couple of days here, but what'd you make of the moves to fire Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez?
Well, I'm surprised it didn't come a little bit earlier than when they had that struggling series versus Colorado. But I think it makes sense. This is a team that's not really doing much, and I think when you take a step back and look at the big picture, I know we ran a piece about their drafting as of late and the lack of impact that it has, the woeful lack of impact it has. Mm-hmm. And, I think that Rizzo did a great job getting a return with Juan Soto, and I understand that he had a very challenging situation with ownership, but this team just wasn't really going anywhere. And, it's tough to advocate for people's jobs when, the team has a losing record and the farm system isn't great. And, there's just a lot of challenges there. And so it makes sense to me. I'm not as shocked as a lot of people were, especially around the timing of it. I just think that it's this organization needs a breath of fresh air and a new way of doing stuff. And we'll see if this regime change gets him in that direction.
Like we saw, they got rid of those people. I read something earlier, and it started to speculate, like if they were to try to trade Mackenzie Gore, they would be admitting that they had to tear it down again. Do you think that is all over? Are they just going to try to move forward, or is this the beginning of something completely total tear down again?
That's a good question. I personally don't think that they're that far away from contending. The hitters that they have are young and pretty good. I mean, James Wood, is obviously MVP caliber season this year, but they have C.J. Abrams, they have Dylan Cruz, they have the number one pick in this draft. So I think they have some talent there. And the pitching part of it, you trade Mackenzie Gore, and then you're really kind of left with not much. I think it's okay to spend a little money on pitching, get some known quantities in there. So I don't think that they're that far away as maybe other people do. So I don't think a total tear down is necessary. I do think though they have to spend money. And I said this before, like they have to make a decision if they want to be a contender in the NL East, or they want to be a feeder team for other teams and get rid of good talent for some veterans that may be able to help them right now. Because look, they're in the division with the Mets, the Phillies, and Atlanta, three teams that spend a lot of money. They're in the NL with the Dodgers that spend a lot of money. The Cubs are very good. And then, they have to be able to contend on the other side with, the New York Yankees of the world. So if they're not going to spend money, I just don't see how they're going to be competitive. So that really is a decision that they're going to have to make pretty soon.
Talking with Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Toby Altizer in for JP this week on B. Mitch and Finley. So I want to get your thoughts on this, Neil, with analytics, the importance they are in baseball, day to day, obviously, in the way that you're playing the games, but also in terms of how you're creating rosters and those sorts of things. So I was watching MLB Network yesterday, and Harold Reynolds and the guys were kind of reacting to what happened with Mike Rizzo and Davey being let go. And Harold Reynolds said that he felt like part of the downfall of the organization, I don't know that I fully agree with him, but he said part of the downfall for Rizzo was that he started to embrace analytics, and he's not an analytical guy. Versus, I think a lot of people look at the Nationals and say part of the downfall for Rizzo was the fact that they didn't embrace analytics enough. Where do you stand on that, and how important do you think it is for 2025 a front office to be analytically minded?
It's hugely important because baseball is a very mature sport analytically. I mean, we're talking about analytics being done in the late 70s, early 80s. With the likes of Bill James at the start of it all, and it's very analytically friendly. Meaning, you have a batter versus a pitcher, so you're able to isolate that confrontation, and there's a lot of data that we have. And I think that an organization that doesn't embrace analytics is at a huge disadvantage in the sphere of baseball. I'm not saying that you use analytics at the exclusion of anything else, but to say that you don't want to use analytics when, teams like Boston literally brought over Bill James into an analytically overseeing role at a very high level, and they won a couple of championships. I mean, the New York Yankees pretty much adopted Moneyball with money, right? Like they took all the tenets of Moneyball that Oakland was doing and then just threw money behind it, so they got the players that they wanted. You have obviously Oakland A's of old doing a lot with a little, Tampa Bay doing a lot with a little. So you look at all the premier franchises, and they all have robust analytical organizations within their franchise. And I think that that's something that you absolutely need to do. But just like anything else, I mean, you need scouting, you need analytics, you need good judgment, you need gut calls. Like you need all this stuff to make a well-rounded organization, and to say, well, we're going to eschew analytics because we don't like decimal places or whatever the argument is, I just think is silly, because it's just one other tool in the toolbox. It's not to say that you have to use it every time, but to say that you're not going to use it at all doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
I think probably what Harold is stating is this: like, if you're a guy that hadn't been doing it and you've had success with it, then all of a sudden you go completely to it, you don't get an excuse. So analytics, or you go with feel, it's about production and success. If you don't have success in production, I don't care if you're using analytics or you're using your gut, you're going to get fired. So you got to find a way to have a delicate balance. And I think maybe, just maybe, he went too far too soon without using his gut sometime.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're when you think about it, there's no salary cap on R&D, right? Research and development.
Mhm.
That includes your scouting department. That includes.
Well, we don't know that there's one. Maybe in some ball club they do have them. Hey, I don't want you to spend no more money.
No, but I'm saying just like, just overall, like there's no one's going to tell you can't spend money on biometrics, right? Sleep patterns or workout routines or collecting biomedical feedback and, creating certain routines individually for every player, et cetera. But like you said, I mean, if you're going to say, hey, I'm not going to use this one thing that everyone else is using to a large degree, then you better be able to compensate and it better show up on the win-loss record.
Mhm.
If you're 37-54 and a team like Tampa Bay is 49-43 and embrace analytics, like you can't say, oh, well, analytics stinks, right? Like that just you just can't do that. No one's going to buy that. And also, you sound like a dinosaur. I mean, you just sound like the game has passed you by if you're telling people, analytics are just a fad, right? Like that's how it came across to me, that he's saying that analytics aren't impactful, and he just doesn't want to deal with it. I mean, that to me just kind of is something I would expect from an old curmudgeon type that just doesn't want to learn something new, doesn't understand it, doesn't know how to adapt it, etc., and just kind of shorthand for the game has passed them by a little bit.
Talking with Neil Greenberg here on B. Mitch and Finley. One more baseball before we get back into some Commanders talk. The whole point of Moneyball was to find the thing that was being undervalued, which at that point they identified as on-base percentage. Is that still the thing? Because I feel like that's kind of become now the fad, is OBP, OPS, slug. That's the thing that matters now. Is there something now that is being undervalued that you think that teams that are going to be shrewd are finding ways to acquire at a reasonable cost?
Yeah, probably catch framing, right? Like framing pitches is probably something that is undervalued because we don't quite know the impact to that. I still think platooning is probably undervalued. And again, I think a lot of the money ball now is off the field in, the biomedical type stuff. Like, if you have a training regimen, like a one size fits all for everybody, I don't think that's going to work as well as if I have something as a third baseman that's different from you, that's a starting pitcher or a right-handed pitcher, left-handed pitcher, relief pitcher, starting pitcher. Like, I think that we're really into the individual aspect of training. We've seen it in the NBA. We've seen it in NFL. So I think that that's really the Moneyball part of it. And also, it's just, little things. I think, like, as I said, like the pitch framing itself is something that we're learning about more and more, and how much that impacts stuff. And, if you can have a catcher that's good at turning balls into strikes and, vice versa, it could make an impact. I don't know how big of an impact, but like you said, I mean, on base and slugging now are kind of ubiquitous in terms of how we evaluate ball players. You're not going to sneak up on anybody there. So I would say it's some of the other areas I mentioned.
I think the thing that's been a little not taken serious is the talent of the players. To be honest with you, I love the fact that you can put numbers up, and you still got to have talented players. And a lot of times some people get so caught up in the numbers, they stop getting talented players.
You're right. And also, I would take it a step further. They're not good at evaluating the talent, right? They're not good at evaluating the extremes of the talent. And, there's a lot that we don't know. Like, we don't know why a 200 hitter suddenly becomes a 300 hitter if they haven't changed anything, right? Like, it's different if they're moved up in the batter's box, if they're, working on their swing plane, et cetera. But, by and large, especially the analytical community is not very good at the outliers, the extremes, right? Like, I can tell you a guy that's batted 250 is probably going to bat somewhere between 240 and 260. It's a lot more difficult to say that guy's going to bat 200 or 300, right? Like, we're not there yet because there's so much noise that's involved in the metrics that we have, meaning there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot that we can't account for. And that's why we watch the game, right? Like, that's what makes the games exciting. But talent evaluation, especially going forward, aging curves, veterans, just getting someone because you need someone at a certain position, all that factor into like the free agent market, and it becomes very easy to overspend.
Talking with Neil Greenberg on B. Mitch and Finley. Getting back onto the gridiron, when you look at the Commanders going into this upcoming season, outside of the obvious with quarterback play and Jaden Daniels, what do you think is the biggest X factor for this team? Like if this unit or this specific player plays really well, then they'll overachieve maybe to an extent, or if this player struggles, they could underachieve.
Well, they got to be able to do better against the run. That's certainly an area of concern. And I'd also say you want to see a much more consistent pass rush. Not to say that Washington was bad, but you don't want to be able to stop just one person on the Commanders and have the pass rush go limp. Like you want to have a couple of guys that can get to the quarterback, disrupt some stuff. Jonathan Allen's not going to be there in terms of run stopping. They're going to have to rely on some other guys. And then the secondary. I think the secondary is also a part of pass rushing. We've talked about that on the show. If you don't have a receiver that's open, quarterback takes longer. It becomes a little bit easier to get to him on the defensive line. Like all those things work hand in hand. So I do think the defense really needs to step up because, like you said, there's not too many questions about the offense, except in terms of, how you're going to piece in some of the new pieces like Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. But I think a lot of people are expecting the offense to be good, maybe even very good. But the defense has to pick it up. I mean, they have to be able to win games without scoring 40 points because the other team might score 35, right? Like that's tough to sustain in the NFL.
I think if they become better stopping the run, the defense can overall be better. Because last year, I think teams were able to run and pass the ball, and that's a major problem. If you can stop the run and make a more one-dimensional passing, and then you'll get guys to a quarterback. But if you can't stop the run, you're screwed.
Yeah, especially in short yardage situations, right? I mean, we're just, you have to be able to get the offense off the field. Like those 3 and outs can easily become 1st and 10s. And, thanks to a well-timed rushing play against Washington, tighten that stuff up. And even with the more difficult schedule, I still think they can have success.
All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Washington wasn't in the top 10 in explosive plays last year, were they? In the offense?
No, I don't believe so. I can look. I don't know offhand, but
well, how much do you think they need to improve in that aspect? Because last year they were incredibly efficient. It felt like offensively, but maybe at times they lacked the explosiveness. Is that something you think is something they can carry over year to year?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this team is necessarily made to be explosive. They certainly have the players that can make big plays. But if you look at how they're designed, it seems to me that they're obviously, and rightfully so, they're designed around Jaden Daniels, who's supposed to make a decision. Does he take a shot down the field? Does he try to go kind of, short to intermediate and let those develop into big plays? How much is he a threat to run, and what does that do to the defense? So I don't know if necessarily this is meant to be a team that's explosive. And also, the general trend for the NFL has been towards less explosive plays, less of these deep passing plays, more short to intermediate that kind of create stuff from there. So I don't know necessarily if I'm worried about that, especially with Deebo Samuels, who, might get to run the ball a little bit, make other stuff happen. So the explosive plays doesn't really concern me. I want to see the chemistry between obviously Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, assuming he's here on the contract and happy and et cetera, to continue where it was last year. Jaden Daniels to be healthy, and then to be able to integrate a guy like Deebo that can just give the defense one other thing to worry about, which can open up the whole field for everybody else.
I'll take the efficient play calling and plays over the big plays because Tom Brady only went to 10 Super Bowls, been hitting and making you stay on the football field as a defense, and then your offense had to get greedy, and then your offense played into the hands of the defense. I'll take that over explosive.
Yeah, I agree. You want to you want to make stuff happen, right? Like however you need to do that. Some teams are better at the big chunks down the field, but again, like you said, moving the chains, staying on the field, making stuff happen that way is certainly more in line with the modern NFL. But the way things have been trending so far.
Neil, appreciate the time, man. Great insight as always.
All right, talk to you guys
care,
soon.
buddy.
Have a great weekend.
Take care, buddy.
You as well. That was Neil Greenberg. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. When we get back, I do want to continue on the NFL. I want to get back to that topic we just talked with Neil about. Efficiency versus explosiveness. How important is each in an NFL offense? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. Tampa Bay Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs is expected to miss the start of the regular season because of a knee injury. A two-time All-Pro, Wirfs wore a knee brace throughout the Bucs offseason program, and after experiencing multiple setbacks since then, he opted to have an arthroscopic surgery rather than continuing to play through the injury. So he will likely start the season on the physically unable to perform list, meaning he's going to miss at least Tampa Bay's first 4 games, though it could be more. Still waiting on the exact results of what his injury is, but he has been dealing with this for a bit. Now will potentially miss the first 4 games of the season. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? Well, that's easy. It's the 66 Express outside the Beltway. That's your answer you've been looking for. You get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, know more. From the Crop Med Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. He's going to give us a call, actually, in just a couple of minutes. Give his thoughts on the new/old uniforms getting back into the rotation for the Commanders today, announced around 9 a.m. today.
If you should just stay here. Hell.
I know.
When you go out of town, you always want to call back. Just stay here.
JP goes on vacation and then calls into the show.
I go on vacation. I am not calling. You know that right now.
When B. Mitch disappears, B. Mitch disappears.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about what we were just asking Neil Greenberg about, because I think this is an interesting thing that we see in the NFL, where it's funny how everything goes in a cycle, B. Mitch, where when you get a bunch of people that think they're the smartest people in the room and they think they've solved the game and they do all these different things, and yet you go back around to maybe we should run the ball, maybe we should do this. And you see the cycle of how the game went, because what we were asking Neil about was last year's Commanders offense was really efficient. It felt like more so over explosive, even though they had explosive plays, but they were
built
a lot
more
of
on explosive plays.
But they were built more on efficiency, right? I thought that they did a good job of that. And it feels like what we've seen is kind of, for the history of football, it's been about being efficient, right? You don't want to get behind the chains. You want to be able to pick up first downs. But then for a little period, it was all about hitting the long plays down the field, explosives. And then you saw defenses adjust, and now it's kind of back to being efficient again. And I think that this team being built on efficiency with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, I think it makes all the sense in the world. But I think it does put an onus on the fact that they need to get a running game back involved in the offense, being more effective than just JD5 running.
I think you do. I think everything starts up front with the bigger guys, whether you're on offense or defense. But the efficiency aspect, what it does is getting first downs is a big, big part of football. And stopping people from getting first downs is a big part of football. But if your offense is so good the way you constantly get first downs, you're keeping the other defense on the field. They're getting tired. When your offense get the ball, I don't care if a guy's been a offensive coordinator for 10 years, 15, or 20 years. When he gets the ball back, if you just scored a touchdown and you took some time off the clock, they're trying to get it back quickly. They always tell the quarterback, don't try to get everything back in one play. What the hell does the coach do? He forgets about the running game and starts throwing the football. So if they stay efficient, and then what happens when you're efficient? People start thinking, oh, I know their plays. So they start creeping up. Boom, then you hit them over the top. That's what they did last year. So when they had the big plays to Terry and things like that, and some of their big plays, explosive play, happened in Detroit where they hit him with a hitch route, boom, and then he goes the distance. That works into the hands of an offense that way. When Pat Mahomes was going to Tyreek Hill, his personnel was the thing that predicted that. And everything was predicated on the fact that Tyreek Hill is the fastest guy on the football team. Tyreek Hill is the fastest guy on the football field. Throw it deep, he'll go get it. And then all of a sudden now teams got to stop that. Then you hit him with all the underneath stuff. That's where Kelsey became so effective.
Mm-hmm.
So everything you do, you're looking for situations to where you have an advantage. If Washington has sure-handed guys, keep being efficient. If they get a bunch of 4-2s and 4-1s on the team, go for big plays all the time.
Yeah.
But if you got your 4-3s that catch the ball all the time, keep doing the stuff. They're going to creep up. Boom, one's going to bust open for you.
And I think sometimes the misconception when you think of, remember what we were talking about when Cliff Kingsbury was hired, before we saw him get this offense orchestrated last year, is you hear air raid. So you immediately hear air raid and you think, oh, that just means deep shots, bombs, bombs. And that's not necessarily what that means. I think you saw last year where a lot of the stuff is simple around the line of scrimmage, let the guys make a play after the catch. And so I think that's a big part of the offense, and it kind of fits what this personnel
He ran
has,
the air
too.
raid when he was at Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
He hadn't run that in a long time. You know? So people got caught up in that. When I was in college, we ran a run and shoot with the option. So everyone thought we come out, we got 2 slots, 2 wide outs, a single back in the backfield. And I come up on the line of scrimmage, and I was always on the center. I didn't do shotgun. But they always spread out. They thought we were going to just be throwing the ball around. I come right at you. I ride that full back. The one back goes and block, the other one come around for the pitch. All of a sudden, you start playing a run. I ride it, I come for the pitch, and I drop back. That receiver that came down the block now goes over top. Boom. It's all the same thing. It's just a different way of doing it. So you got to make them think you're doing something. But I don't care. This day and age, we do throw the football. But if you can't stop the run, you're not winning football games. Hands down. It still happens like that. You got to be able to stop the run to make people begin to try and throw the ball. Because you know what happens? They don't want to protect their quarterbacks. They don't want their quarterbacks hit. If they can't run, then you can start blitzing more. And if you may not sack him, but if you keep hitting him, that's a problem for every offense. So that efficiency thing works.
Well, it just works in so many aspects because, one, it wears down a defense throughout the game.
Totally.
2, it keeps your defense fresh. When you play a good football team, how many times have we talked about before when this team wasn't very good that you wanted to control the ball so you could keep it away from their offense?
Yeah.
Right? So you're doing that as well. When you're playing a Kansas City, you're playing a Buffalo, you're playing even Philadelphia. You don't want them to have the ball in their hands. So if you have it, you're able to continue being efficient. And the thing that they were so good at last year that'll be interesting to see if they can replicate it this year is how good they were on 3rd down and then specifically on 4th down.
Yeah, they were outstanding on
They
4th
were
down.
nails on 4th down.
But you watch them in games, 8-minute drives, 9-minute drives. They've gone in double digits, 11, 12. And then you get the ball in the offense. They scored a touchdown on you. They're already up 10-0. You gonna run the football? You about to start throwing it?
Yeah.
Which makes it easy for your D coordinator now because he knows you got to try to get back into this game. So you're gonna start letting this thing go. I'm gonna dial up a blitz. I'm gonna hit your quarterback no matter what.
And I think the beauty of it is they were an efficient offense that could be explosive when they needed to be. You know, if you got the ball back with 3 minutes left, you don't have time to run an 8-minute drive, right? You got to be able to get the ball down the field quick, but they have the ability to do that.
Yes.
So they're multiple in the fact that they can beat you in so many different ways. And that's why I think this offense is so intriguing and fun to watch, and why they're so good is, okay, you want to slow down the read option game? Well, here comes the RPO. You want to focus on the RPO? Here comes the throw over the top.
Yeah.
You want to try to focus on everything else? We'll run it up the middle, or we'll run it with the quarterback. There's so many different ways that this offense can beat you. And so even if they don't lead the league in explosive plays, it's not that big of a deal because they have everything that they need to be an effective offense.
Like the explosive plays, they're great. They get you some highlights. But the name of the game is having more points than the other team has. So let's say I go in the game, I score 33 being efficient. Other team scores 14 with 2 explosive plays. They lost the damn game, though.
Yeah.
You know, I want to be able to I want to put pressure. If I'm an offense for my team, I'm trying to put pressure on your offense. And the way I put pressure on your offense is by keeping your defense on the field and scoring touchdowns at the end of my drive. And then when your offense come on the field now, they have their pressure now to try and catch up. Most offensive coordinators, the first time they get the ball after you score a touchdown, they will try to run their game plan. But once they run their game plan, And the next time, they're gonna niche that, throw it away, and let's start throwing the football. Every one of them do.
And the other thing that I love is they just very rarely go 3 and out. They're at least going to pick up a first down, get that ball moving, and then they're not going to pin themselves deep in their own territory. Coming up next, JP Finley, who I think is on vacation, but wants to continue joining the show. He's going to call in, give us his thoughts on the new unis next. Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. 1067 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. We're going to get back to the phones and JP here in just a second. Want to get his thoughts on these new uniforms, which were just dropped today. It was cool just seeing all the nostalgia, all the people that are thinking of the past once again with this football team, B. Mitch, and having it kind of tie back in. I think these uniforms are special for just about everybody that's been associated with this team, and it feels like the team that you played for, that so many people have grown up falling in love with, and it just feels like a return to the past.
It does, and then I think it's a good thing. You have those 3 games they're going to be doing it. Many people believe as it goes through the future that they will probably have them all the time. But, like I said before, got the jerseys now. The nostalgia comes. Let's keep that excitement going with the production.
It's going to look even better when they're winning football games with these things, right? That's the main thing. You got to continue to win football games. But
that's the one W I care about.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that they're going to, I think they're going to sell out of these things as quickly as they can get these things available. I think people are going to make sure that they snatch these things up. Let's get out to the phone lines. It is JP Finley on the phones with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. JP, what's up, dude?
What's up, boys? I've been sitting in place since 11:44, prepared for my radio hit. I just wanted you to know that.
That's a radio professional right there.
Whatever. You don't do that when you're at work. We're not going to believe when you're on vacation.
I'm just saying, you guys are late. It's all good.
No,
all good.
we doubt that seriously.
Keep the clock.
We on time. We on the JP Finley clock. So,
What'd you make of the unis when they revealed at 9 a.m. this morning?
Love them. I absolutely love them. I think the classic look, the burgundy and gold, it's extremely nostalgic. I think the attention to detail going with the old school font, like I saw your Facebook post that, of your first jersey with that same font. I think they absolutely nailed it. I think they nailed the reveal. I think they nailed all of it. I love adding the stripes to the helmet. I think I'm curious what the phone lines have been like. I think people should be really, really excited. I love that they're wearing them at home for the home crowd. I love that they're wearing them for their biggest games, 2 Sunday night footballs, and then Christmas Day against Dallas. I mean, how dope is that going to be? Christmas Day against the Cowboys, wearing those unis. Inevitably you get the people that are upset that there's no spear or feather or whatever. And I have little kids, right? And I always try to tell my kids, be happy with what you get to do, not what you don't get to do. And I just think for fans,
it wasn't a spear or feather on the old jerseys. What, they want them on the helmet?
Yeah, I think they wanted the helmet.
See, they said they bring you new jerseys. They didn't say nothing about the helmet. So those people could kick rocks.
I think it's awesome. I think you go back to 22 and there were leaks and there were mistakes and they had the Super Bowl years wrong. This group that's in charge out there really deserves a lot of credit because they don't make mistakes. They do the right thing. I think it's a uniform, right? And uniforms don't win or lose games, but I think it's just an awesome day for the organization.
Well, and I was just happy because when you had the rebrand, you had guys in charge that didn't understand the history of the franchise, that weren't around here, that didn't live it. And when Josh Harris took over this team, you knew that you were getting a fan of this team that understood the history, that was at RFK, that lived through the Super Bowl years and understood what this franchise means to this area and what the history of this team was. And so having the uniforms unveiled today just makes you feel like you've got someone who understands, someone that was a fan of this team, someone that was in the trenches with you and fully gets it. And so looking back on it now, I feel so much better. I didn't know how I was going to feel about these jerseys being revealed. I think we had kind of an idea of what they were going to be, JP, but driving in today, finding out exactly what they were, it almost made me emotional. Made me feel like a kid again. Someone even said, makes me feel like a 10-year-old again seeing these jerseys, because it just had been taken away for that short period of time, but I missed it.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I think it is just such a classic, clean look, and they modernized it a little, with the sleeves still have the stripes, but they're smaller and tighter, kind of the way uniforms are now. 10 out of 10. And I think the font on the back is like a 15 out of 10.
Yeah.
So I love the attention to detail on them. I don't know if they're selling them yet, but I think that Jaden jersey.
Tailgate Ted said.
Okay. Well, whenever I'm sure Cody Betts could find us one on Temu already.
Yeah, it's gonna be pink though.
I know it's gonna be pink.
We don't need no pink jerseys.
It'll be whatever they were telling us the burgundy was before. That's not actually burgundy.
Yo, I mean, of the rebrand, the black was something brand new, so at least that was kind of different and exciting. But the old white ones, which I guess we will still see, are just by far the worst. I think over time they'll just phase those out. Apparently the Jets went back to a classic look a couple of years ago, and they unveiled it like this, where it was an alternate, and then a year or two later it just became the jersey. I won't be shocked that that's the plan here. But man, I think today is just a day to be happy and nostalgic and excited and not worry about like the everything else that can happen of it all.
Yeah, I think most fans are thrilled with what happened today. I mean, we had phone calls the entire first hour, full phone lines of people just excited about having these jerseys back and what this team means. And I think it's just cool having that tie into the history, because that was an issue that I had when you're looking over in Denver and they're wearing the Orange Crush unis. You're looking over in Tennessee and they're wearing Oilers jerseys. And yet for here, you just had to pretend like the Redskins history didn't exist.
Right. Yeah, I think, it was an interesting time culturally and like historically when they made the rebrand. And I think, I think you can celebrate the history with an understanding that certain elements have become outdated, but it was still a beloved franchise that won games and won Super Bowls and mattered across the world. And I think that's what Harris has done and has said kind of throughout. What made you feel this morning? I mean, it had to be emotional for you.
Well, I mean, I told people I've I know a lot of stuff, JP, but I've been holding stuff, and I was able to release it a little bit. But it did. It took me back, and it had me watching old videos and things like that. So I was able to see the moments and the reason why people love those jerseys. I think that's the whole thing about it for me, where you saw the success of it. You saw the success that happened. And I'm happy that those come back because it brings that into your mind. And I'm also happy because I know that the guys on the team now, they have that mindset where they want to win games. It's not just about being happy that they're here. They're trying to make something big and special happen. So that's why it coincides with that and makes it feel good.
Absolutely, man. And I think whatever that cocktail, whatever that blend of like nostalgia and pride and success, that's what the organization lacked and has brought back. And then certainly the success last season and Jaden and everything else. I mean, I don't know what you'd call that, if it's like a painting or a drawing or whatever, but the image of, I think it's Revo, Jaden, and Ertz in the new uniforms with RFK behind it, like just hits on so many feelings. And I tweeted this out. The video they put out this morning, if the DC Council can just watch that video, they'll get RFK passed.
They'll get it done.
Right now,
they'll get it done.
They already tight, dog. They worried. They know they're about to get road graded.
You and I have remained optimistic on that throughout. I just think I think the folks, I don't know if you guys have gotten any of these calls, but I've seen this on social that like a lot of folks are like, why wasn't Terry in the pictures? Like, man, you are overthinking.
Yeah.
Just relax.
You know why?
No need to worry. He wasn't there for picture
on
day.
the day where they took pictures, and he wasn't there for the practice.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember that day I went to take pictures, JP? That was that day.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. Well, JP, we got to run, man. Enjoy the rest of your vacation. I'm sure we'll talk again soon, but I appreciate you hopping on and talking about these new unis.
Tell Lauren we didn't call you. You called us.
Bye.
All right. See you, dude. That's JP Finley weighing in on the new uniforms. Coming up next, Joe Doyle going to join us to talk about the Major League Baseball draft. That's coming up on Sunday. The Nats hold the number 1 overall pick. Where would you lean right now? We'll get his thoughts on it next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. James Wood officially has some competition. Junior Caminero announced this morning that he will take part in the Home Run Derby at Truist Park in Atlanta. Caminero is made for an event like this. If you don't know him, you need to. Among major league hitters, he has elite bat speed that is only surpassed by Pirate star O'Neal Cruz, who also announced this weekend that he's taking part in the Derby. So now the official field is Ronald Acuna Jr., Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Byron Buxton, O'Neal Cruz, and Junior Caminero all taking part in what's going to be an electric home run derby. And moving over to the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder have been hard at work in retaining their young core. OKC struck a 4-year, $285 million agreement with reigning NBA MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander earlier this month, and now they've locked in their star center for the future. The Thunder are signing Chet Holmgren to a fully guaranteed 5-year maximum rookie extension that could reach $250 million. The Thunder were the second youngest team to ever win an NBA championship. Now they're making sure that that young core is in place for the future. Mission Critical, well, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe. Powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP all week alongside Brian Mitchell. It's time for us to get back out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Welcome in our guest, Joe Doyle, works on the MLB Draft, hosts the Over Slot podcast, does a great job covering Major League Baseball ahead of the draft. Joe, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Good to be on.
Thank you, man.
So what do you think of, well, first of all, let's talk about the big news here in D.C. It's just a week out from the MLB draft last Sunday. They move on from Mike Rizzo and Davey Martinez. What were your overall thoughts on those decisions?
Yeah, it sounds to me like it was a tandem move. It sounds like Davey Martinez was the one that there was a decision that had to be made, and Rizzo was against that decision, and they just decided to pair the two together and start fresh. From an MLB draft perspective, couldn't have come at a worse time. And just in terms of the process, just in terms of the ramp up, Mike DiBartolo, who's taking over as the interim general manager, has all these different roles and responsibilities of hiring a new manager, hiring a new bench coach, hiring a new staff. He's in charge of promotions and demotions on the minor league side of things and just getting ramped up into that new role. Expecting him to be up at full speed and ready to rock and roll on Sunday for the #1 overall pick in the draft. It's a tall ask. It's a tall ask for any general manager. So from that perspective, certainly timing could be worse, but when a change is needed, sometimes you can't wait.
Well, the fact that the narrative has been, well, they kept the director of scouting around. Does that make that much of a difference?
No, I think that's what's going to stabilize this entire thing. Danny Haas and Brad Selick do a really good job, and they come from two organizations in the Diamondbacks and the Orioles that have had a ton of success in scouting and player development, and they're in the throes of this thing all year for 12 months. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to present all of this information to DiBartolo. Sight unseen. My understanding is they hadn't been working with him very much. It was more of a Mike Rizzo type of a deal. So I think from an organization and process standpoint, the Nationals are going to be just fine. But at the end of the day, it is Mike DiBartolo's pick to make. And if I was Mike, I would default to Brad and Danny to trust those two and have them make the pick.
I want to get your thoughts on this year's draft here in just a second, but sticking with questions about this front office, maybe it definitely works hand in hand with drafting and development. But when you look back at what the Nationals have done in the draft over the last couple of years, it feels like they've done a little bit better. But how much of the issue with the system getting to the point where it was drafting versus development? Were they drafting the wrong guys and then not able to develop them, or were they drafting players that you had high hopes for, but then also weren't able to develop them?
I think it falls on everyone's lap, and I know that's a bit of a hedge, but there were picks like Seth Romero that was a red flag. There were picks like Elijah Green that was a red flag. But at the end of the day, once that player is in the organization, it falls on player development to try and extract the most value out of that player and put them in the best position to succeed. So, on one hand, yeah, were Mike Rizzo's draft picks always the best? I think there's probably an argument to the contrary, but at the other side of it, did player development always do right to get these players in the best position to succeed? I think there's a real question there. But at the end of the day, and I'm a Mike Rizzo fan. He's a scout by heart. He's been through the trenches of battle and everything as it pertains to player evaluation and scouting. Unfortunately for Mike, the issue is the scouting department falls at his feet, and the player development department falls at his feet. Mm-hmm. Everything he oversees it all. So he really doesn't have any plausible deniability, whether it's player development or scouting.
Talking with Joe Doyle, host of the Overslot podcast, covers MLB draft. You can follow him on Twitter at Joe Doyle MILB. So let's get into Sunday's MLB draft. Nationals hold the first overall pick. Where would you lean right now if you were in charge of making this selection?
Yeah, I think if I was a betting man, I would probably say Cade Anderson. And there's a couple of reasons why. One, he was already the presumptive guy, him alongside Ethan Holiday. They're the top two, odds-on favorites for that number one pick. But I also look at it like this. Now that, Mike Rizzo has been relieved of his duties, Rizzo is the one that hired Danny Haas and Brad Selick into their scouting roles. And, I just don't know if, as we enter the 2026 season, if a new general manager is hired and it's not Mike DiBartolo, that person might be looking for scouts that are yielding immediate results. And I think if you take a player like Ethan Holiday with the number one pick in the draft, and he comes out over the course of the 4 or 5 weeks that he's playing minor league baseball, and he doesn't look great, I think it kind of lends to the narrative of we're still not doing a good enough job in scouting. So because of that, I think the organization will lean a little bit safer. I think they will go the college route, but as of 2 nights ago, there was still 5 or 6 players that were in consideration for that number one pick. So my vote would be Cade Anderson. I think he's the best blend of floor and ceiling, and I think he could pitch in Double-A right now and be a successful lefty.
Well, they need some pitching. They
do.
Yeah, they don't have all the starters, and the bullpen is not very good. So they need to start going that direction.
Yeah, and the other part of it is I don't think they have a ton of pitching on the horizon. Like, you look at what Travis Sikora is doing at Double-A, and that's a fantastic story, but he's still pretty young. And Harleen Susana has been good. He's certainly taken a step forward as a starting pitching candidate, but there are still scouts in the industry that believe Harleen Susana is going to be a reliever. So if you look at this farm system and you say, we really only have one, mid-rotation to top-end rotation type starter on the horizon in Travis Sikora, and you look at the current, starting rotation, you're right. This team needs more options in its rotation, and I think a quick-to-the-majors lefty like Cade Anderson, who isn't too terribly dissimilar from a guy like Mackenzie Gore, who they've developed very, very well. They've put that final coat of paint on Mackenzie Gore in DC. I think you could do worse than selecting a player like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is it pretty much down to Anderson or Holiday? Do you think there's any chance they go anywhere else?
No, I really do think they could go in a different direction. Here's why. I think that the strength of this draft is it's high school shortstops. And there's going to be very talented high school shortstops up and down the second and third round. And you look at what they did last year by drafting Seaver King, cutting a deal, going and getting Luke Dickerson, and just trying to extract the most talent that they can from a draft. I think that could be the case this year. I mean, I've talked about it on my podcast. The relationship between Mike Rizzo and Scott Boras was steadfast. It was very strong. With that relationship out the door and Scott Boras representing Cade Anderson and Ethan Holiday, I wouldn't rule out a guy like Eli Willits with the number 1 pick or a guy like Jamie Arnold with the number 1 pick if that player affords you the opportunity to go land another 1 or 2 first-round quality type players with your next 2 picks. So I still think that when you're picking number 1, you don't get too creative and you just take the best player as you evaluate them on your board. And I think most people believe Cade Anderson is the best college pitcher, the best overall player in this draft. So I still think Cade Anderson is the pick, but when Mike Rizzo was let go, I certainly think the odds of another player being the pick elevated.
So my thing is, I don't disagree with you that they could consider that because they kind of did that a little bit last year with going with Seaver King. So then they could go get a guy in Luke Dickerson a little bit later on. But now you're looking at it saying, man, Cam Smith, who that was picked a little bit later, and some of the other guys afterwards maybe could have been the pick in the first round. And Luke Dickerson has showed some flashes at Fredericksburg, but there have been, kind of ups and downs with him. I just feel like for me, the philosophy here has to be best player available. And you seem to think that's Anderson. I lean Holiday personally. Can you give me the reason why you would not take Holiday versus Anderson? Because to me, I still would lean Holiday over Anderson.
Yeah, it's a good question. I've talked about this quite a bit. The thing with Holiday is let me start with the positives. There are things you can't teach, right? It's 6'4", it's immaculate bloodlines, it's left-handed, it's huge bat speed, it's raw power, it's a chance to play third base. But at the other side of it, there was a lot, and I mean a lot, of swing and miss with Ethan Holiday across the summer of 2024, playing against high-level competition. I mean, it was a 52% whiff rate when he saw fastballs north of 91 miles an hour. There was questions on whether or not he was going to be able to catch up to, elite advanced pitching. And this spring, Ethan did not participate in many of the preseason tournaments or preseason showcases. We couldn't see the adjustments that Ethan Holiday made from last summer. And, of course, he goes and plays for Stillwater High School and hits 19 homers and hits 615 or something like that.
Yeah.
But that's against guys throwing, 79 to 82, and you expect him to go do that. So unless you have total and complete conviction that Ethan Holiday is going to be able to adjust and is going to be able to hit, and for the record, I think he is. I mean, you look at his dad, you look at his brother, it's a baseball family, he'll figure it out. But unless you have that complete conviction that he's going to be able to grow and mature and the bat is going to come along, I just think the floor is low enough there that, you might want to take a college pitcher who is going to be a productive big leaguer.
What do you think Anderson's ceiling is? Like, if he hits everything, he hits all his marks, and he turns out to be the player that we all think that he could be. Like, what's a player comp? How good is Cade Anderson? So people have an understanding of what, you're kind of weighing here.
Yeah, he's good. And I think the floor here is a number 4 starter. I don't think there's any chance that he's not going to be a very productive big leaguer. I think the ceiling for him is something like a low number 2. I had someone in my inbox about a week ago say, how much different is this kid from a guy like Gio Gonzalez? And I was like, man, that's pretty apt. Like, I think that's the type of value that you might be able to get from Cade Anderson over the entire course of his career. Gio Gonzalez was a 30 F4 player. Another player that I've heard kind of comped to Cade Anderson is John Lester, who had a very strong, long career, pitchability lefty, up to 95, 96, kind of a medium frame, but 4 pitches, knows how to pitch, knows how to throw all of his pitches for strikes, doesn't overpower hitters, but just a very, very well-rounded, polished lefty. So I think that's kind of what you're looking at. I don't see, personally, an ace in Cade Anderson. I don't know if there's a route to him just, dominating and bullying the competition, like, for example, Paul Skeens has done coming out of LSU. But I do think Cade Anderson, if it all comes together and he stays healthy, has a chance to go to a few All-Star games and, be a number 2 starter for a contending team.
Like you look at some of the young talent on the Nats right now. Do you believe they have the support to support a guy like a James Wood, and you have my man Mackenzie Gore? Do they have enough support around those guys right now, or they have to get a lot more talent?
I think on paper they do. It hasn't come together, but C.J. Abrams has had a very good year with the bat. I think you're going to see more results from Dylan Cruz as soon as he's healthy. He's just the baseball card is too long, too decorated, too established for me to think that he is going to struggle like he has this year. I think Brady House is going to be a contributor when he arrives and kind of gets more permanent footing. Jacob Young has not had the year that I think a lot of people expected he would have. So they do have enough young pieces. I don't think the Nationals are in a real competitive window. I don't think it's all going to gel until probably June of 2026. I think they're probably a year from, having the culture set up in DC necessary to put together a contender. And I'll add one more thing, and this is going to be in Mike Rizzo's defense. You give the guy an organization with star level talent, and you give him a healthy payroll, and then all of a sudden in 2024 and 2025, it's a bottom 5 payroll, and you expect him to have the same amount of success that he's had with an extremely young core. I don't think it was a really fair ask from an ownership perspective, but to answer your question a little bit more succinctly, I think there's a lot of pieces there that are going to be able to lend the next competitive window, but for Washington to take that next step in that division, they're going to have to be afforded the ability to spend a little bit of money.
All right.
Well, Joe, appreciate you hopping on with us. You have great insight on the MLB draft. Make sure you go check him out at Joe Doyle, MILB on Twitter. You can check out his podcast at Overslot Baseball. Joe, appreciate the time
Appreciate
today.
you, Joe.
All right, guys. Be good. We'll talk soon.
Man.
That's Joe Doyle. This draft is huge for the Nats, B-Mitch. I mean,
understatement, dog.
It's funny because you look where the Nats are and people are talking about the farm system. I don't know that we're going to get into Ken Rosenthal's comments about looking at trading Gore today, but
yeah, when I saw it, that's why I read it earlier.
Stupid, by the
but
way.
it was like if they were to, it was more about the ifs. And if they were to make that move, then they were saying a lot of stuff. And if they were to make a move like that, then you don't understand why Rizzo's gone.
Yeah,
I agree with Joe. You told him to go do what you did before, but we're not letting you use the money you used.
100%.
Yeah.
And I want to hear from Rizzo here in just a couple of minutes. He was on with the Junks a little bit earlier today. I just think that is dumb. And you look at where the organization is in terms of the farm system. Well, you're missing a key aspect in the fact that they're about to draft a guy number 1 overall who's going to step in and be a top 100 prospect for this ball club. So I think that this team, we'll see what direction it ends up going. DeBartolo, he's going to be able to leave his mark on the organization with the trade deadline coming up and MLB draft coming up on Sunday. The Nationals hold the number 1 overall pick. Let's take a break. When we come back, Mike Rizzo, the former, still weird to say, but the former president of baseball operations, general manager of the Nationals, joined the Junkies. We'll hear a little bit from Mike Rizzo coming up next. You're on The Fan.
The Commanders are giving their fans a blast from the past with their new Super Bowl era uniforms featuring designs from the 80s and 90s. The team is trading in their burgundy and white for fresh gold outlines during the 2025 season. The white jerseys are complemented by burgundy numbers and black shoulder pads with gold stripes outlining key features. The matching burgundy pants are accented with white and gold and are paired with socks, highlighting a similar pattern. Now, the players' helmets will boast the iconic gold face mask with a striping pattern, and the current Commanders logo will make an appearance on the nostalgic design. Seems like fans are pretty excited about this, and how could you not be? It throws everything back to that Super Bowl era of the 80s and the 90s. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP this week. Appreciate Joe Doyle for joining us talking about the MLB draft. We thought that it would be Mike Rizzo making the pick, but that all changed on Sunday when both him and Davey Martinez. It's going to be DeBartolo, I think. I think.
Well, as he stated, the other two guys have been there every step of the way. You might want to lean on them a little more.
They're definitely going to lean on those guys. I think most of the work has been done. They've got their board probably mostly put together, and I don't know that you're going to see DeBartolo. I mean, there's no real way to know. I thought Jason Bishop did a fantastic job earlier today on the Junkies. He just goes, hey, Mike Rizzo, you're not making the pick anymore. Who would you take? And Rizzo's like, I'm not going to answer that. At least trying to get that out. But DeBartolo is going to be in charge of that. But Mike Rizzo was on with the Junkies, as I just mentioned earlier today. I thought he was. Did you listen to this at all? Did you get a chance to hear it? I thought he was very diplomatic in the way that he answered most of the questions.
And we talked about that yesterday.
And you would think
it's what you expect.
Yeah, you would think that that's going to be the case. But I want to play the first cut here.
You don't go out launching grenades.
I want to play the first cut here. I believe it's the one that you had earlier, Landfill, cut number 5. And he was talking about if they were going to, or excuse me, sorry, Landfill. This one is about JP had asked him, what was this one about, Landfill? Sorry. I forget. I had 2 queued up. Yeah. So he was basically asked, did you have the resources necessary? JP did a really good job with this question. This is kind of what JP asked him, like, do you have what's necessary to get things done? And this is what Rizzo had to say.
The secret of being a good executive and a good general manager is you do the best you can for what you have. And we all have we've all gone through this, whether you're in baseball or in life in general. You do the best with what you have. And we didn't in ownership size, we didn't do enough with it. And so they made a change.
In other words, he just stated, I didn't have enough.
And that's what I read. That's what I heard.
Only people that state you do the best you can with what you have are those that don't have enough to do what they're supposed to do.
Exactly right.
And listen, I don't expect him to say anything differently. But hell, we could speak. You listen to him. We've listened to them. We see how they spend. They didn't give him enough to do everything he needed to do. But just like it's a combination of things. When I look at people getting these raises or these promotions, you get a title, but you don't get extra money. And I tell people, don't take that title, because the same thing you did wrong yesterday, you get fired for when you get that new title. So when they told him, every time he stated, "Oh, I got all the resources," well, they expect to see the results then.
Yeah,
and you got to be careful of how you set yourself up. Him being a stand-up guy, not throwing them under the bus, came back to haunt it.
Yeah, and I think at the end of
his connection with his guy.
At the end of the interview, Bish asked him if he wanted to be a GM again. Would he take a role? Does he see that happening again next season? And he said, "Yeah, I'd be privileged to." I think that's why you hear the answer like you just did, B-Mitch.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's diplomatic. Yeah. If Mike Rizzo were, hanging it up and he was finished, you might hear the real answer, which was no. Else. I did not have the resources necessary, but I think that's kind of what when you read between the lines on that, saying, hey, did you have enough resources to work with? He's like, well, the key to being a good GM is making it work with what you have. Well, that means you didn't have it.
No, I didn't have what I needed.
So I think that was telling in one sense. Another one that I really liked was EB was asking him about, with the Nationals where they're at, is there going to be a moment where ownership spends again, or do we have to accept that this team is going to turn into the Pittsburgh Pirates where they're not spending? This is what Rizzo had to say about if ownership, if the time is right, if they'll spend again.
To answer your question, I hope they do. To me, it's a smart business move to do, because when it's time to go, you should go. And
all right, how about this?
That
Mike?
doesn't mean to pour in, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on the free agent market alone, but make trades, take on contracts, do a Gio Gonzalez trade and extend them for a long term and that type of thing. So there's ways to do this the right way for extended success, and I think that there's a blueprint on how to do it already written in the files in Nationals Park.
Yeah. In other words, we won a World Series in 2019. That's how you do it.
I love the subtle flex in there at the end, saying it's already been done over there, by the way. We know how to do it.
Yeah,
but
I did it.
I think Rizzo was incredibly diplomatic for pretty much the entire interview, but he let his hair down a little bit with those two answers in specific. And not that he said anything explicitly, but you could pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
But the first answer saying, look, I wasn't given the necessary resources. And I think you heard in that answer, I thought the time was now. We're not spending, but I thought the time was now. This is the time to invest. And I think he's telling you in there, I wasn't asking for you to go sign Juan Soto and $765 million. He might not have even been asking to go sign a guy like Max Fried, who I would have really liked to get.
Mm-hmm.
But they couldn't even get a Christian Walker. They couldn't get a guy that was getting $20 million a year. They spent $50 million total in the offseason. They need to bring in a bunch of guys. Like, you couldn't give me a little bit more to work with. Like,
hey, man.
Look, man, I understand that
you have to consistently do the things necessary to be able to stay where you want to stay. You can't do it one year and then say, now we're not going to do it anymore.
Yeah.
You won't get back to where you were.
And look, I'm not going to be a massive Rizzo defender, because I think part of the reason that they got to where they are as a franchise right now is the inability of Rizzo and his development staff, his front office, to be able to draft guys and then develop them into big leaguers, because there was no one to step in when Rendon left. There was no one to step in when Trey Turner left. There was no one to step in when Juan Soto was gone. So that's a lot. That falls on Mike Rizzo. So you're not going to hear me fully defending Rizzo. But in terms of this, absolutely, that's not on Rizzo. Look, did he make the wrong decision in signing Colin Poche and signing Lucas Sims and signing Jorge Lopez? If you asked Mike, I bet you he'd tell you, absolutely, I made the wrong decision because they're not on the ball club anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But did he have the resources necessary to build a winning bullpen? No, he did not.
No.
Do you think that be real, Nationals fans that just want to blame everything on Rizzo, because I don't know that there's tons of these people. I think most people understand where this is at, but some people are just so over Rizzo. But be real. Do you think that in this offseason, when Mike Rizzo for years and years has been talking about kind of this time frame, I think when you first asked him about this rebuild, he was thinking it was going to start seeing the fruition of it come through last year. It didn't. So then he had to push the timeline back. But do you really think that in the time this season, when James Wood is in the bigs, Dylan Cruz is in the bigs, CJ, McKenzie, those guys are all here. You had Brady House knocking on the door. You had all these guys ready to go in terms of the young stars of this team. Do you really think that what he wanted to do this offseason was spend $9 million on Mike Soroka and trade for Nathaniel Lowe, and that's his two biggest moves? There's no chance.
Nope.
And so that's on ownership.
He thought he had the backing.
That's on ownership. And so that's where that answer to me comes in. And I think it's really interesting that he's like, you have to invest. You hope that this would have been the time. And so I think Mike Rizzo did a really good job of making sure that he set himself up for a future job, wherever that may be, because he didn't throw anyone under the bus today. He didn't do anything crazy. There was nothing incendiary. There was nothing that Mike Maher could grab and throw on Twitter or on YouTube that was going to go extra viral today about Mike Rizzo just trashing the learners. There was none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you read between the lines on specifically those two answers, I think you get a big insight into how this organization has been operating.
People that expect you to just go out there and just start throwing haymakers, they've never been in no situation like that.
Well,
you when you are leaving one in this profession, you got to worry about the next.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be hard for somebody to just go out and say, oh, everybody sucked. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and I think it's funny because we had some callers over the last couple of days saying, well, I wish Mike would have just said, the learners aren't giving me what. Next time you have an issue with your boss, go on your Twitter, at them, say how bad they are, and just see what happens.
Go in the middle of the conference room and tell everybody how much your boss sucked.
Yeah.
And see
and
how
tell
long
every
you stay
problem and all that. See how that goes, right? Just see how that goes. You can't do that. And so, look, I think it was a good interview with Rizzo and the Junkies. Make sure to check that out on the podcast if you didn't get a chance to listen to this morning. It was at 9 a.m. But he did a good job overall of kind of just playing diplomatically, playing a politician there. But I think those two answers really showed an insight into the fact that this organization wasn't giving him the resources necessary. And who knows if that's going to change anytime soon, even though DeBartolo takes over.
Did we need him to answer that?
No, we didn't.
To know that? We
No,
already knew they weren't.
No, but I think he did a good job of kind of like, here's a peek behind the curtain without opening up the whole, just letting everyone know. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, there's a number. So you thought Cam Newton was a hater with the things that he was saying.
This other guy, we already know he's a hater.
This dude is the biggest hater of the Commanders that lives in the U.S. that he doesn't even cheer for a team in the division, Mitch. I don't understand. Like, if he were an Eagles fan or he was a Cowboys fan, I'd understand it more. I don't get it. But Adam Rank is back to his usual stuff. We'll play what Adam Rank had to say next here on The Fan. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Some people are just haters, B. Mitch. I don't know why. Some people
they're that
just
by nature, dog.
love to hate.
Mm-hmm.
The number one hater for Washington right now,
he's been that for a while,
is Adam Rank. And I don't think it's particularly close.
Mm-hmm.
I had to double check when we were sending this around. So he was on NFL Network. He does this thing for, I think, all 32 teams. He goes through, does a win-loss for the entire schedule, and ends up looking at, what he thinks their record's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
7-10 is the prediction he has for the 2025 Washington Commanders.
Okay.
7-10. I had to make sure it wasn't 2024. This is 2025. So if we go through this, he has them beating the Giants in week 1, losing 3 straight to Green Bay, Vegas, and Atlanta.
Okay.
Then he has them beating the Chargers. I mean, this one's not a shocker. He has them losing to the Bears. He's a big Bears fan. He has them losing to the Cowboys, losing to the Chiefs. Then he has them beating the Seahawks, Lions, and then the Dolphins. Bye week, he has them beating the Broncos, and then finishing with 4 of 5 losses by losing to the Vikings, the Giants, beating the Eagles in their first matchup in Week 16, and then finishing the year off with 2 straight losses. 7-10 is his prediction for the team.
Okay.
I don't.
You know what I think about that? I think Adam Rank knows he's not liked in this area.
Well, for sure. I mean,
and Adam Rank knows if he goes out and he says something as obnoxious as he just said, we're going to talk about it. And we're going to do exactly what he wants. Click, click.
I can't stand it.
I just say everybody has opinions.
Doesn't make them right.
It's like everybody has something else. And I think Adam Rank is that something else.
Next time we bring him on the show, I'm going to bet him. And once we beat the Bears,
don't bring him on the show.
No. Why not? It's content.
Why do I care about his opinion on anything?
Because we're facing the Bears. We got to call somebody.
We have content and we have.
There are plenty of Bears dudes. I got connections with Mitch Rosen. I can get you somebody from the score out there.
Hey man,
Big Brad Pitt.
Hey man, I just want to bet this brother that we're going to beat the Bears and we're going to win more than 7 games. And I want push-ups on the TV.
Oh, I need more than push-ups.
I want push-ups saying I love the Commanders 20 times. I like when people talk. I like self-humiliation. So yeah, you think we're going to win 7 games and lose to the Bears? Let's place a wager on it. If you lose, give me 20 push-ups on TV. I lose, I do my 20 push-ups on the stream.
It has been baffling to me watching, because this isn't just, he's been perpetually hating on this team for years, but we saw last year there was a lot of hate from specifically Chicago Bears fans for this team and Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And I guess I can understand it a little bit. We don't care. We don't care one bit.
I guess.
Well, I can understand from their perspective because they're watching the quarterback that was drafted right behind theirs that is better, played a lot better, led their team to the NFC Championship. Meanwhile, theirs is, look, I like Caleb Williams, so I'm not going to trash him, but I'd rather have Jaden Daniels. So I can understand them looking over here, but I don't care. Say whatever you want as a Bears fan. They haven't had a quarterback throw for 4,000 yards ever. They've won. I know they're a historic franchise, B. Mitch, but has there been a team that has lived off of one Super Bowl more than the Chicago Bears?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
at first, yes.
I can care less.
Who?
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
I just had to take a shot at them.
Yeah.
That's what fan base I
What
hate.
Adam Rank said.
Yeah.
So.
I just think, all we talk about with the Bears and all that, they won one Super Bowl. And look, that team was great. That team was awesome. And if we want to go back to pre-Super Bowl, I wasn't around for that, so I don't really care. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't interest me at all. Chicago, whatever. It doesn't make any sense why you would hate on this team. They're so likable, and Jaden is so likable. They're going to be better in 7 wins. There's no question about that. I think the question, to make it a little more relevant to us here is, do you think that they're going to improve off of last year? Maybe not in terms of wins and losses, Because I think that there's a real possibility, B. Mitch, that this team plays better football
and have less wins,
looks better, but has maybe 10, 11 wins versus the 12 that they had
I'm with
last
that,
year.
and I agree with you. But I don't think for 1 second that they're going to win just 7 games.
We were talking about this before the show. I think this is still important. Like, they need to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying Super Bowl or bust, but they need to make the playoffs.
I'm not with the quarterback gets better, but the team doesn't get better. No, if the quarterback gets better, the team better get better.
Yeah, because then it opens up a can of worms of, like, did the
totally.
defense just suck, or what was going on around him that he got better, but the team wasn't necessarily better. But I think this year you have to make the playoffs. Like, that's the bare minimum expectation for this team. Whether it's 10 wins and a wild card. Now, here's what's I think is interesting about this is if we've learned anything about the NFC East over the last couple of decades, the team that won it last year ain't winning. So one of the other three is winning the division this year. It ain't going to be Philadelphia just because of the track record. Because we say this every year, by the way. You're like, oh, well, there's no way that Dallas doesn't win it this year. There's no way that Philly doesn't win it this year. And then they don't.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else pops up. Commanders are the leader in the clubhouse to take that crown. And I think there's a real shot that they could do it. I don't think Philly got better this offseason. Not to say that, they won the Super Bowl. So it's not like they have to get better. But and it's not like they got big time worse. But I think they got a little bit worse this offseason. I would think you would look at the Commanders and say that they got a little bit to a lot better this offseason. And I think a lot of that is going to ride on Jaden and seeing how he continues to perform and the steps that he takes this offseason. But I don't know. That'd be fun. If they can find a way to win the NFC East and take that crown wearing these jerseys.
Yep. And for sure they'll be here in 2016 for every time.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do, but I don't.
But you and I were looking at some video, and those jerseys pop up a lot.
They do pop up a lot.
On the road, at home. They don't just.
We're watching Brian Mitchell highlights, and there are plenty of them, and B. Mitch is always wearing the white jersey, making big plays. Dog. Maybe we can get you out of retirement for one game to pop off one more. What do you think?
Well, I did again.
Sam good.
Look, did again. They pay a lot.
We can get a little dirty 30 kick return. How about that? Coming up next, one guy that we've talked a little bit about. You talked about Terry McLaurin. He wasn't in the video or in the pictures, the videos about the new jerseys. At what point do we have to get to a point where we talk about the Terry McLaurin contract with a little bit of concern? We'll talk about that next here on B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Thunder are signing Chet Holmgren to a fully guaranteed 5-year maximum rookie extension that could reach up to $250 million, according to ESPN. Holmgren has averaged 16.1 points, 7.9 rebounds, and 2.3 blocks per game in 2 seasons with Oklahoma City, and blocked a record 5 shots in the Thunder's Game 7 NBA Finals victory over the Pacers. The former number 2 pick out of Gonzaga missed nearly 3 months this past season due to a pelvic fracture, but at just 23 years old, there is no doubt how bright his future is and what he means to that young core. And Tampa Bay Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs is expected to miss the start of the regular season due to a knee injury. An two-time All-Pro, Wirfs wore a brace on his knee throughout the Bucs offseason program. He had a few setbacks, so he did decide to have arthroscopic surgery rather than continuing to try to play through it. Now, due to the surgery, he will likely start the season on the physically unable to perform list, meaning he would miss at least Tampa Bay's first 4 games of the season. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
P. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer in for JP all this week. So, Jeff, you had brought this up a little bit earlier. P. Mitch had gotten a text about it from people. I saw PFT commenter had also tweeted about it. So, the new digs that have been dropped, the new unis that have been dropped today, the guys that have been featured that you've seen, All-Pro Revo, obviously Jaden, Zach Ertz, you've seen Bobby Wagner. Everyone immediately goes and looks and says, well, where the heck is 17? Where's Terry McLaurin? You said just they shot these videos, these pictures, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, picture day.
So he wasn't there for picture day, so that's why he's not featured in these things. The question, though, is at what point do you get with Terry McLaurin here with the contract stuff where you feel like you do need to start worrying, where you feel like there's maybe something actually going on here? 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. At what point do you start worrying about the Terry McLaurin contract situation?
When they're playing and he's not. I mean,
so are you talking week 1 or training camp?
I'm talking about games. I've seen people hold out until the week of the season starting and stuff like that. So I'm not going to be worried. To be honest with you, I'll ask the question. If you worry, is it going to help out anything? No. So I mean, I've learned other people's money and how they negotiate. I'm not worried about all that. If he's on another team, I'm pissed. But then you'll get over it. But I'm not worrying about it at this point. I mean, hell, I got too much stuff to worry about in my own damn life to be worried about that. I'm worried about somebody else who about to go make about $37 million. No. I love Terry. I love this team. They'll get over it. They'll figure it out.
I think that they're going to get this figured out. And I think the thing about this is when we're looking at the numbers of what they're talking about, I think now is the time that you can quote unquote overpay for Terry. When you look at how Jaden's contract is going to be, he's going to be cheap by quarterback standards for the next 4 years. When they pick up that 5th year option, you've got 3 more years. They're going to pick up that 5th year. So you've got 4 more years of Jaden Daniels being on an affordable rookie contract. That's kind of the time frame that you're looking at for Terry, the next 3 to 4 years, right? That's kind of what you're looking at this season and 2 to 3 more after that. So
but I think they're looking at more than just Terry, though. There may be other people coming up, and I think they want to try to make things feasible for them, and he has to try to make it best for him too. But I don't know that it never becomes easy. And one thing JP and I always talk about, pressure makes things get done like burst pipes. And I believe the closer it gets, then the deal gets done.
And we're getting closer. I mean, July 18th is when the rookies report. July 22nd is when the veterans are going to report. So we'll see if they get onto the training camp practice field. Do you think they get it done before training camp starts, which is
That's
just
my
under 2
hope
weeks?
and belief. But I just think like the worrying, people worry that it didn't get done, that it's not done. Then it gets done. Then they start discussing why didn't it get done. I'm not going through all that. We're gonna figure it out. Keep moving.
What do you think the number is that he's looking for? So, just again, the context here.
He want to be treated fairly. I mean, if you look at his production over the years and how things have happened, he should be somewhere up there by DK Metcalf.
I agree. So Jamar Chase is at 40 and a quarter, 40.25. He's number one by far. Justin Jefferson's at 35. CeeDee Lamb's at 34. DK's at 33. AJ Brown's at 32. Three more guys over the $30 million threshold. Amon-Ra is just over $30 million. Brandon Ayuk and Tyreek Hill are both at $30 million. What I think is interesting is we played the Adam Schefter stuff when he was on with Pat McAfee last week, and that felt more like speculation, but the stuff that he had to say was Terry's camp is looking at the DK contract saying we need that, around 33, versus the Commander's side is looking at a guy like a Chris Godwin who got 22.
But he got 22 when the salary cap was lower.
Yeah, exactly. So Mike Evans around 20. And I just don't see I don't see it being that big of a divide. I think that Terry's going to get over 30. And so to me, if you're willing to go over 30, then why wouldn't you be willing to go to 33, even to 34, somewhere around there? I'd be willing to give to Terry McLaurin. I think he was good enough for that. And I think that he's going to be good enough throughout the entirety of the contract. They're not signing him to a 6-year deal. They're signing him to a couple of extra years. So you're looking over the next 3 to 4 years. I think he's going to be able to be effective enough. And he's so important to this locker room and this team.
I think the situation comes down to this. They probably do a 3-year extension. And I believe that the third year is the one that's causing the most issues. I also feel that when a team is trying to sign someone, they don't think like you or any other fan, like, yeah, he deserves it, give it to him. They think like, oh, if we can get him to sign it for this,
well, yeah,
we can get a few more people on this, to sign it. We get other guys on the team, and we may have to sign somebody else. But this is what happens. We watched Brandon Ayuk go through it too when he was right up there in
And
San
by the way,
Fran.
you mentioned Ayuk. He got 30.
Yeah. So I don't think he's done. And people keep saying, I know the age thing pops in, but Terry came into this league a little older than guys normally come into the league. So him being close to 30 is not like another guy that came in at 2021 and he's at 30.
Yeah, and you haven't seen any fall off in play. Matter of fact, you've seen him get better and better.
Yeah, and I just think that you got to go through it. I mean, everybody goes through it eventually.
Yeah, and this is also going to be his last big paycheck. So sometimes people immediately go, oh, well, he should take a friendly paycheck. And come on.
You know,
he's earned
I
his
hear
right.
people say that I want to put their head under the tire. That's why I run over it. Because you ain't gonna take a paycheck. You don't take no pay cut in your damn. You're not gonna just take a hometown discount at your job. Why? I understand how people always could tell somebody what they should do with their money.
So I'm trying to see if I can find this poll yesterday. So Hogs Haven put out a poll yesterday, and there were about 700 votes from it, and said thoughts on the Terry extension as of 2 days ago. And they had 4 options. Fully plays out the last year of his contract. It'll get done before camp. It's done before the season ends. So either before, during training camp or during the season, or he's traded. The results were 3.2% say it fully plays out this last year of his contract. Overwhelming majority, 82.7%, said it's going to get done before camp. 8% said it's going to get done before the season ends. 6% say he's traded. So over 90%
I like
think
the
this
over
contract.
90% being more positive.
Yeah, and I think that most people just assume that this thing's going to get done. And I basically until I hear otherwise.
I'm gonna tell you what Jeff is the worst.
How?
Jeff is the one dude that he's the most worrying guy in the damn world.
No.
And every time I look at his face, he annoys me because I know he's gonna be worried. He is a true fan, boy. God.
Now look. The only reason why I told y'all I'm gonna be worried until this thing gets done. But if it don't get done by camp and Terry say I'm sitting out for camp, my heart is gonna be beating out of my chest. That's just all it is. Do I have faith we get it done? Yes, but me, and I know my word does not mean anything to the powers over there. I want it done before camp. Because I don't think Terry would, not play to his full potential because of pay. Like I don't put that. But I would hate, God forbid, knock on wood, I would hate for something to happen to him while they're still negotiating his contract because of the fact that he has shown us that he deserves it, one, and two, back to the age thing. Smoot said something to me last year that stuck with me as I watched Terry play. He said Terry has not lost a step, and he has something called breakaway speed. He said, dude, the only time you see Terry get caught is when he's trying to track a ball down, but if that ball is in his hands and he's running away from a defender, he's not getting caught. So it just need to get done ASAP.
Yeah, I think the idea to me is if it gets to training camp, to Jeff's point.
Jeff too worried is what I'm gonna start calling him. I know Jeff too funny.
Yeah, you can call me that. I'm sorry.
Jeff
That's
too
me.
worried.
I'm sorry.
God.
But honestly though, if it gets to training camp and then he's holding out, which I would assume that he does if he doesn't get a contract by then, that's when it'll kind of now there's a little bit of a flag going up. But
you know
for
what?
me right now,
that's when I'm gonna worry about it, Toby. I'm not gonna worry about it now. If it gets to that point, then I'll deal with it then. I don't believe in having like arguments or discussions or over worry about anything more than once.
So to me, here's the thing. The facts of this. Terry McLaurin is a top 10 wide receiver in the NFL. Fact?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think that just about everybody's on board with that, even nationally. Terry McLaurin is incredibly important to the Washington Commanders on and off the field. Fact. Terry McLaurin has not said one word about the contract situation.
Fact. And guess who else hadn't said a word? Adam Peters.
The only time Adam has said anything about this
was that he wanted to make him a commander for life.
Is that he wants to make him a commander for life. Fact.
So
all the stuff coming out,
our minds of all the speculation.
Yeah, all the stuff coming out sounds like agents speak. It sounds like, but I think
the agent is supposed to speak.
B-Mitch, I think there's legitimate frustration that there's no way to know what's going on in Ashburn from these insiders. I think there's a legitimate frustration that they're looking at like, man, we used to be able to report all this stuff.
So you know what they do? They start throwing stuff out there to get us to talk about it. And then everybody go back to the place where they find the source and they get click. They're getting paid off of us. Worrying. So that's why I'm not here to help nobody get no more money. If I'm not getting the money, to hell with everybody else.
800-636-1067. Let's get out of the phone lines. At what point do you worry about Terry getting this contract done? Let's get out to Crazy Drew. Drew, what's going on?
Hey, guys. First of all, I believe Terry's going to get signed, and I would suspect that the holdup right now is about the number of years and how much is guaranteed, not in the how much per year number, because 1 year difference is a lot. But I have a little bit different concern about the timing of Terry and whatnot. And it's because I need to update the wrap on the van because it's starting to fall apart. I got an old Redskin van and it had Trent Williams and Ryan Kerrigan on it. And so I want to make it a Commander van, or at least put the W on. I love the new uniforms that came out, so I can put those, the alternate uniforms on and Jaden on. And I was thinking about putting Terry on the van. So my question to you guys is, do I have to wait until the deal's announced? Is it certain enough, or do we got to go a different way with that?
I would say that there's a 99.9% chance that Terry McLaurin is suiting up in burgundy and gold. So I would do it.
So if you were thinking that there were two players that were the face of this franchise for the next few years, obviously Jaden's one. Who would be the other one?
Well, it's Terry. It's Terry until Terry's not here anymore. It's Terry.
So I got to get this deal done because the last thing I was going to put Kirk Cousins on way back when, and I didn't do it. I'm glad I didn't. I didn't do it for a lot of reasons.
Let me put it this way.
But
I was more worried that the first time his contract came up years ago that he wasn't going to stick around than I am now. You agree with that?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think that it's better group now around him. So I would hope that they keep it around.
This is also his best opportunity. I think there's negotiations going on. Each side has some push and pull, and I think they're eventually going to find that happy medium before training camp starts. Appreciate the phone call, Drew. Let's get out to Terrell in Capitol Heights. What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Ain't too much. First of all, I think y'all overreacting on the Terry situation. Granted, he's put in a lot of work for the organization. Poured his heart out during the bad times. I think he should get compensated for that. But outside looking in, if you put Terry on any other team, would he be a number one receiver?
Yes.
Yes, he would be.
100%.
Will he be a number one receiver for?
I can find you. I can maybe find you 3 or 4 teams.
But this you're throwing out something. The thing about it is you don't have just one receiver on the team. You have 2. So if you put him on the Giants, put him on the Giants. Maybe not. You put him on maybe. But you know what? You put other people on other teams too. They won't be number one receivers either. So what's your point?
Yeah, but for the money aspect of it, I don't think they're going to fulfill that 30. He might can get mid-20. But I don't think he's going to walk him.
If you're
he'll get more than
if you're going
mid-20s,
he's playing somewhere else next year. If that's what they're going with.
So my thing is, y'all say he's a top 10 receiver.
He is.
Outside of this area, put him on what team would he be a number one receiver on? Besides the low 500 teams.
I don't think I buy that. I don't.
Teams that went to the playoffs last year that he would start for as the number one receiver.
He started for a team that went to the NFC Championship as the number one receiver. Let's look around. He'd be the number one. He'd be the number one receiver for the Buffalo Bills. He'd be the number one receiver for the Baltimore Ravens. He'd be right there with Nico Collins for the number one receiver on the Houston Texans. He'd be the number one receiver on the Kansas City Chiefs. He'd be the number one receiver on the LA Chargers. The guys ahead of him.
Do you agree that Terry can take the top off of defense?
Yes,
I believe he can. He took it off last year. He scored 15 touchdowns last year. He took a lot of them off the top.
Do you agree that he has?
Are you a Commanders fan, dude?
All day long, B. Mitch.
But I'm saying, why do everybody try to just downgrade him because of what does he have to do? Last year he had over 1,000 again and 15 touchdowns. Did you not see that?
I seen it. I'm just saying, speaking on the payment issue.
No, see what happens is we get caught up in the hype of players and not the production. The dude produces as a number one receiver, no matter how you want to put it, where you want to put it at. And then let's be real. My man Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, they throw the ball so damn much, he should have all the yards he gets. If we threw the ball as much as they do to Terry, he'll have 15, 1,600 yards as well. But we don't throw the ball like that all the time.
I mean, the guys at the top of this list in terms of AAV are Jamar Chase. I'll give you that Chase is better than Terry. Justin Jefferson, I'll give you JJ. CeeDee Lamb, sure, we can have that conversation. I'll give you CeeDee. AJ Brown, I'll give you AJ Brown. I think he's in that same tier as Amon-Ra. I think he's better than DK Metcalf. I think he's better than IU.
I'm not going to just say he's better. I'm not going to say AJ's just better than him. AJ has a legitimate backup. A legitimate 1B on his team and a running back. So he cannot get doubled. Terry is on the team with no other people, and he has production time and time again. So for those that say he's not a number one receiver, that's why I tell you to kick rocks, because
100%.
he don't have the help the rest of the guys have. If Terry had T. Higgins on the other side, hell, he'll be a much better receiver there too.
Yes, 100%.
Come on, man.
And no one is arguing that A.J. Brown's not worth $32 million, right? Is anybody in Philadelphia calling in a WIP and saying that A.J. Brown's not worth 32?
It's probably one person.
There's probably some idiot that says it. But I don't get it around here. That's people, plenty of people that are diehard fans will call in and say Terry's not that good. What are y'all watching? What are you watching? What are we missing?
Because
I don't get it.
Just like when Art Monk was playing here, people said the same stuff. Because Art Monk scored his touchdown, went to the sideline. Scored his touchdown, went to the sideline. He didn't dance and do everything to bring attention to himself. So people see that as a guy not being as good because he's not flamboyant. The object for me is not what you do after you score.
What you do.
It's the fact that you scored.
Yes.
And you do it over and over again. So, how it goes.
It's just crazy to me. 800-636-1067. Want to talk about Terry McLaurin. At what point do you get worried about his contract situation? And if you don't think he's a top 10 receiver, then what the heck are you thinking? It's B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to my friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in mere seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Entering the 2025 season with Super Bowl aspirations following an appearance in the NFC Championship game, the Commanders are going to have the jerseys to remind them of those lofty goals. The Commanders unveiled their Super Bowl-era alternate uniforms that will be worn for 3 games this season, including that Christmas Day showdown against the Dallas Cowboys. The white jerseys feature burgundy numbers with a gold outline on the front, back, and shoulder pads. Those burgundy pants will have white and gold stripes down the leg, with white socks also featuring stripes of gold and white. Washington is also bringing back the gold face mask on the helmet for an alternate look. This just continues the organizational trend under owner Josh Harris of embracing the franchise's history. If you haven't seen the photos, make sure you check them out. We've got new Super Bowl-era jerseys coming to Washington. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer are in for JP this week. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. At what point do you worry about Terry McLaurin's contract? Somehow people took umbrage, B. Mitch, with me saying that Terry is a top 10 receiver. I don't understand how, but regardless. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in.
You got to stop worrying about, man, listen.
Oh, I don't care what they say.
What were the rankings last year? He's in the top 10, wasn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I don't have any question.
When you make a comment like that, you just show them rankings, and then they'll say, well, no. Let's stop arguing. When you got proof, don't worry about them.
Get out to Josh.
That's why y'all get those situations. I don't get all that. They know I'm not going to give them the time of the damn day. Argue all you want, post all you want. I will not respond to you.
Get out to Josh in West Virginia.
Sense.
Josh, what's up, man?
What's up, fellas? How are y'all?
What's happening, man?
How was everybody's 4th, bro?
Oh, fantastic.
That was great.
Yeah, mine too. So, look, I agree with B. Mitch, man. Like, we can't be worried about this contract, man, until training camp starts. For real. And, I also agree. Like, I'm going to be pissed if we, after camp starts and we find out that Terry's with another team, right? I mean, but, like, there's no point in worrying about it now because, right? I mean, I got faith in Harris and the new ownership group that they're going to get it done, and Peters too. I mean, Peters has already said that he wants to make Terry a long-time commander, right? So, like, I think us fans need to stop worrying about it and just put it in the hands of the ownership.
Appreciate the phone call, Josh.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I think, look, this is kind of standard practice, though, where it takes some time sometimes for these, especially big-time contracts. We've also seen this in San Francisco plenty, where it does take a little while for them to eventually hammer out the details. But think about all the guys that they've had that have needed contracts and where they played that following season. Debo, I know he's here now, but Debo got the contract done. Brandon Ayuk got the contract done. Think about Trent Williams. Think about Kittle or Bosa. Those dudes are all still there, right? Aside from, eventually they moved on from Debo and sent him over here. But those dudes all got their contracts. So I think at some point they're going to get this thing hammered out. I'd hope it's before camp, but they're going to get this thing done at some point.
Yeah.
Get out to Jesse in Olney. Jesse, what's up?
Jess?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? What's happening?
Chilling.
Oh, man, I just want to say, hey, Terry's a dog, all right? And I think it's kind of funny, though, because I feel like everybody always sleeps on Terry, because even last year, I feel like when I was listening, I know that the guys after y'all, was it Grant and Danny or anything else like that, I know they kept on saying, we got to trade for Ayuk because Terry isn't a real number 1 receiver. I think y'all sign him. I think you sign him. But I just think it's funny how he's always just being slept on.
Yeah. 100%.
I agree.
Appreciate it, Jesse. Yeah, I don't understand the idea that he's not one of the best receivers in the league. And even if you want to do the exercise, B. Mitch, that the guy that called in earlier was saying, oh, would he be a number 1 on different teams that are good around the NFL? I think there's only a handful of teams that he wouldn't be the number 1 receiver on. I think the Bengals have a better receiver. I think that you seem to disagree about the Eagles, and there's an argument to be had there about A.J. Brown and where he would rank there.
I'm just saying he's never had somebody across from him
Sure.
that will command attention.
But like the Vikings.
All the other players these guys talking about have somebody like that.
The Vikings, okay. Jettis is better. Fine. He'd be the number one on the Green Bay Packers. I think him and Amon-Ra are in that same sort of level. They're different styles of receivers.
Yep.
They're similar type play. So him in 1A, 1B with Amon-Ra, like you look around the NFL, you find me teams that he wouldn't be the number one wide receiver on, and there's only 2 or 3.
What's their definition of number one receiver?
Well, and this is what I think is interesting. I think so many people look at number one wide receivers and they think they have to be a certain size, they have to be a certain play style, and look around the league and find me how many guys fit the prototypical number one receiver throughout the history of the National Football League. There's not many, right? Because most people think number one wide receiver, everyone immediately goes, oh, it's got to be Calvin Johnson, the dude that's like 6'3". It
don't have to be that.
It doesn't.
All you have to do is have production.
Well, Tyreek Hill was the number one receiver.
I remember everybody kept talking about we need to have certain people a certain height. So when you go through the history of the NFL, tell me how many receivers you find that were legitimate were over 6'3". Yeah. Most of them are 6'2" or lower. Because hell, when Tanner played, Tanner cooked everybody.
Yeah, he was the number one
He
receiver.
was 6 feet.
Yeah.
And the problem is people want to tell you what a size of somebody. When I got into the league, you know what punt returners were? They were 177, 180-something pounds. They say, oh, you got to be real short and shifty to be a good punt returner. What happened? You become what you can with the talent that you have. You don't tell me like you had the pass rushers. Everybody had to be 6'6", 265 or 6'7", whatever. And all of a sudden you had people coming in here, like Von Miller. My man Elvis Dumerville. Elvis Dumerville was 211, 5'11", 245. He had almost 20 sacks, 21 sacks in 1 year. There is no typical size of what you are. It's the only thing that matters is, do you make the play? Time and time again. Did Terry make them? Yes. Over and over again.
Tyreek Hill doesn't fit the mold.
But he's the number one receiver. Why? Because he has extreme speed.
Even Justin Jefferson doesn't fit the mold.
Come on, man.
Right? So I just think it's crazy. Carlos is in Severna Park. Los, what's up, man?
So I give myself, and I've been telling all my friends this, July 19th is when I give myself, I'm not sweating over it. Once July 20th hits, that's when I'll start panicking. I haven't had a wide receiver jersey since my Santana Moss jersey back in 2007. And that was back in the Jules Santana days when you got an extra long jersey, and I was only 5'7", weighing 120 pounds. So I would love a Terry McLaurin jersey of the new Super Bowl era jersey, but I'm going to give myself until July 19th to sweat. Other than that, in Adam Peters we trust, and Terry McLaurin we trust. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Los. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Jonesy. Jonesy, what's up?
What's up, brother?
Hey, Mitch, what's going on, man? It's almost Leo season, baby.
Hell yeah. Best time of the year.
You already know. Check this out, man. Terry Mack, he's the number one, man, and the only one on this daggone team. For real. You know how many bad quarterbacks he had bailed out before Jaden Daniels got here?
Mm-hmm.
This dude is the end-all, be-all, man. They got to get him signed, and I know this, man. But for real, we can't lowball him, man. We can't downgrade the man. It was the real deal. I'm serious. Without a daggone 1B receiver or a number 2 receiver, or whatever you want to call it, that dude, man, was everything for us, and he still is. So all these knuckleheads is calling through here talking about he ain't this and he ain't that and he ain't top 5. He's all of that, man. What have you been watching? Especially when he's the only one on your team that's pretty much been producing. And why you think he's still here?
100%. Appreciate the phone call, Jonesy.
Fellas,
yeah.
I'm out.
Get out to, I believe this is Commandante Tequila.
Oh, boy.
What's up, you guys? How you guys been doing?
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Man, come on, B-Mitch. You got some out, man. You're happy.
I'm always happy.
I got 2 of your jerseys today. Hey, let's pay it, man, and let's get the ball rolling. I can see 3 or 4 Super Bowls in a row from now on.
Damn.
You know?
I mean, I would love to see that.
Yeah, it could happen. especially with this guy here. So I'm just loving life right now. So let's get on the ball and let's get on doing it. So
Appreciate it, Commandante.
All right, guys.
bro.
I believe this is supposed to say John and McClain, but this definitely says John McCain on the call screener. John, what's going on?
Politics?
It's John and McClain. It's actually Jeb, but John's my legal name, so we'll go with that. Guys, long-time listener, first-time caller. Love your show. B. Mitch.
Appreciate it.
I love you, brother. I grew up on you, man. Couple things I'm going to say. Number one, this deal's going to get done. This ownership group, even the short time they've been here, they have done nothing but preach culture and guys who fit the bill of what they want, Washington players to be. And Terry McLaurin is that across the board. In the 6 years he has been here, he's been a great teammate. He's been a producer. That caller a few calls ago that's, saying, no, we shouldn't have been. That guy didn't know what he's talking about. This team went from the outhouse to the penthouse in one season, and Terry is the kind of guy who's responsible for that. Pay the man, give him his flowers, and this team will go deep in the playoffs every year. Have a great day, guys.
All right, man.
Appreciate it, John. Yeah, I think
the thing about it, like I just want people to know that some experiences I've had. I've been around guys who fit the bill of what people think is a number one. They didn't have one thing. They didn't have any, class, let's say it like that first. And they damn sure didn't have the work ethic that he has. Yeah, they had the height. They could run, but they weren't consistent. They weren't available or accessible all the time. But a guy that does all of that, people don't understand. That's what you call a number one. A number one receiver is the guy who makes the play when it needs to be done, who bails his quarterback out. He's there for his player to help him out. He's an insurance policy for him. And also, the guy just makes the plays. He's always there every time the game needs him on the line. He's there. That's number one. Number one receivers are not a guy that looks the part, but he misses 3 games here, 4 games there. You get what I'm saying? A lot of them do that. He doesn't. Why not praise that? You know what I'm saying? And just because he doesn't talk, people have to feel you got to break brass. I remember I told JB about this. This guy from scout from Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh man, you don't do a lot of shaking and juking and stuff. Why do I need to? You know what I'm saying? He's like, but man, I don't care. My job is to get the first down, homie. I don't care about no dancing. I dance when I go to a club. I'm not dancing on a football field. Put my helmet in the middle of your damn chest. That's the problem with people. They feel that they decide what football is, and you got to live up to that. No, football is make the damn play, no matter how you have to get it done.
Pay that man his money. That's all I'll have to say. B. Mitch and Finley will wrap things up next here on The Fan. Final couple minutes, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for JP this week. Real quick before we get to Heard It Here first.
How did JP spell your name last time?
Alberhauser? I believe it's Alberhouser. Alberhauser?
Yeah, Alberhauser. And I was like, gee, this not right, dog.
I've never thought of JP as the book smarts guy, so I'm not that worried about it.
Well, you wouldn't be wrong.
So Landfill's had this on the show rundown the last couple of days. Haven't been able to get to it, but we'll knock out the first 10 real quick, and then I know there's a commander that was featured in it tomorrow that we can get into. But the NFL Top 100 started to come out, so this one's voted on by the players, I believe. So we got the first 10 fully announced. They're working through 90 or 81 to 90 right now. There was a commander that was announced today on that list. But we'll start here. Number 100, you got Ladd McConkey. 99, you got Leonard Williams. 98, you got Aaron Jones. 97 is Drake London. I didn't know he had such a good year last year. Like, I knew he was good, but 100 receptions, just under 1,300 yards, 1,271, 9 receiving touchdowns. He had a heck of a year last year. 96 is Levante David. 95 was Josh Sweat. Ended up with 8 sacks last year. Sam Laporta was 94.
Lopo.
Creed Humphrey, 93. 92 is Jesse Bates, and 91 was Tua. Jesse Bates was, look, their safety tandem that they had last year in Atlanta was really, really good. Him and Justin Simmons, those two together were awesome. I'm interested to see, like, I would have thought that Laporta, he had a little bit of a down year last year comparatively, but still for a tight end, 60 receptions, 726 yards, 7 touchdowns. That's not bad. He's down 14 spots from the previous year. I think he's going to shoot back up the board this year. Laporta is one of the best.
He is. Yeah.
You know what I'm curious about is Laporta last year in Ben Johnson's offense, and the last 2 years in Ben Johnson's offense has been really, really good. Ben Johnson's no longer there. But in Chicago, they drafted a guy that is a little bit like him in Colston Loveland with the 10th overall pick out of Michigan. I think that he could be really, really good for the Bears this year.
He's going to get an opportunity.
I think
Ben loves utilizing his tight end.
And they love running the football.
Yeah.
Which is funny because, you know, everyone that's supposed to be in vogue and all the analytics and stuff, everybody wanted Ben Johnson, but that dude loves running the football. That doesn't work, right? I didn't think that paired well together.
Did the Super Bowl champs run the football last year?
How about Levante? Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
How about Levante David still being on this list?
Hey, man. Just because you hit a certain age don't mean you can't play anymore.
Also, this dude doesn't get talked about enough. The guy number 100 that we mentioned, Ladd McConkey, 82 receptions last year.
Ladd got talked a lot last year, man.
1149 receiving yards, 7 touchdowns.
He'll route you up in a heartbeat, dude.
Those are the dudes that I don't know how anyone covers them ever. Right? Like, remember when Dallas had Des Bryant? The guy that always scared me was Cole Beasley.
Hey, you don't have to be the fastest guy. You got to be shifty. You know, quickness helps out. And there are people that are fast that are not quick. And if you're very quick, all you do is run your route, you stop, and you just make one little subtle move, boom, it gives you space. Ball comes to you.
So they're working through 81 through 90. We'll get to some of those guys that have been announced for those coming up tomorrow. There was a commander that's been announced. I believe the first one that we're going to find on this list. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more that we'll get to throughout this list as it comes out. But the first commander was announced today. So we'll get into that tomorrow. But right now, let's get to Heard It Here first.
Let's go. Law.
I know I lost because the Nationals lost.
Everybody except Jeff lost.
Really?
Then throw it out.
So how did I lose?
You took the Dodgers.
The Dodgers lost again?
Yeah.
With a pitcher that was damn near undefeated?
Well, hold on. Jacob Mizorowski, I wouldn't bet against that guy. That's the dude that's like 6'7", throwing 100. He was pitching for the
They
Brewers
were
yesterday.
5-4.
He struck out Ohtani with a 101.6 mile per hour fastball.
Well, Ohtani got the best of him the first AB. Ohtani went yard, and that was all that they had the rest of the game, basically.
Oh, man.
He struck out 12.
That's why I don't like betting on baseball.
What do we got for tonight?
Baseball.
Let's see.
I'm taking the Diamondbacks plus 1.5 because PFAT is pitching.
I'm taking
your boy Brandon
the
Pfaadt.
Boston Celtics and e-basketball.
Can we stop with the e-basketball?
Nope, it's on FanDuel. And I'm parlaying that I'm taking Paris Saint-Germain to beat Real Madrid today.
All right, give me
I cannot get my damn phone open.
the Nationals. Mackenzie Gore's on the hill, which maybe means I should go the other way because Mackenzie Gore
He doesn't get back.
doesn't generally get any run support.
None.
Give me Gore. Give me the Nats to win, and then while we're at it, is there anything else going on?
Probably not.
WNBA tonight. Give me the Dallas Wings.
You asking what's going on, and you have a problem that I'm betting on basketball.
Well, at least I'm betting on real sports.
It don't matter if it's on FanDuel. It's a sport that could be bet on.
So give me the Nationals and the Dallas Wings. What do you got, B. Mitch?
All righty, I don't know.
Take the Dodgers again?
Nah, I'm not messing with the Dodgers ever again. They lost 2 in a row. I'll take the Mariners against the Yankees.
Logan Evans on the hill for the Mariners. Landfill, what do you got?
And I want the Reds.
I bet on PFAT.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I want the Mariners and the Reds.
White Brian, what do you got again?
I'm going Angel Reese over rebounds.
What's the number there?
I don't know.
Well, we need to know. You can't just say I'm taking Angel Reese over rebounds.
I'll find it. It's
and you don't
probably
know
like
the
13.
damn number.
I'll say she gets 15.
But you got to make sure it's not over 200, minus 200. Because 14 rebounds for her, I doubt it's minus 200.
Yeah, he'll be fine. We'll figure it out regardless. Appreciate everybody that joined the program today. Neil Greenberg joined us at 11 at noon. Joe Doyle joined us to talk about the MLB draft. Plenty more good stuff to talk about tomorrow. Appreciate everybody that listened in. Grant and Danny comes up next.
Peace.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The automated ball strike challenge system is coming to the All-Star Game next week in Atlanta. MLB officials added the feature to the annual exhibition game, knowing it could probably be a precursor to it being a permanent part of the major leagues as soon as next year. The same process used this past spring training will also be used for the Midsummer Classic. Each team gets 2 challenges with the ability to retain them if they're successful. Only a pitcher, catcher, or hitter can ask for the challenge, and it has to happen almost immediately after the pitch. So we saw it in spring training, but now it's coming to the All-Star Game. Speaking of All-Star Weekend, Junior Caminero announced this morning that he's going to take part of the Home Run Derby. So now the field is Ronald Acuna Jr., Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Byron Buxton, O'Neal Cruz, and Junior Caminero. And the Washington Nationals, they're going to look to break a 4-game losing streak with a victory over the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Good news for the Nats, they've got their ace and all-star Mackenzie Gore on the mound. First pitch, 7:45 p.m. As always, make sure you tune in to listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Game 2 of this series against the Cardinals. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-0000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's Wednesday, July 9th, 2025, and you are listening to The Fan. Dan O'Dowd, former general manager in Major League Baseball, now at MLB Network, will join us at 3. He'll talk about one of the guys that he pulled off some trades with in the past, Mike Rizzo, having been fired. By the way, Rizzo was on with the Junkies this morning. We'll play some clips and react to that as we go today. Daniel, rocking burgundy and gold, real burgundy and real gold, just like the old uniforms that are now the new alternate uniforms.
Yeah, I'm sure this burgundy that I'm wearing right now is the same as the burgundy hanging in the studio on the trim of the John Allen jersey. John Allen, former Washington football player. That's weird. Yeah, it's not close and never was. And if they'd said it's going to be different, and then it was different, I wouldn't have been mad. We were lied to. It's the lying. If there's one thing that I can't have, it's being lied to directly about something that's important to me and not have apologies. Just everyone say sorry, everyone apologize, everyone say that you were wrong, everyone bend over backwards to beg me for forgiveness at all times until I'm satisfied for months, if not years. So just to recap, they don't play where I like, they don't look like I like, and they're not called the thing I grew up with. Other than that, go team.
I want to get into the uniforms in just a second, but I just got a phone call that will change my day.
Yeah, this is a different thing for a Wednesday.
Change the remainder of my life for sure. As you know, Danny, we've been on pins and needles at the house waiting to find out when baby number 4 was coming.
Uh-huh.
The wife went to an appointment today. Sounds like it's go time. So I will be leaving the studio after this segment, I believe. Now, I want to let everyone know, it's not like I'm just sitting here and like there's a baby coming and my wife's doing breathing exercises with her mom or something. It's all very calm. There's an induction that's going to be happening here. The time has come where they're saying, let's just get you to the hospital and take care of matters.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But what's funny is my wife called me and goes, hey, so I'm going to go home and I'll just have my mom take me to the hospital and I'll just go, start the process. And when you get off today, just come on over. And I was like, what? I kind of feel like this is one of those things where I'll just leave the July 9th radio show.
Yeah.
Danny handles it for a few hours.
Well, but yeah.
Because there's a baby coming.
One of those. It's not like I got to go to the grocery store. You should probably leave now and help me pick up some eggs.
Well, I hung up and I said to you, and CK had just walked in, and I said, this is definitely one of those like, hey, the baby's coming. It's time for me to leave work to go help out things, right?
And we both at the same time went, yes.
But it's very odd because normally we've had 3 babies before.
Yes, you're very experienced in this area.
We lead the league in experience when it comes to having children.
That's right.
In fact, we do lead the radio station.
Yeah.
As of a few hours from now.
Give it up about 10 hours. You guys are being first place by a lot.
Nobody's crossed the threshold of 3 into 4. You have 3.
Yeah.
JP has 3.
Yeah.
Eric Bickle has 3.
Yeah.
Cakesy has 3.
Cakes has 3.
Nobody's got 4. You have 4? Oh, you have 2. Yes. Nobody's got 4 at this point. We're the first one, so you'll have to play catch up.
I'm good. Yeah, we took measures. We took serious steps to prevent that from happening.
But we've got Reagan, we've got Truman, we've got McKinley, and very soon we will have Lincoln.
Little Link.
Very excited.
The tunnel's on the way.
I don't know if July 9th is going to be the date or if it's July 10th. 10th has a more round, fun sound to it, but that sounds like a 2 a.m. arrival. I'm hoping for like the 4th inning of the Nats game. Miguel Cairo makes an awkward decision. I'm yelling about that, and then Link shows up. That's kind of what I'm hoping
for. During a James Wood AB? Or no, before, but so you're not distracted.
Who would have thought that the only general manager Lincoln will ever know is Mike DiBartolo? I did not have that in the office pool. Like, he'll be born and he'll go, the Nationals, managed by Miguel Cairo, run by Mike DiBartolo.
Well, I thought about that. Like, my oldest son, his entire life, Mike Rizzo's been the GM. My middle son, that's still getting used to that, trying that on because he's my middle, used to be my youngest son for 7 years. Anyway, he's my middle son. He's never known a non-Davey Martinez world. Like, his entire time has been Davey, right? And now it's not.
And you have a baby.
Yeah.
How old?
5 months.
5 months. You guys know that? Danny has a 5-month-old baby.
Yeah, I do. Is it just right? Oh no, I'm sorry, it's too much. Back to you. Anyway, yeah. So the way time gets marked for certain things like that is fascinating to me.
But what do you make of my wife's phone call where she's like, the thought was, because I think the way she's viewing this is, we're just going to walk into the ER like you would walk in because you have a cold or something. And then you sit in a chair for a while. And then they tell you, okay, we're going to put you here. In a few hours from now, you go into a room and start taking a medicine. And like in a bunch of hours, she has a baby. I understand the calmness of it, but it also kind of seems to me like a little too calm where you're going, I'll see you when I see you. This feels kind of like hey, it's time for dad to be dad.
So
it's
I
time
think
for me to put my cape on, leave this studio, fly home, grab a go bag that I haven't packed yet, even though we expected to have the baby a week ago.
This is, by the way, your specialty.
This is my move.
If you have to pack for something, it's not going to happen in advance.
It will not. But I did already put the car seat in the car.
Oh, that's good.
So we got that going for us.
Nice.
I hadn't done it. We expected to have the baby Thursday. I hadn't done it Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. And my wife each day would go, how have you not done that yet? And I said, do you know how stupid I would feel if I did it yesterday and the baby didn't come? That was my line.
That's a great line.
I was like, how dumb would that have been if I would have taken time to prep for this child that didn't actually come? And so I didn't. And then eventually I was just cleaning my garage and I was like, you know what? I'm here anyway. There's the car. There's the seat.
I might as well do it.
Against my better will and against my better judgment, I put the car in the back of the seat.
Well, so let me answer the question. So the calmness that the wife feels is very considerate of you.
It is.
And that's wonderful. That's one of those times where you got to go old school defensive end lining up wide. Here comes the left tackle with his pass protect set. Take this right arm. You're doing a freestyle, swim move right past her consideration, and you get to the quarterback,
right.
Which is, I'm here for you.
Today's a husband day.
Yeah. So
today's a dad day. As I sit here talking to Danny Rouillet.
Now she's right that it's not 2:45.
Correct.
Where we're just doing it.
We're not doing breathing exercises, contractions every minute.
It's hours away. We had I didn't know this better, but we had a 7 a.m. appointment, whatever it was. Get up early, we head down there, and you're waiting in the waiting room for a couple hours. And then they find a room for you. And then another couple hours goes by. And then they get the magic drug or whatever that's going on. And then hours after that, we got the baby. But I showed up there thinking appointment, room, dosage, boom, boom, boom. And then once the actual process started, it was rapid. I mean, it was fast, right? And pretty amazing what they can do. But that waiting room part, she's right. That sit around, do nothing part, she's right. But even still, that's you. That's your time. Do you need some ice chips? You want some water? Do you not want anything? Do you want to be mad at me? Do you want to sit there in silence?
Here's the sneaky thing.
You just wear it.
Because we've talked a lot about this lately. I am an immensely curious person.
You are.
And you have to deal with this sometimes where I over ask questions. Like you tell me something and I ask you 15 questions and by the fourth one, you're kind of like done with it. Right?
Yep.
This is her existence all the time. And on a day like today, she views me as really annoying.
Which I get. I mean,
I'm next to you constantly.
Yeah.
I have questions about everything. And what she wants to do is like suffer in peace is probably too strong.
But go through her process, whatever it is. Yeah.
So I think she probably would prefer to she's a very independent person. As you said, she's pretty old school in this way, like working around what I'm doing, which is not how this should go necessarily.
Right. But not today. Yeah.
Today's not that day.
Yeah.
But I think if she had her druthers and she could just touch a button and like 5 seconds before it's go time for the baby to actually be born, I just show up in the room. I think she would actually prefer that because the rest of the time I'm doing bits. My favorite bit to do in the ER room, this is the best. Actually, Ryan dates a labor and delivery nurse. So you don't know about this, but she'll know all about it. I love to walk into the room, and I'll do this 3 times today. And my wife is going to laugh the first time. The second time, she's going to ask me not to do it. And the third time, she's going to tell me to go home. But I walk in the room, and I hit the soap dispenser like 3 times. And I go, hey, Mama, how we doing? And I wash my hands, and I go.
That's a 10.
Isn't it so good?
Grant.
So I start wiping
I want
my
you
hands.
to know when she's mad at you today, it's hilarious.
So I go, Mama, we ready to have this baby?
Oh, my God,
because
that's
every
so
nurse
good.
does the same bit.
Yep.
They walk in, they pump the soap, they're wearing their scrubs, and they're like, Mama, how we feeling? Anything? Okay, good. And then they talk in this tone.
Yep.
They call her Mama a bunch, and then they say, let's get baby out. It's never it's just baby. So it's like, Mama, we doing good? Baby ready? So I do that constantly. I just go over and grab soap and do that.
It's so good.
And she gets so angry by the end of it.
Yeah. So again, God bless them. I understand why they do it because these
they're the nicest people in the world.
People are not in their great states. It's either lack of sleep, there's a lot of pain going on, a lot of discomfort. So that's the prerequisite is to turn whatever that is up to 5 million, right? That setting for me goes to a 6 or a 7 when I'm talking to one of my kids. They're doing it for someone that's not having a great moment, right? So I totally understand that. That bit is aces. It's an all-time good one.
I appreciate that you appreciate it.
Yeah. And she's going to hate it.
So she won't like it at all.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I'm going to just prep myself now. I've said for a long time, the blue couches that we sleep on as men are unacceptable and ridiculous.
Yep.
Very rare. And it's not about us. We're just bystanders here.
Listen, you and me can just talk about our discomfort too for a second.
But it's not allowed, as you know, to really talk about that.
No, come on.
But there needs to be someone at some point that runs for office that decides we need a real couch or a real chair or something for the guy. This whole thing is about the comfort, as it should be, of the mom, and that's all that matters. 99.9%. Mom. 100%. It's yours. This is your cross to bear. You're dealing with it. All I'm saying
However,
the couch, man. And if you're a dad who's been in a hospital like I have 3 times overnight, did you stay overnight with the last baby?
So no. So because we have other kids involved. So it's it's hard to find someone to babysit for 2 straight days or whatever. So I'm home a lot dealing with them, bring them by. But yeah, I spend a lot of time.
The wife wanted. She's like, yeah, go home. I mean, it's sticking to that couch, whatever that's made of.
Yeah.
But how hard it is.
Yeah.
And maybe you get a sheet, but maybe you don't.
Because you go, someone else was here not that long before me.
Oof, tough, man. An hour ago.
Yeah. They cleaned the room out and some dude named Ed was here.
That's something you talk about a month after the fact.
Uh-huh.
A month from now, I'm going to tell my wife.
Business idea. I'm going to get a new couch.
You know how awful those couches are for the guys? That's not going to come up today and it won't come up tomorrow.
I got to tell you. It'd be funny if it did.
For who?
You.
you.
And then telling the story to us later would be hilarious. If you bring it up.
I'm willing to do the soap thing a few times.
Let me put you in a couch today. Let me get you a couch bit today. You do one couch bit for me?
I will. I'm going to feel it out.
So here's what you do during a bit of the downtime. So sit on that couch for a second and kind of.
Well, the
sort
thing
of squirm around a little bit and go, man, this is uncomfortable.
The thing I did last time was probably in the final 15 minutes or so. I'm like, can we switch? This couch is ridiculous. And can I get on the bed for a little while? And she gave me a pained chuckle because she knows at that point
you're trying to do some gallows humor, some levity.
Joke that is born out of what you're going through.
Yep.
There's some empathy involved, but also it's a joke about humor.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying?
It's
a joke with a side of comic relief.
Yeah, I'm trying to make you smile in a time where you're not probably into that idea.
So we got another president in our midst here.
It's amazing, dude. First, I'll throw for you guys.
Mount Rushmore is complete.
Are you guys okay? Anyway, yes, it is all. The countdown is on, and I want to tell you, your instincts are right on this one.
Yes,
this is one of those times where you've got to sift through her well-meaning words, which are well-meaning and kind and gracious, but no problem.
Well, by the way,
be there.
Before the decision was made today, this thing's just dragging on, going on and on and on. We quite literally sent the kids to my in-laws for a week thinking Tuesday to Tuesday.
You had the window, yeah.
We'd have the baby and we'd be home and the baby would be acclimated and they'd come home for 3 days. We'd have a baby at home. And that did not happen. They're already back home from their week respite, their vacation. So it's already kind of dragged on longer than we anticipated going into today. But I'm supposed to fly Sunday to go host the Major League Baseball draft for MLB Network Radio and do a bunch of stuff for the Futures game. And I am of the belief that I'm not going to make this trip because how could I go right after a new baby and all this? And to this point with my wife was like, you've got to go. But she is so like casual about this process in a sense, and also not wanting to like interfere with what she perceives to be like these important obligations, that like I believe she'd be the wife that's like, oh, just go anyway, I'll handle it. I would never do that in a million years. But my point is, if I acknowledge that is a time where I would have to put my foot down and go like, no, it's time to be husband and dad here. I appreciate that you don't want me to necessarily miss this thing that's a big deal. I'm going to be here. I'm not Cal Ripken Jr. My streak at 26-32 is not on the line here. So I'm going to be here. My point is, if that's true, and it is, then there's also a conversation we had today where she's going, we'll see you when we see you. And I'm going, no. Let's just go make sure Abraham Lincoln's looking smooth and everything comes out the way it's supposed to.
It's tough because, again, you're going to be waiting. But that's fine, too.
There's a movie with Daniel Day-Lewis called There Will Be Blood. This is the sequel that's called There Will Be Waiting.
Yeah,
I'm going to be at the hospital for a little while here.
Yeah. But that's part of it.
I'm about to mow through that Netflix quarterback series like this.
Do you want the muffin from the little commissary? There's a little food court there. Would you like a whatever? You're there to just to receive the disdain, to receive the angst, to step and fetch. Like, that's it. So yeah, you should be there.
Step and
like
fetch.
that's what it is. It's like I want a cup of water, but not that water. Fine, no problem. I'll
How
be
many
back.
ice cubes?
Exactly.
Before I go, can I give a quick take on the jerseys you'll be talking a lot about today?
I'll allow it.
I love these. Now it's funny to say this as if there's some like creative new wrinkle. They just went back to the jerseys from the early 90s, which we said on this show, if you've been listening long enough, was going to be the case. They did something a little different than we anticipated and suggested they were going to do almost a year ago now. But it's the alternates for now. This is going to be their permanent jerseys at some point as they work it out with the NFL. But this is going to be their home jersey is what you're seeing. These white jerseys, this throwback to the 91 Super Bowl, this former Redskins era look, where this ownership group threaded the needle beautifully, I think, with what they have long talked about. This ownership group talks about honoring tradition and embracing the future, and that's exactly what this uniform does. A part of the Redskins came back to life for me today. Truly. I miss the old thing so much. The team that I watch on Sundays now does not resemble that team. It's not called that name, and it has affected me negatively more than I thought it was going to in terms of just my overall fandom. Still love it, but it has had more of an impact on me than I anticipated. And these alternates, it is a little awakening again that I'm kind of watching the Redskins play, which I didn't feel before. And again, you're going to see these more and more. It's 3 times this year. There's going to be a time, hopefully next season. I don't know how long it's going to take with the league to sign on everything, but this is going to be the Commanders jersey is the old Redskins jersey. Yeah. And it's another sign. Every tangible thing that we see from this ownership group, they're competent. They are sensitive to the fan base's wants and frustrations. They are empathetic. It's a home run by a capable group that cares. And the difference this time is institutional knowledge. When you cut them open, some memories of Art Monk fall out. Some burgundy and gold comes out. These were not the hired gun passerbys, Rivera and Wright and all these other dudes that are now working for MLS teams in California. This is a different thing, and they got this right, and I'm fired up about it.
Yeah, the alternate needs to just become the. So eventually, I think that's what's happening. There's stuff that's above my pay grade. I don't quite understand it all. I just know that more. So 3 of their 8 home games, they'll be wearing these correct jerseys. That eventually needs to be 8, and we get rid of stupid alternate things that don't look like the Washington team. Looks like Arizona State alternates for like a Thursday night Pac-12 game back in the day, or a weird Pittsburgh Steelers type color scheme. No, nothing that disassociates. If you're going to do a new brand altogether, I'll complain about it, but you do that. This weird, we're honoring the past, but not by putting in new schemes, new burgundies, the jerseys don't look the same, the all black unis, that kind of stuff. That's a slap in the face because it looks like an expansion team.
Have you seen the side-by-side from NFL Fashion Advice?
Oh, yeah.
So they said the improvement cannot be overstated, and they have Chase Young unveiling the white, terrible Commanders jerseys that are their worst of the 3 kits that they wear. And then they've got Jaden Daniels in the Burgundy 5 that is the old colors and the alternate colors that are coming back today. And they always told us the color is the same, and it's just night and day obvious side by side. And not that anybody didn't know this. I mean, I'm literally telling you the thing that we've all known all along, but they are different colors. You can tell us that the color is the same as much as you want to. You're lying. I have eyeballs. Unless you're colorblind, you can look at a picture of the white Commanders jersey here and the Commanders jersey, the alts, going back to the Super Bowl Gibbs early 90s era, and the burgundy is different. One is a cranberry-ish, brighter wine type red. The other is burgundy. They are not the same color.
Yeah, so weird advocates would say, well, there's HD TV now and you can't tell the difference. Or when you actually go plug it into an HTML code box, the same color pattern shows up where it's like 2255s GG or whatever the different settings are. So it's the same. Nope. What else you got for me? Nope, not the same. Doesn't even come close. So however it plays off the paint or the Nike ones are different than the Fanatics ones, which are different than the Reebok. Don't care. Different burgundy. Totally be the same. What else you got for me? Again, this was such an easy thing to put to bed. You could tell me whatever you'd like to tell me, and I'll enjoy listening to you.
Doesn't this also make the rebrand just that much worse to you?
Of course, Grant.
All they did was go back to the thing from before. They didn't reinvent anything. Yeah. They didn't have to create anything new. They just had to do the thing that everybody liked from before, that they won a Super Bowl in. When they were really, really good, this is what they wore. They went back to that, and at a 97% or whatever clip today, everyone's going, good job. Doesn't that just scream that this rebrand was a gigantic failure?
Sure does. That's why I still try not to say the name, because that's all it reminds me of, is that level of incompetence and arrogance and ridiculousness. And Dan Snyder flipping me the bird from his magic yacht somewhere in the south of France. But it's so delightful. It's so delightful. And again, you know me, I generally don't get worked up about uniform stuff because uniforms are fine. We should stop changing them. Every new uniform to me is just a cynical cash grab where they're trying to sell a little bit new merch at the team store because someone likes one of the players. I generally roll my eyes on all that stuff. This is the alternate, these.
You got to be happy they did this today.
Yeah, so people are usually going, let's go, and like some stupid video where they're flexing in a jersey that doesn't look like anything that I grew up with. This does. This is all I've ever wanted.
Yeah.
Do that. 3 times is a great start. It's an awesome start. You know what would be even better? 17 times. And when they had the 18th game, you put those guys in that 18th jersey. Do it just like this.
Cowboys on Christmas Day in these is going to be pretty good.
You're goddamn right.
3 times at home. Not quite. Are they 8 at home this year? I think 9 on the road.
This is their bad year.
So their bad year's funny.
That's what it is.
No, you're right. Yeah. I mean, every other year, right? So 38% basically of their home games, about a third of the time plus when you go see them play, they'll be in these uniforms. I love it. Your boy's going to go.
Yep.
Tag you're it rest of the way. And I'll keep you updated.
Please do. And seriously, good luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Happy for y'all.
Appreciate you. It's yours.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Without Grant, your uni, your reactions, they're doing the thing that I wanted them to do. Your first thought when you saw them, how do we get it there all the time? Let's talk about it. New unis for the Local 53.
We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. After a near 3-hour rain delay, we finally got Nats baseball last night here on the Fan, and that meant the debut of Miguel Cairo as a new skipper here in the nation's capital, and it was a tough one for Jake Irvin. Over 6, he walked 4 and gave up 4 runs, including 2 homers in the 4-2 loss to the Cardinals. The fellas back at it again tonight, hoping for a better result with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. It's a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up to 7:15 with Nats on deck. The Commanders announced some new swag this morning with a blast from the past, unveiling their new alternate uniform for the 2026 to the 2025 season. The team announced the new Super Bowl era uniforms and helmet, honoring some of the greatest teams in franchise history. They'll debut the new look November 2nd when the team hosts Seattle on Sunday Night Football. They'll wear it again in Week 13 as they host the Denver Broncos, and then finally on Christmas Day when they host the Dallas Cowboys on Netflix. Summer heat is on the way. Replace those inefficient vinyl windows now. The Windowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $200 off every window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. Get $200 in savings per Infinity window replacement only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Grant Danny here on The Fan. You heard GP. You're not going to hear him the rest of the day. He's off to have a baby. Congratulations to the Pulses. Just Fannie Muya hanging out with you. I believe we might have some other folks sitting in as the show goes on, but that's not important. You guys are here, and we appreciate that. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The phone number, 800-636-1067. They finally did it. Finally brought back the correct jerseys. Yeah, go ahead, Darius. That's fine. My dream, if I can dream, is that they're good, first of all. But second of all, they just do it the way they used to do it. If it was good enough for Joe Gibbs to wear those white jerseys with the burgundy pants at home and kick the snot out of you, running some counter tray, 50 gut for that ass, knocking you down, and then you get sick of it and they go deep to Gary Clark or 3rd and 7 to Art Monk. Good enough for him. It's good enough for me. Let's go ahead and get that going again. And I like it. I like that that's happening. This group gets it. They get it. They get it. Again, I'm doing in general, by the way, guys, doing my best here to call balls and strikes on this. Okay? I call balls and strikes on everything. And I think they are messing up by not allowing you to come to training camp more. I think they have too few open dates for fans. I think that is a mistake. I've said so. I think this is a hanging curveball when there's a pitching tell and the Astros have been banging on the trash cans and a cartoon figure with Popeye forearms. Maybe it's Kratos from God of War with a 40-inch bat that weighs, 3 pounds. Just hit this damn thing to the moon. This is a moonshot. This is a nuke. This is a bomb. This is one of those that's going to lead Sports Center. Maybe they checked the altitude or was the baseball different? This is perfect. Do this. Do it. Some folks don't care, and you're allowed not to care. You are. I generally am among I don't really care that much about the uniform thing because they keep tweaking it, and I think it's annoying. I said to Grant, I'm very cynical about it. I think in general, all they're doing is trying to get a little cash. It's a little gimmick to try to make you think that the third alternate jersey is important, or that you got to buy that T-shirt with the cherry blossom on it. Now, sometimes they get it right, like those Nats cherry blossom jerseys, for example, are awesome. And even me, old stodgy, curmudgeonly jerk shaking his fist at the ocean, is actually moved by it. But for the most part, I just kind of roll my eyes. I think it's stupid, quite frankly. This is not for the most part. This is a special thing. This is the thing. And I don't know how much I would have cared about it, honestly. I don't know how much I would have gone in on it had this 2-2-22 and the fallout therein since not been such an infuriating disaster. Grant touched on it. I hadn't even thought of it that way, but I think he's right. Kind of quantified or sort of, rattled around in my brain. It made sense to me all of a sudden. My anger over that has only compounded and grown over the years. I've gone through it. I'm not going to bore you guys with all with my same rants that I've done a million times over, but I hate that name now more than I hated it then. I hated it then too, but I really hate it now. The more we found out, the more we know about Snyder, the more we know from the Don Van Natta piece that he was still trying to wrestle control back at the team, that he had lost. He'd been beaten. He'd been out-chessed. He'd been flanked. He was in checkmate. He owed and he couldn't pay. Nobody was going to come to his rescue. No cash influx was happening. He overplayed his hand, and that little torp is gone. Even at the end, he was still trying to hold on to it. So people that say, well, he didn't love it anymore because it wasn't Redskins. Wrong. He still did. It was his whole identity. And him and a team of consultants behind that stupid thing that ruined everything with new colors when we were told they'd be the same, knew everything when we were told it would be like it was, and it wasn't. It never was. Had that not happened this way, I would not have cared as much and been as excited as I am today. Again, this doesn't make you catch a pass, doesn't make you make a block or tackle or a runner for a loss. There's no sacks here. There's no wins, no losses, nothing exchange. And for a lot of you, and I understand this, there's different kinds of fandom. For some people, they can't think about anything other than that. And that's totally fine. Seriously, we need you too. Who doesn't care about the name, just win. I don't care about who the quarterback is, just win. Just win, just win, just win. Okay. You just win, folks. This is not for you. For you, just win at all costs, and that's the only thing that matters, folks. I get you may not be as excited about this as a lot of us are. For many of us, we can spin the multiple plates. We can spin the, yes, we'd like them to win also, just win guy. Very important to us that they win. That's what's way more fun. Last year, better than years before. I can do that math, right? This is also, though, a way to extend the olive branch. This is also a way to do something positive for a huge portion of the population that we probably that we underestimated here, at least in my seat. I think Grant said this as well, where we didn't know about all the effects it would have, changing the name multiple times and now with the brand and the jerseys and everything, how disconnected people would feel. And I get that. I get it. Watching them play one of those primetime games in the All Blacks with a yellow W on their head, I'm going, that's not my team. Now, I know they're Washington, and I'll root for Washington against anybody else, the same way I'll root for America against anybody else when we're doing international sports. But I'm looking at it going, I don't recognize any of this. Who's this for? Not for me. And it's fine if you don't want to cater to me anymore. Just say that. Had they wanted to focus only on, like we got a dude here named Wesley. Wesley just turned 7, and he's a very nice young man, and he thinks second grade is going to be neato, and he's got a summer reading list and everything, and he's helping Ryan out today. I'm exaggerating about his age. He's 8. But, he's just a little fella, okay? If they're going, we're the old guys, the Randy Duyes are done. The 40 and ups will never come back the same way. We need to win the hearts and minds of Twitch streamer Wesley, of a guy that plays Roblox for 15 hours a day, of a dude that is only online using phrases and terminologies that weird Twitch streamers who are billionaires somehow are using. We're going to market to him. Let's do nothing but these kinds of jerseys and stupid hip things that they like, right? Let's have every guy, when they get a first down, do a Fortnite loser dance. Let's have every time somebody runs a ball through the hole and they get 4.5 yards is a choreographed dance because of it, right? Let's do that. Had they gone all in on that, I would have groused. I'd have been pissed off. But I would have eventually gotten over it. I said, all right, fine. It's not for me, but such is life. It's still my team, I guess, so to speak. Or they've gone in the direction. The same way, some of these changes that baseball has gone through over the years, everybody's coming out like every new change, that's going to ruin the game. That's going to ruin the game. That's going to ruin the game. Nope, wrong. Game is more successful now than it's been in some time. Although I can't wait for that work stoppage next December. Am I right? Screw momentum. Take that. Here's a shotgun blast to the foot. Anyway, but we've got this entire period where they were trying to do both, whatever both means, and they did neither. They didn't really market new. They told us it would be the same as the old, and it just wasn't. It wasn't. And no matter how many ways you try to frame it, no matter how many discussions you have, no matter how many attempts to cover it up or sort of tweak the definitions or play semantics, it was never the same. Since 2/2/22, and really the months leading up to it, the entire nonsense about making the brand or making the band or the stupid show, whatever that was, the fact that Ron Rivera was involved at all with anything. I made the point then. I'm going to be rooting for this team long after that dweeb is gone. I'll be stuck here with a team and him and a couple of consultants will go, that's all for us. On to the next multi-million-dollar gig, helping out WNBA team somewhere or something. That's just what's so infuriating about it. This is the first time we've clawed something back. This is the first time the old school folks, the guys that were there and remember vividly pure, unadulterated joy because of your football team. This is the first chance those of us that are of a certain age and up have had a chance to claw some of that territory back that we have ceded. We have ceded control, ceded ground for years, and asked just to shut up and asked just to wear it and had fandom questioned just because we didn't like the thing. Yelled at and scolded by people. This is our first time in years where we get to claw some of it back. Thank you, Harris Ownership Group. Whoever said, let's do that, you're damn right. If it was Josh going, all right, you guys, you got to go back to the good ones. These ones are nubs. Yep, Josh. Can't really do a Mitch Rails, but if I could, I'd do a similar quote. If it's Magic Johnson who said it, damn right. If it's Mark Ein, whoever was in charge, yes. Thank you for that. We'll have more on the jerseys as the show goes. Mike Rizzo was on the Junks this morning. Got a couple clips we want to play from that. Great interview, as the boys always do with Rizzo. They've gotten along so well over the years. A couple things we want to react to. We'll do that. Remember, Dan O'Dowd, MLB Network, will join us to break down where the Nationals should go from here. About 14 minutes from now, we'll be joined by MLB Network's Dan O'Dowd, former GM. Actually, I think did some transactions with Mike Rizzo over the years. Get his thoughts on the Nationals changing pretty much everything about the organization except for who owns the team. We'll do that at 3:02. He'll call us and we'll talk. But speaking of Mike Rizzo this morning, it's Grant Danny on the Fan, by the way. No GP the rest of the way. I'm hanging out with you until we got full show tonight, 6:30, right? Because St. Louis is a little bit after us. What time's the game tonight? Baseball? It's 7:15 start. Yeah, so we'll be on for the full duration. And our pal Linnell Willingham's going to come hang out starting at 3. So we got a full show for you. Any hoodles, Mike Rizzo was on with the Junks this morning, as he always has been for years, on Wednesday mornings with him. Just a different backdrop this time, obviously. The now former GM, team president, everything under the sun. A couple good quotes we wanted to pull out there from you. We're going to start here with clip 1, where he was asked if the learners are going to pony up and spend some money.
I hope they do. To me, it's a smart business move to do, because when it's time to go, you should go, and that doesn't mean to pour in, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on the free agent market alone, but make trades, take on contracts, do a Gio Gonzalez trade and extend them for a long term and that type of thing. So there's ways to do this the right way for extended success, and I think that there's a blueprint on how to do it already written in the files in Nationals Park.
There you go. Now, Mike Rizzo is smart. He's been around baseball, as he said, for 43 years of professional baseball in various capacities. He knows how this thing works from a business side. You don't turn around, light a match, and walk away and do the Lonely Island, cool guys don't look at explosions thing if you'd like another gig. You don't badmouth owners. Doesn't matter how right you are. They know that. Guys at this high of a level. Guys who've been in charge of organizations as he has. But you're going to see little glimpses in some of his comments. That's a big one. There's another one coming up we'll play for you in a second, where the implication is very clear. What he's saying there. We did these things before you offer a Gio Gonzalez trade and extension. The blueprint is there at Nationals Park. AKA, we did this when we were perennially a top 10 payroll, borderline, sometimes just outside the top 10, sometimes 6th, 7th, 8th, whatever. You don't have to outspend the Yankees every time, or the Dodgers or the Red Sox or whatever, to win games. It's not 100% a correlation. The most spending team doesn't always win the championship, but it's above the threshold. You can't be Little Sisters of the Poor and compete at the highest levels if you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, by the way, enjoy being Pittsburgh, right? But he talks about it. He says this a couple times over, and it's pretty clear what he's getting at. So let's go to clip 4 here, Darius, on Mike Rizzo basically saying that if you're going to go out, you go out on your own terms.
I mean, it was a trying couple of days, and since the weekend. But hey, we're all adults here. We're big boys, and we know what we're into when we take these jobs. And we had a hell of a run, and I'm proud of what we've accomplished. And I think I know I did it my way. I did it the way I led the organization and the franchise the way I felt was best to maximize our potential, and we had a lot of success. And at the end of the day, I've said this for years. Every year since I've been on this program, it's this is a performance-based industry.
So it leads me to something that is pretty intuitive now, but I hadn't thought of it exactly until a couple people turned me on to this, or kind of pointed at this and said, hey, pay attention here. Bears Faluga, his column in the Post, and so a few folks that I've talked to. There's no business president. There's no Stan Kasten since Stan Kasten left. The baseball ops guy said in his previous answer, if you remember a second ago, it's good for business to spend money and have exciting players and have the type of team that people want to come watch. Why is he involved in that? That's the baseball guy. That's the scout that's scouting, doing baseball stuff. The Local 53, pretty instantly, Jason Wright's tenure was winding down. They went and found a guy from, I can't remember what it was for. It was like macaroni and cheese, Kraft Foods or something like that. Wherever the guy was from, Campbell's. That's right. He was doing chicken noodle soup branding, and he comes over here, and I'm not ripping him. I'm not making fun. Point is, he knows how to sell stuff. He's a business guy. They had the business guy do business stuff. I think the last name was Klaus. I haven't thought about him in a long time, and that's not a detriment. That's what it's supposed to be. That's the business guy doing the business stuff. You got the football guy doing the football stuff. Yeah, right? You separate those things. They haven't had a business guy doing the business thing. It's like members of the family. Sometimes this business interest, he's not in the office every day. He's not. He is. The whole thing's a mess. The whole thing's been a mess. Where's the team president? Who's that? Are they hiring one of those? Or they're not going to hire one of those? If not, why not? Who's going to take that role on? Is the new baseball executive going to also be asked to make sure concession sales down the right field line are good? Think of something to think about. Last one I want to play for you guys is clip 5 here, Darius. And this kind of hints at sort of what we're talking about here. Go ahead and play.
And the secret of being a good executive and a good general manager is you do the best you can for what you have. And we all have we've all gone through this, whether you're in baseball or in life in general. You do the best with what you have, and we didn't in ownership size, we didn't do enough with it, and so they made a change.
You hear that, right? So it's, if you don't know the backdrop, you're going, yeah, I didn't do a good enough job with what I was given. And I think that's a fair assessment, by the way. I think it is. I think it's a fair assessment to say over the last several seasons, even with the resources that Mike Rizzo was given, there are too many swings and misses, to borrow the parlance. Too many Nick Senzels, too many Colin Poches, too many guys that have frankly not worked. And I know you're shopping in the bargain bin, but if you go through the free agent signings this offseason, there were a bunch of guys in the bargain bin who are outperforming their bargain bin guys. There's some hits too. Nathaniel Lowe, I think, has been successful. You've had good moments, right? You've had a couple of guys who go, damn, that was pretty good. You turned a profit on that guy. That's awesome. You paid nothing, you got something. But it's too much 2 years for Trevor Williams for me. So, yeah, it's a fair assessment to go, yeah, you probably swung and missed a little bit too much, Riz. I get it. Maybe it's time for a new voice, a new direction. That's normal. But if you know the backdrop, if you know about the spending or lack thereof, if you know about not being able to get the right pitching machine, batting machine, all the different technological measures and different ways to quantify and develop and do all these kinds of things, if you know about all that too as part of the backdrop, then you see exactly what he's saying. Again, it's not a double entendre. That's usually more for your English class sophomore year. But it's one of those things where you can note that there's double meaning if you're looking for it. I thought that was very savvy there by Rizzo. But we'll be reacting more throughout the show on some of those clips as well. Probably do that maybe the 5 or 6 o'clock hour. Lil Willingham's going to join us next. We'll also talk to Dan O'Dowd, MLB Network, about this situation here in Washington.
We're brought to you by Foley McCann, proudly installing Amana. The old saying is better late than never. That was true for Nats baseball last night. After a near 3-hour rain delay, we finally got Nats baseball here on the Fan, and that meant the debut of new skipper Miguel Cairo here in D.C., and it was a tough one for Jake Irvin. Over 6, he walked 4 and gave up 4 runs, including 2 homers in the 4-2 loss to the Cardinals. The fellas back at it again tonight, hoping for a better result with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. It's a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. A brutal injury blow for the winners of the NFC South last season. According to ESPN, the Tampa Bay Bucks will be without 2-time All-Pro left tackle Tristan Wirfs for at least the first month of the season because of a knee injury. Wirfs underwent arthroscopic surgery on Tuesday after originally injuring his knee last year. Despite the injury, he started all 16 games a season ago and was selected to his 4th straight Pro Bowl. The Wizards continuing to wheel and deal ahead of their Summer League opener on Friday out in Vegas. Last night, Shams reporting that the team traded Kelly Olynyk to the San Antonio Spurs in exchange for Malachi Branham, Blake Wesley, and a 2026 second-round pick. Branham was selected 20th overall in the 2022 draft. Wesley selected with the 25th pick in that same draft. When your HVAC's throwing heat like a busted bullpen, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in the DMV. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
We'll track down Dan O'Dowd here in a matter of moments. Welcome back to G&D here on The Fan. I'm Danny Rouillet along with Linnell Willingham. Kind of
What's up, buddy?
Short notice. Glad you're in the building.
Glad to be here with you, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. We'll be with you till 6:30 post-meridian. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condor and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're going to talk some quarterback.
Ooh.
The show.
Okay,
Quarterback,
the
the
show.
Netflix documentary. Okay. So, by extension, talking about quarterbacks. Double play, 345, 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. And Warren Sharp, a guy that I love so much because he's so smart,
He's
breaks down numbers, and he quantifies things that you think you see with really good data. And I love that. Like one of my best buddies went to Harvard, went to Duke Medical School, one of the smartest guys I've ever met in my life. And he deals with really complicated stuff. He explains things to me.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? I don't do his thing.
It makes you understand it.
And I can understand his thing.
It's a skill.
Like he takes the people that use their industry jargon to explain the industry. It's like, oh, you're smart. You could do that, but you're not that level.
Yeah. This is what you do.
Warren's at that level where he can explain the complicated thing. Anyway, so he'll come, and he's not coming on. We'll talk about where he's got this Local 53's running back room.
Yeah.
It's not ranked that high.
It's not. But I think people are going to be surprised by what the running back room does this year. I can't wait till pads come on because that's the point in camp where you can really start to evaluate running backs, Danny. This Ja'Cory Krosky-Moret. I'm intrigued. I'm not putting him in Canton yet like some others are, but I am intrigued by what he could be.
Yeah, what's his jacket size, said some of the fans.
Well,
we're gonna fit him for something that's golden.
Yeah.
And again, we'll have Dan O'Dowd on in a matter of moments. Still tracking him down. But yeah, so then at the 5 o'clock hour, we're going to talk some jerseys. I'm glad actually you're sitting in here as a young person
for sure.
Whose sort of perspective and value systems are like not fully formed yet. And like
that was so polite of you. I thought you could have went a million different ways with that, but I appreciate you keeping it.
It's a nice way to say you don't know anything. But you're not going to care the same way as someone like me about kind of that jersey stuff. So I want to see what you think
for sure.
As someone in your age group. So we will do that. But I've heard a bunch of your thoughts on this matter when it comes to Rizzo and Davey Martinez. But we want to get our guy Dan O'Dowd on the phone from MLB Network, former big league GM. Dan, good afternoon, man. Thanks for joining us.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
I really appreciate the time. So first reaction, you see Davey Martinez, Mike Rizzo fired. Your thoughts are?
Well, I'm just surprised at the timing of it. I'm not surprised overall. I think all these jobs have a shelf life to them. Mike had a really, really long run there. I just was surprised at the timing, so close to the draft and the trading deadline.
Yeah, that's been the big talk here locally is the timing of it. Obviously, you mentioned the Nats own the number 1 overall pick coming up on Sunday. Obviously, you've been in this chair before. If you were the Curly W's on Sunday, which way are you going when it comes to the top of the draft?
Yeah, that's a loaded question right there. It's nice to have the number one pick. You wish it was a year it had a Skeens, Harper, or Strasburg sitting there, make it a lot easier. I mean, it depends on what they're trying to do in DC. I mean, I like Ethan Holiday. I think he's got some Corey Seager swing characteristics in his game. I like all I like really all five of the college pitchers. So it depends on what their draft strategy is. Are they going to, Boris represents, I think, Anderson and Holiday. You probably aren't going to get any kind of pre-draft deal, which allows you to understand what you can spend throughout the draft. So they're going to, in their mind, just take the best player on the board, or they're going to try to take a player that is in a grouping of guys and there's not huge separations and sign him for X so they can spend Y. I'm a big believer that, you got to take the best player on your board, because at the end of the day, all your war value in the draft really comes in the top 100, some years 150 players of the draft. So when you're sitting in this position, you just got to get it right. You can't necessarily worry about the next one until you get this one right.
Dan O'Dowd. Sorry.
Anyway, go ahead, guys.
No, I apologize. Dan O'Dowd with us here on Grant and Linnell sitting in for GP. So, Dan, ultimately, when it comes to the timing, understanding here, Davey Martinez, they haven't won very much since 2019, and before then they didn't win. The record isn't very good. Some of the same base running gaffes and kind of the normal temperament of the players. You see that makes sense. Underachieving team.
Yep.
And they also he had an extension or an option that needed to be picked up next week. That's been reported. I don't have a firm date on when Rizzo's option was going to be picked up, but I know that it's at some point in the next couple of months, or that's something that I heard anyway. So I want to go back to that timing part of it. To me, when they're going together, it looks like there's something else afoot there, right? Whether there's no changes that were made on the staff, so there's almost like in defiance of ownership, or there's an ultimatum that was refused. It's just the way that it looks. So what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, every situation's so dynamically different. Mike's comments going out the door would lead you to believe that maybe he was, mentally done in that particular situation too. It would seem to me that it's very unusual for, I think the last time it happened was 2006, I think, when Alan Baird got let go with Kansas City and Tony Muser was the manager. They both got let go at the same time. It just seems a case to me where maybe ownership wanted to do X, Mike wanted to do Y, and then it was determined that, well, maybe it's best to do X and Y right now.
Dan, the one thing that was kind of confusing to me, this organization's messaging coming out of spring training, was that they were going to be able to compete this year potentially for a wild card spot. That was the message that they were sending out to the media. I think it was their belief in the clubhouse. How realistic were those expectations? Obviously, in hindsight, it's easy to say, well, clearly they stink. Look at the record. But coming out of spring training, when you're about to have a first full season of James Wood and, you're expecting Mackenzie Gore to take that next step, where did you kind of look at them preseason?
I think where I was like you guys, there's a little bit of disconnect for me in the lack of work they did in the bullpen.
Yeah.
It's really easy to dream on, and it certainly Wood has turned into a darn aircraft carrier. DJ Abrams shows signs, and second baseman's a good player. They acquired Lowe at first base, and you had Dylan Cruz. Unfortunately, his injury, I think, short circuited. I think he started to turn the corner a little bit. And so you can really dream. They had a young starting rotation that actually pitched pretty well in 2024. And Mackenzie Gore has just taken this huge jump, but you can't win unless you win the games you're supposed to win. Yeah. And even they didn't sign their closer in Finnegan until really late in the year. He could have easily been picked by somebody else. I think we're seeing why maybe that didn't happen. And so I think there was a disconnect on the lack of attention or money spent or acquisition on the bullpen itself, because their bullpen has not been good this year, and they've lost a lot of games early on in their bullpen, and that begins to spiral on the rest of the club. And so, I mean, I thought the team was talented. I still think the team is talented. I just felt like, I just couldn't understand the disconnect on the lack of activity with their bullpen.
So to follow up on that, Dan, in terms of obviously the Bartolo is wearing the interim tag right now. When this job officially opens up this summer, where do you think it ranks amongst the openings in Major League Baseball? And do you think the foundation here in DC is good enough to, kind of expedite this rebuild if they can, get the financial commitment from the ownership group?
I think you just hit the nail on the head, because it's really hard from a rebuild standpoint to make all the waves hit the store at the same time. And so, I think they have to augment this group with some free agents that take the load off this group, both in the rotation, the bullpen, and their everyday position players. And it's hard to do just purely in free agency because there's really not that many great players in the market anymore year after year. They're all getting signed. And so it's a great opportunity because they got a lot of core pieces there, but those core pieces are getting deeper and deeper in their arbitration years. Most of them are represented by Scott. And so it's very difficult to sign those guys long-term before they get to free agency. So I think it's a job that certainly has upside to it, but it really comes with some landmines along the way. I mean, like all those jobs are available, have opportunity, and they come with also some challenges.
Longtime big league executive Dan O'Dowd with us here on Grant and Danny. And you touched on Rizzo's comments out the door. Dan, I want to pull from your experience working for the Rockies, Orioles. I think you're in Cleveland as well.
Yeah.
There are ownership challenges everywhere, right? But here over the last several seasons, it's really, the pendulum was really swung in the opposite direction. Never a Dodgers-like payroll or something crazy, but usually consistently top 10 has not been the case in some time, and kind of the results bear that out. How did you navigate those sorts of situations? Do you have any empathy there for Rizzo, as he said, managing up to that ownership group for 20 years?
Yeah. It's part of the job, honestly. It's just, you have it's not just managing up. Sometimes the ownership group is just tired of you too. It's like any relationship you've had over a long period of time. There's a lot of tension in those roles, because you're hired to win. You see needs that you need to have. There's a different perspective on it, maybe from an ownership standpoint. And maybe you're not dealing just with one person. Maybe it's a collection of people that you're navigating. But ultimately, I say to people, the two most important role of a GM, besides scouting and development and things of that nature, from a relationship standpoint, is the one you have with your manager and the one you have with your owner. And probably the one you have with your owner is way more important than the one you have with your manager. And if there's a disconnect in any way, shape, or form, usually there's a disconnect throughout your entire organization. When I was in Baltimore, I was a peon, but I got to see that there was a severe disconnect there, and it showed on the field. In Cleveland, it was like a beautiful situation where you had an owner that was completely in sync with what was going on with the baseball operations department. In Colorado, I saw a dysfunction, and I saw moments that it was in complete sync. So, it's different in every situation, but I can tell you guys, it is one of the more challenging aspect of the jobs, though I don't think at the end of the day that was the only reason Mike lost his job. Honestly, I think it's just when you look back at their draft picks, as we just talked about, their last impactful pick in the number one slot anyway, not counting Cruz, because it's just too early to make that evaluation, was Rendon. If you look at the names they've taken over that period of time, it's just been horrendous. And, when you look at it, Petty and Dunning and Kaboom and Romero and Denenberg, who they didn't sign, Rutledge, and Cavalli might be a little too early too. And Giolito was a good pick and, used in the deal to go get Eaton. So I just think that end of the day, as a GM, you can't dig out of those mistakes year after year after year, because when you miss on those guys, you create this gigantic hole in your development process. Because you always need good young players coming up. You can't go buy a free agent team. So when you miss consistently on those picks, eventually it gets you. And I really do think that was a big thing of Mike. He just couldn't dig himself out of the misses on those selections.
Dan, if you were in charge here in Washington, knowing the current state of this franchise and what is in the farm system currently, would you consider selling off one of the major pieces at this deadline? I'm talking about Mackenzie Gore in particular, because I think he probably nets you the biggest return. Do you consider doing that if there's some, reservations about whether or not you can sign him long-term here?
Yeah, that's a tough one, guys. I do like some of the pitching prospects they do have in the system. The Sequoia kid and some of the other ones I think are going to be really good. Like, you don't know with young pitching, it's the hardest thing to draft and develop within the game. I don't know if it's a deadline deal for me or more of an off-season deal for me, because I'd like to take the temperature on where ownership is at with augmenting McKenzie. And so I think I think his value is not going away. I think he's turning into one of the best starting pitchers in the game. So I don't think his value is going away, but I do think it's going to be really hard to sign him long term. And so with all the other holes that you might have on your club, I do think you probably want to dip your toe in the water, or maybe up to your ankles and maybe even up to your waist, just to see what kind of value he might be within the market that's not going to have a ton of starting pitching on it this offseason. But historically, I'm not a big trading deadline guy. I mean, it does work sometimes, but you're only dealing with a finite amount of teams. And if you look historically, there's just not a lot of impactful players that get traded at the deadline. Maybe this year would be the exception. It's just, I think just inheriting this job with 2 weeks to go, I would be really cautious on decisions that you can't undo. That's one, once you make, you can't undo it.
Dan, my last one for you is here. Just sort of thinking ahead down the line with all the different decisions that have to be made, et cetera. And I reject this notion, by the way, but if they're going to behave like a small market team, which they kind of have here over the last several seasons in terms of paying, that's from ownership down, there are ways to kind of go all in on that and make those dollars work more that I feel like weren't happening here. Is that something that you encountered to a degree over your tenure, and what some of those things might be if you're not ever going to be in on the Max Frieds or the big high price guys?
Danny, that's just an unbelievable question. I think it's a great question. I think that teams that stay in the lane that they're swimming in become so much better than trying to swim in the 5 other lanes. And so if it's defined that we're going to stay as a small to mid-market club, it just defines your decision-making so much better. And I think that there was a juxtaposition of really what are they? And that's the part where ownership has to step in and say, no, we're going to stay in this type of lane. And then I think you become better at your decision-making within the front office because you're fishing in a pond that's reflective of the resources you have to work with. And then you make personnel decisions, i.e. Mackenzie Gore in his service time, reflective of the lane you're going to stay in. I think you become better. So I think a long answer to a short question was yes. I do think you can be way better than what they've been if they embrace the fact that they're going to stay in that particular lane.
Dan, great with us. Really appreciate the insight, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, great. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Really appreciate it. There he goes. That's Dan O'Dowd, MLB Network.
I just, tell me if you feel the same way. I just feel uneasy about where things are going to go with this organization. Obviously, their next move is going to determine how serious they are about spending and changing this thing moving forward. But like, if you're a fan out there and you're apathetic and you're, part of the 16,000 that are coming to home games, like, geez.
Here's what a couple different folks that I know very well and I trust implicitly, not involved in baseball ops, okay, but have told me.
Mm-hmm.
What we're getting wrong as outsiders looking in is, well, if that's the plan, we'll go, okay, well, I'm not sure. There's no plan.
There's no plan.
There is no plan. And that's at the center to me of all of this.
Oh, yeah.
And that last answer, and I got a compliment from Dan O'Dowd, by the way, about my really good question.
We call that glazing in my community.
That's pretty good. Thank you. But I think that's essential. Like my example, now Cleveland's not having a great year this year. Put that aside. Pretty much every other year they've gone to the postseason. Yeah. They've been to a World Series. They've been in ALCSs. They've been in the division round a couple different times on a fraction of the budget of some of the other teams. There are going to be times where they have to make painful, unfun decisions to let certain guys go, etc. They do a pretty damn good job, right? And if that's who you're going to be, and again, I reject that notion that you have to be that. Right. You shouldn't. I have so much documentation that says you can be a top 10 payroll.
There are other ways to do it.
Kicking people's butts and being really close to winning a World Series and finally getting one. Doing it one way. As Mike Rizzo said, there's a blueprint over there, right? He said that.
Yeah.
But I understand that if you decide we're going to go down this road, but you have to actually go down the road.
Yeah.
That would require what? What's the word? Rhymes with Stan. Rhymes with the word flan, which is a dessert. It's a plan. And there isn't one. I think that's essential.
Yeah, that's tough. And I know we went through the bit with pressuring Dan Snyder to sell, and I know all the scandals and things of that nature kind of drove that in that direction. What would be the driving force behind the Lerner selling? Like, because that's what, to me, like, that's what's going to happen for this to ultimately change. I've given up all hope in this group, because if you were going to actually invest the resources to be competitive again, you do it with Mike Rizzo. You wouldn't fire Mike Rizzo. You would give him that opportunity. Someone that you've been familiar with, someone that's had success here when he's been given those resources. I know the draft track record obviously is what it is, and maybe that's, reason enough for you to move on from him. But I don't know. It's just tough. And like you said, there's no plan. And if you're a fan rooting for a team with no plan, like what are we doing here?
Good conversation, though. Really appreciate Dan O'Dowd joining us. We got a couple thoughts we want to bring you on Quarterback, the Netflix program, and just sort of some thoughts on Burrow, Cousins, one of the great TV shows that we've got. Just kind of look around the league of the prognosis outlook for quarterbacks this coming season. There are some rankings that are very favorable to the local 53. There's a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Double play 345. But we're talking some QB next on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. We had Nats baseball last night here on The Fan. It was the debut of Miguel Cairo as a new skipper here in D.C. Jake Gervin rubbed up in this one over 6 innings. He walked 4 and gave up 4 runs, including 2 homers in the 4-2 loss of the Cardinals. The fellas back at it again tonight, hoping for a better result with Mackenzie Gore on the bump. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. NBA news, the Oklahoma City Thunder and 23-year-old star Chet Holmgren have agreed to a 5-year max rookie extension worth up to $250 million. The second youngest team in NBA history to win the finals is now locked up. Holmgren and league MVP and finals MVP SGA, 2 long-term extensions, as Shai Gilgeous-Alexander inked a 4-year, $285 million extension last Tuesday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
So did you just go in the other room to do the update when there's a microphone right there?
You give me stage fright. I'll be honest with you. This is what happens when you're a fan of a host on The Fan.
Wait a minute.
Me doing the update in front of you, you can't see it because I'm black. I don't get red. If I got red, it'd be bad.
Okay.
So yeah, I did that.
Or is it because you're legitimately embarrassed?
No, it's just the boys behind the glass know how I am with these updates. I am very... It's like Game 7 of the finals for me every update.
No, and it's good, by the way. I'll take that over like some stuff happened in sports, Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, whatever. I understand that, and it's good. It's commendable. It's the way I would love for everyone to approach everything all the time. All that we can do is the best we can do. But why didn't you just do it right there?
Well, it's ironic, right? Last update, I did it right here. I actually got a text from a couple people saying, "Great update, buddy." If you heard me yesterday, it was.
Did you have bad updates?
It was rough. I had my James Harden playoff performance.
Oh,
that's
no.
what. Yeah.
Oh,
was,
no.
Oh no. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was tough.
So you attribute that to sitting there?
No, I just think maybe it was the pressure of old Danny Routier.
But you're doing a deferring bit, which I like, and you're complimenting at the same time, and you know how to butter my bread, and I appreciate that. But seriously, why'd you leave the room? Like, do you not have what you need right there?
Well, my I don't have a computer in front of me. That's one reason. The font is kind of small on my iPhone.
There's
There's
the answer.
That's not the real answer. I gave you the real answer. You calling me a liar? You're not calling me a truther. You're damn sure not doing that.
I'm questioning the veracity of your statement.
That's fine. Question said veracity of said statement.
Very nice. All right. Welcome back. Grant Danny here on The Fan. Linnell in for GP, and we are hanging out with you guys for the duration. How up to date are you on quarterback?
Be honest with you?
Yeah.
I haven't watched one episode yet.
But you plan to?
Oh, of course.
You're into it?
I binge watch it when I normally do it. I'll watch it all at one time.
So we couldn't get anyone to do it last year.
Yeah.
Because these people are stupid.
Yeah.
Frankly, who said no to it. Everyone who said no is wrong.
Yeah.
Everyone who said yes is correct. So Kirk Cousins is like, listen, if you want to put a camera around, I'll do it again.
And pay me some extra money.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I'm happy to do it. So that's been interesting so far. Jared Goff is in this year. And of course, Joe Burrow is in as well. So a couple years ago, we got Mahomes. And just quarterback-wise, put that aside for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Personality-wise, like I don't think anybody was blown away or wowed by Mahomes. That's like, yep, that's on his way to being the greatest ever. He's incredible.
That's what he does.
That's that.
Yeah.
And I get some other stuff, but I'm not going to. But like him talking, and the best part about the Mahomes elements of it, just sort of going back over it, wasn't necessarily like, when I'm hanging out at home, and that's what I do, and I'm just sort of here, and I'm like that. Like that's whatever, it's fine. It's the in-game stuff.
That's what I
where they got that mic'd up.
Yes.
Right? Where Max Crosby's body was like, I know what you're trying to do, dog, but come on. Like that stuff's the best. Like that's what makes it so awesome. But for the other guys, it was kind of that off-field stuff. I mean, people, I think, got a feel for what Cousins was going through physically.
Yeah, man.
And you kind of went, oh my
Getting his
God.
ass kicked.
You know, when I was drawing pain that hit him, and he's like, yep, I can't breathe. And
this is brutal.
Like a weird husband and wife team are coming over and adjusting his ribs cage and spine and this and the other. And then, of course, Mariota, who showed very well before the whole, like, I quit on my team thing.
Yeah.
But it was still great for those guys, PR-wise. So I'm only an episode or two into this new season, and I just can't believe the access. It's so
It's
wonderful.
the best thing that's probably been done in pro sports. Like Hard Knocks kind of first began to peel that curtain back, giving us the inside information and all that.
Before
But this,
teams got too uptight.
You know what I'm saying? This is a whole different beast, though. Like you're seeing dudes on the training table. Like you may catch an argument with a spouse. Like you don't know what you're going to get
right.
On this quarterback series. I think this season in particular, the Jared Goff thing, I'm very interested in because his story is very fascinating to me when you think about him being casted off by Sean McVay and company and having his career renaissance in Detroit. I don't know if this is appropriate to say, he's also got a very, very attractive wife. She is.
I didn't notice that.
She's the star of the show.
I didn't even see that.
Probably if she gets shown. But he's awesome.
Is that right?
I know Ryan's probably getting steamed up watching it. Not for the wife, probably for Jared Goff.
Well, he loves Jared Goff so much.
Yeah.
But you're right about Goff. He, to me, so far, I don't say the breakout star. This is an established pro who's made more money than anybody on the planet.
Right.
And he's had success. I mean, he's been to a Super Bowl. They couldn't wait to replace him. And then he's been at the helm of this really good Detroit team, but went through hellfire to get there. I mean, they started 0-10-1 for goodness sakes, right? I mean, we remember that story a couple years before. But he's the most fascinating guy on there to me because, frankly, we got to know Kirk Cousins so well while he was here. He was on our show every week, as you know, and we know the guy pretty great. And there's Kirk doing Kirk bits, right? Where whatever it takes to slightly improve, or if this, I don't know if this helps me medically or not, but I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to the Caribbean to get these injections. We'll do whatever I got to do to try to be the best version of myself. But Goff, so far to me, has stolen the show.
Yeah.
Where he was so good, not at football, but he was so good, Ryan. Speaking about his experiences.
Yeah.
Where he was like almost in tears.
It's real life, man.
I mean, it's real life stuff. It's like when they're just a uniform and he looks like a praying mantis with a helmet on. But like when he's screwing up in LA so bad that Sean McVay, who's willing to work with anybody, says I can't deal with this guy. He's cast aside, going to the lowest of the low at that point.
Can I be real?
It was terrible. Yeah,
I definitely doubted Jared Goff, and I didn't think the renaissance that he is on. I didn't think it was possible. I'm not trying to Joan or bid or anything like that. He just strikes me as like the most unconfident guy in the world. Like just the way he carries himself, the way he walks, like he's kind of got the slouch bit going on. But I mean, to his credit, the ability to overcome what he overcame in Los Angeles. If Sean McVay says that I can't do anything with you, I think that's why the rest of the league and people like me were like, well, let's leave this guy for dead then.
Well, and then the reaction that he shares, and they've got some clips of this, and Dan Campbell's on and forthcoming about it, and Brad Holmes, who I think that guy might actually, if he's stepping out on water, might not sink.
Yeah.
Like he's close. Like that is a bad, like I've heard him talk some, but just even in a few of these clips, I'm going, okay, point me to the wall, I'll run. Let's get a shot. But the way that he talks about them actually calling him immediately, trying to reach him, and he's getting a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. He's like, I'm sure somebody just prank calling me or to screw with me, like to kick me when I'm down because I'm getting kicked out of LA or whatever. And they're just going over the top about how excited they are, how much they want him, and they can't believe this happened, and they're so grateful. And I'm like, you guys had Matt Stafford.
Yeah, I'm about to say, like, you know what it's like to have
you had Stafford here. And if you've done any of this for Stafford, you might see some pretty good results too. But whether they're the same or better, we'll never know. But, there were a couple years where there was some decent personnel around Matt Stafford. And some pretty unbelievable things happened, right? For a franchise that never wins, they won 11 games and whatever. Should have won a playoff game if Jim Caldwell wasn't a coward and didn't go for a 4th and 1 in Dallas, which I'll never forgive him for. Anyway, the point is, Goff has been incredible and so entertaining. And that's kind of my point here with this show is that it puts that human element to it, right? Like I can still correctly assess and say every time he hasn't been around a super duper offensive genius, he has stunk. And when somebody pulls all the levers for him and tells him exactly where to go because they're a genius, he can do well. And I still think that.
Yeah.
But anyway, that just the human part of it, I've been pretty blown away.
It's awesome. And I caught a tweet from our guy GP, and one of his takeaways actually is like the opposite for me about the Joe Burrow piece of this. Because if you all don't know, like I call him Joey Cartier Beans Burrow because he wears Cartier shades to press conferences. He is the millennials quarterback. In terms of like, he does all the cool stuff. He's at Michael Rubin's all white party. Like he's hanging out with Odell Beckham. He's, getting put under anesthesia for tattoos and things of that nature. Like he is just a cool dude. He dresses different. He's going to Paris Fashion Week.
Well, but he has a fashion consultant.
What he should. He has drip.
Should he though?
I have no problem with. You know why?
Why?
Because he is arguably the greatest quarterback in the NFL right now, the best quarterback in the NFL.
There's a case to be made.
So to see him do all of the extracurriculars and then still perform on Sundays, Thursdays, so on and so forth, I'm even more impressed by him seeing some of the clips of that, like getting the inside information on what he does off the field.
So here's where I am in general. Like if the performance is there,
yes.
Hey man, do what you want.
Yeah.
Have your fashion consultant buy your Batmobile, show up when you show up.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there waiting. I got my pen and paper. I wrote down all the different things, the different distractions, the different crap that you're doing. And the instant it doesn't go well.
Oh, I know.
Oh, look at this. Look what you did right there. Right. So you think, for example, for all those years, and I'm going to pick on somebody, but just jumped into my mind, where I love John Wall so much as a player, like just gave everything he had. He tried so hard. But then you'd find out these little anecdotes, these little stories about, well, he didn't have the greatest habits. Was out a little bit too late. Maybe a little bit too much late night food. And then, but still, he's doing the 360 layup, the chase down blocks. He's standing on the table after he hits the shot against Boston. And that's my dude. But next thing you know, when the performance slips and the injuries start to happen, things pile up. And I went, uh-oh. Because we got these things that we wrote down.
Receipts is what we call them.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah.
So that's kind of my thought, right? And again, it's not to pick on John Wall, but that's all awesome.
Right.
Have all the swag. Is that correct? Have all the swag that you'd like when you're throwing for 45 touchdowns and 5,000 yards.
Yeah.
But the instant, we talk about this all the time, guys like Mandy Ramirez or whatever, it ain't cute anymore when you're hitting 210.
This is the thing that I think everyone's got to understand that's not a part of the youngest in charge movement, right? This is going to be the new norm. Like all these quarterbacks that are getting ready to come into the league, like Arch Manning and, Shador's now in the league now, and he's big on streaming and things of that nature. Jackson Dart's going viral every day, Danny, on TikTok for making videos in New York. Like that's kind of what my age demographic is, man. It's the age of social media, and guys, for a lot of them, social media, the fashion, that's their outlet. Not to say that they're not going to be locked in, burning the midnight oil, grinding tape, but they have their extracurricular activities too. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, like, the Joe Burrow stuff that you're seeing, and like the Shador is a bad example because who knows how his career is going to go. But like these quarterbacks, the personalities of our quarterbacks, I would say, are changing by the second.
Well, you come up in a time where you don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops to earn that money.
Very true.
Then it's going to change. The world has changed. And I'm over here going, hey, has anyone noticed the change? And everyone's like, shut up, old man. Move to the side.
It's happening.
We have new people. That's the note. I'm Danny. 4 o'clock Beltway Blitz. But next, it's time for a little something we like to call the double play. It's what's going on in our lives. Nothing to do with sports. That's 5 minutes away on The Fan. G&D here on the Fan. Linnell is in for GP, who's got a more important mission today. Let's all be frank. Wishing the Paulsons very well. Happy to not have him join the show today. He's joining his wife. They're doing something pretty special. Excited for them. I'll let him deliver all the news when that is appropriate. It's double play time, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Darius, hit that sounder. And what I'm going to do with my double play here, Linnell, is turn it over to Darius.
Dad?
I love you, Dad. So the backdrop here is our guy, Darius, who only loves DC Comics.
Wrong.
I'll tell you what. He only loves DC Comics, DC comic book movies.
Wrong.
That's what he cares about.
So wrong.
He said, "Well, it's not about what you say; it's about what your actions say." Who thinks Marvel is what was the body language quote? A waste of time and energy and effort.
Jeez. Oh,
this latest phase is a joke. I'm going wherever James Gunn goes. I think that's the body language quote that you get, not the actual word quote.
Unbelievable.
But you wear his Loki shirt.
It is unbelievable, Darius. It is
unbelievable. as I wear a Loki shirt. Yeah.
You probably found it on sale. Anyway, I kid because there's very little to make fun of you about. So you did something special last night. Tell the people.
So apparently there was a promotion through Amazon Prime where they were giving the opportunity to see an advanced screening of the new Superman movie, which is now the launch of the new DC universe that James Gunn has taken over. James Gunn's known for doing the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. So yeah, he's relaunched the DC universe, and the first official film of that DC universe is the new Superman movie, which I got to see last night, which was awesome.
So here is what the main issue I found with the stick aside. The Dark Knight films, which kind of were Christopher Nolan's standalone trilogy, don't really fit into the larger DC universe writ large. So I kind of put them separate. But since then, they've tried to match what Marvel has done in some way.
Right, with the Snyderverse, as people put it.
Yes.
Which was what's his name?
Zack
Snyder.
Yeah, Zack Snyder.
Zack Snyder was the director of those series of movies.
Yeah. And what their biggest pitfall to me was they tried to do what Marvel took years to do, right? In one movie, where you've got to sit through the occasional, this second Thor movie kind of sucks. Yeah, this, I don't know, Captain Marvel with Brie Larson is not the greatest film ever. It's not terrible. Not as bad as people say, by the way, but still, it's not that good. Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, like some of these things aren't that awesome, but they took their time. They took their time. And they gave you all these characters, gave them ups, downs, in betweens, gave them conflicts, gave them resolutions, gave them points of view, gave them 360 panoramic. Let them breathe. DC's like, listen, I've got a Batman movie. We should put everybody in it and not really have you care about them at all, and just give Wonder Woman different music when she comes on screen for the first time. They're shoehorning everybody. My worry is that's what they're doing again. There's 70,000 people just in this trailer, including Crypto, which should be like 50 movies in. You can finally be, okay, cool, Superman has a dog. And it's just in there. But anyway, I turn it over to you. You saw the new Superman. Go.
So I will say as you mentioned, I am not much of a DC guy. I haven't watched much of the DC movies. I saw Batman vs. Superman. I saw Justice League. That was pretty much it. I hadn't, and I saw the first Suicide Squad movie. That was it. Other than that, I didn't see Man of Steel.
You didn't see Wonder Woman?
No. Actually, I saw the first Wonder Woman. Yeah. I didn't see the second Wonder Woman. And I saw Aquaman. Okay, so I guess I am a DC guy.
Thank you. See what I'm saying, Linnell? He tried to pretend.
He's doing it. Marvel.
You can't hide from who you are.
Yeah. No. Yes. To your point, they did rush all that stuff in the original DC universe. This iteration of the new DC universe, I think. I'll say overall, I enjoyed the movie. I had a great experience. I thought the movie was fun. It definitely has that James Gunn appeal to it, where it has some of that unserious comedic value to it in various portions of the movie. But throughout the totality of the movie, it does take itself seriously for its ultimate goal. The part of the movie that did bother me was, yes, they definitely throw some characters at you that they just expect you to know. And I think that's unfair. Especially in my case, as a guy who doesn't really keep up with the DC universe and DC Comics as it is, two of the trio of actually it's really a quartet of characters that they introduce along the movie as the movie goes. I know nothing about those characters, and I'm just expected to know who they are and what their powers are and what they do. And I spent a good portion of the movie being confused by, okay, what does this person do?
Right.
How does this person have his powers? That doesn't make any sense. So that part bothered me, but I would say that's probably about the only part of the movie that bothered me, was that they just threw those characters at you and expected you to know them. Other than that, I thought David Cornsweet, who plays Superman, I thought he was awesome.
I heard he is really good.
He was incredible as Superman. Nicholas Hoult, who played Lex Luthor, absolutely incredible. I thought he was really good as Lex.
So he's the dude folks might remember. He's been in a lot of stuff, but he was young Beast in
That's right.
X-Men.
Yeah, the new version of the X-Men.
Yeah, so the younger version of that, which he's good. I think he's been good at everything he's ever been in.
He's awesome.
As a quick side.
Yeah, he was great.
So this is my question. So it's like Supergirl and Ultraman, even if that is Ultraman. I don't even know if it's Ultraman or not. It looks like Ultraman. Maybe I'm made to think it's Ultraman. It's not Ultraman. I don't know. But all these different people. You don't even have the regular. I know, Lena. Hold on. Just you're fine. You don't have the regular Green Lantern.
Mel's just a bystander.
You got guy, whatever guy, the second Green Lantern,
correct? Yes,
or even the third Green Lantern. And I'm sure you're supposed to know. And wouldn't that doesn't take you out of it? That doesn't frustrate you to the point you can't enjoy it?
It didn't fully take me out of it, but it definitely left a sour taste, I would say. At the end of the movie, it left a sour taste. Like, dang, I kind of wish I would have gotten more background on some of those characters, because they are a big part of the movie, I would say.
Yeah,
they're in the movie plenty. So it's not like they just throw them in there, their cameo, and then they say, "Oh, goodbye. We'll see you in in 3 years when there's a new movie." It's not that. They are definitely a prominent part of the movie. But you're just kind of expected to know who they are, what their powers are, and the movie just goes on and says, "Okay, cool."
This is why I'll never be able to engage in these conversations, and they're fun. I love, doing the fly on the wall bit, and I love hearing you guys talk about this. If you guys feel this way about it now, and you've been following this thing for years, what is a guy like me who just watched X-Men for the first time like a month ago?
You, frankly, and I'm trying to say this respectfully, there's a great movie called The Big Lebowski, one of my favorite movies of all time.
I haven't seen that one either.
Of course you haven't. But for dudes my age, it's the thing that you watched, right?
Okay.
When you come home late from the bars, hammered, you put on The Big Lebowski. You watch when you're hungover Sunday morning, you put on The Big Lebowski. There's a great moment where the dude, who's the main character, he turns to Donnie, okay, who is played by Steve Buscemi, brilliantly supporting actor, and he and John Goodman. There's a three-way conversation going on, and Donnie has been bowling, and so John Goodman's character and the dude, Walter Sobchak is his name, and the dude are having a conversation. And Donnie is lost. Donnie starts asking a question that's only tangentially related to the main topic. You follow me? And it's not even the right main topic.
That's tough.
So Walter Sobchak turns to him in the middle of a rant and says, "Donnie, you're out of your element." That's what's happening here. Linnell, respectfully, you're out of your element.
I am. And I can take that.
Yeah.
It's okay. Because I have other things that I do that are cool.
Absolutely.
And
then I don't think anyone's saying this is cool, what Darius and I are talking about.
I think it's pretty cool.
It's decidedly uncool, if I can say that.
I mean, it's just one of the biggest movies of the summer.
I know. Well,
it's going to cost 200.
Just tell me that
200 million this weekend.
All right. So you think it'll do that?
It'll get close. Yeah. Yeah. Projections are putting it close to 200 million.
Man, I plan on seeing it, so I'm excited. So one of the reasons I wanted to do this was to talk about the new Superman. I'm excited but nervous. I have been led down this road before, and I got a hearty punch in the nose. Like, not like a jab either, like a right cross, like a Hadouken, like Street Fighter blast to the nose. But it has shattered it and left me near dead. I wanted to give you a chance to talk about it and talk about it with you, but also wanted to debut the Darius Damon rating system.
Yeah.
Grant has buffalo wings out of 10. I have carbohydrates on my scale of 10. Darius, do you have a drum roll for yourself here?
Give me a second. Let me see if I can stir one up.
I'm gonna vamp for a second while Darius pulls the drum roll out. This is the Darius Dameron rating scale. I gave suggestions yesterday. I don't know what he's picked, but he has a rating scale. Again, I've got carbs. Grant's got buffalo wings. Darius Dameron, as soon as this drum is done, will tell us his rating scale for movies.
My rating scale for movies will be based on egg rolls.
Egg rolls.
Egg rolls. There we go.
Egg rolls.
Fan favorite, I would say.
Darius loves egg rolls so much.
We love egg rolls. That'd be my eating contest food. Like I said, enjoyed the movie, had a ton of fun with the movie. Thought the action was great. CGI was very well done. Acting itself was great. Again, the only sour part that left me wanting more was that the additional characters in the movie and the cameos in the movie, I just wanted more from them. I wanted to understand more about those characters. Otherwise, I would give this movie, are we going to do out of 10 or out of 5?
It's your scale, brother.
Let's do out of 10. Out of 10, I'm going to give it 7.5 egg rolls out of 10. 7.5 egg rolls. And I don't want that to sound like a sour 7.5. I think that's a really strong 7.5.
It's a strong 7.5.
It could really be an 8.
It's egg rolls with duck sauce.
Yes.
I love duck sauce.
Yeah.
Do you go, now we talked about this before, but you generally go 2 duck sauce bites, 1 mustard bite?
That'd be correct. Yes, that's the correct way to do it.
That's
You want to start it with the duck sauce to get that first bite.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Then you want to put the mustard in there.
Yep.
And then you want to towards the end you want to finish with the duck
So
sauce.
how do you do the series? Do you go 1, 1, 1? In other words, so think about duck sauce as home game and mustard as road game. Are you a 1, 1, 1 guy or are you a 1, 2, 1 guy?
It depends.
Or 2, 1.
Actually, that's
guy.
a good.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good observation. I would say I'm more 1, 2, 1. Yeah, because I definitely make sure I get
But
that
you don't
full
go
mustard
first?
No, I don't go mustard first, but I get that full mustard in the middle.
So you go duck sauce 1, duck sauce 2, then mustard?
No. Duck sauce 1, then mustard again. That's finish off the packet.
You double mustard?
Yes.
You go 2 mustards?
I 2 mustards.
We literally just established that you go duck sauce twice.
We did, but it's aggressive. I'll be honest. Mustard with the egg. I know people do it. I'm just a duck sauce guy.
The hot mustard?
Yeah.
Is phenomenal. Why would
I know it's great.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. I know we got to go to break.
I'm saying let's just say if I took let's just say egg rolls 4 bites.
We have a single egg roll.
Yeah.
You have unlimited amounts of duck sauce and mustard.
Yes.
Go.
My first bite to get into the egg roll is with duck sauce.
Yes.
Once the egg roll is open and the steam is rising from it, we're going mustard until we get to that 4th bite, and then that 4th and final bite will be duck sauce.
Are you trying to like evenly disperse the sauce? Do you have do you favor one over the other? Duck sauce is so much better than spicy mustard, though. So like, show some more love to the orange sauce.
That's to be debated, but we do need to go to break.
We have to go to break. You literally said you go 2 duck sauces, then 1 mustard, and then you changed your whole paradigm.
Well,
I don't even know what to believe in. DC Darris. Beltway Blitz is next.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders announced some new swag this morning with a blast from the past, unveiling their new alternate uniform for the 2025 season. The team announced the new Super Bowl era uniforms and helmet will be honoring some of the greatest teams in franchise history. They'll debut the new look November 2nd when the team plays host to Seattle on Sunday Night Football again in Week 13 as they welcome the Denver Broncos to Northwest Stadium, and then finally on Christmas Day when they host the Cowboys on Netflix. According to Amanda Kristovich of Front Office Sports, 7 groups of athletes appealed the House versus NCAA settlement in the 30-day period given to challenge the approval. As a result, damage payments are on hold, but rev share and other forward-looking terms of the agreement will continue for now. We got Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan as the fellas try and avenge last night's 4-2 loss in St. Louis. It'll be game number 2 tonight for Miguel Cairo as the interim skipper in D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair, replacement, or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Beltway Blitz time here on Grant and Danny. This radio program, as it is every day, brought to you exclusively by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're tracking down our buddy Toby Altizer in a moment here to talk about the Nationals. But now let's throw the ball around, proverbially, not literally. That's not safe inside. Let's talk about the Nats, please. They lost last night because they played a baseball game. I kid, after a million-hour rain delay where my poor guy Linnell.
Well,
I was driving around and I heard you just not getting any breaks last night. You threw it to Dave Jagger once for weather report, and he said, not much to report. Back to you, Linnell.
It was very interesting. I think it was like 3 hours, 2 breaks, something crazy like that. If Toby is not available for us, he's probably because I kept him up late last night. He hopped on with me for about a half hour. We tossed around a bunch of things, talked about some things that him and GP have discussed on the Bust and Loose Baseball podcast. You can download that wherever you get your pods. But the one thing that me and Toby hit on last night is kind of what we asked the former GM that we had earlier. Would it make sense for the Nats to be aggressive sellers at the deadline? And then how would the fan base react to that? My response was, well, if you're worried about them not showing up to the ballpark, they already don't show up to the ballpark. So it's not like trading any of your attractions away to help replenish your farm system. It's not like that will, cause people to stop coming because they're not coming anyway. I think it's something that should be discussed.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point now where we're rapidly approaching the trade deadline post draft, which is coming this week. And I'm not a believer in what you do in the draft should influence what happens at the major league club. When you're 1-1, you take the best player.
Yeah.
Too much happens before these guys, you see them. It's like hockey where you're going, well, this guy might replace this person in a couple of years. You have no idea. Yeah. You just don't know. You don't know how a guy will develop. You don't know how long it's going to take for somebody. You don't know if it'll ever happen at all, quite frankly. Basketball, football, a little bit different, right? There's fewer developmental projects. There's fewer, I would say bits of uncertainty. Stuff happens. Nikola Jokic drafted during a Taco Bell commercial, famously. But for baseball, there's just still, even once you get a guy, you're excited. It's still 3 years at kind of the normal course of events. So for me, it shouldn't influence it necessarily, but the trade deadline will be a great chance for this new regime, DeBartolo and company, to be able to put their stamp in. Will ownership allow them to work, allow them to give their kind of live audition, which might be, hey, we are not in a good position. We're at this point probably 20 games under 500, not going anywhere this year. Do you want to actually think about the future, get the most that we can? If the answer is no to that, then we need to know that also. I think we're going to learn a lot over the next month as to how involved and willing ownership is and how autonomous and how thoughtful this front office group is going to be.
Yeah, DeBartolo joined Nats on Deck last night with Charlie and Dave. And look, he was very transparent about things are going to change. Things are going to be different. I know I was the right-hand man of Mike Rizzo for years, but this is now my operation. I caught the tail end of you guys' conversation with Spencer Nussbaum, and correct me if I'm wrong here. How involved was DeBartolo in the prospects that came over from that San Diego trade?
Extremely.
So that gives me confidence in terms of like, if he decides that, hey, in a couple of weeks, if this thing's continuing to bottom out, do we wheel and deal and try to replenish the system and, reset the middle here?
Good conversation about that. Let's have another good conversation about the local basketball team, please. Little Wizards discussion with our pal Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports. Chase, I have such great memories of Kelly Olynyk as a Washington Wizard.
Yeah, it didn't last very long. And he got traded right after my colleague Bijan and I did a whole video on him and the Wizards offseason. He will go down on a short list of memorable players who were technically Wizards for a brief period of time but never appeared in a game. Chris Paul would be at the top of that list, but Big Z, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, he's on that list as well. And Saddiq Bey, who they just traded, he never played a game for the Wizards but did spend a year with them.
So in all sincerity, shtick aside, as they say, what does that mean? I mean, in other words, they obviously found another young prospect. I'm excited about that. They're throwing darts at the wall. It's the right thing to do. They're asset gathering. But was there no room for a veteran there to kind of be? Again, I'm not complaining, just sort of asking. There's not much real estate there for a veteran. Was that more on Olynyk? And then maybe what does that mean for I'm blanking on his name, CJ McCollum?
I think I'll probably find out a little bit more in terms of the reasoning when I'm in Vegas. I leave tomorrow for the Summer League. But in the case for Olynyk, they found him a pretty good spot, going to a team that expects to make the playoffs. He should be a good fit with Victor Wembanyama as a guy who can shoot and back him up and space the floor. And for the Wizards, it's more salary cap flexibility. It's taking chances on two other young guys. It gives them 11 first-round picks from the last 4 drafts. In this case, Blake Wesley and Malachi Branham, who were both selected outside of the lottery in 2022. They're both shooting guards. Now, you start to do the numbers game and look at how many players they have and how many roster spots they can hand out. Something's going to have to give, but basically this was them going even younger and taking even more chances on young guys who had the talent to be first-round picks.
Chase, the Summer League slate gets underway on Friday night against Phoenix. How important is Summer League for Bub Carrington in terms of, kind of providing that runway for him to be this league guard of the future?
Yeah, I think it's important for him and, a lot of the guys who were just rookies that are coming back for their second Summer Leagues. It's an opportunity for them to prove themselves and I think gain some confidence. A guy like Alex Sarr, who struggled in the Summer League last year, maybe he can have a better showing and leave Vegas feeling pretty good about going into next season. This is kind of the midway point of their first full NBA offseason. So in the case of Bub Carrington and all these guys, they've had a little over 2 months of work in the gym that they can now showcase in Las Vegas. And specific to Carrington, I find it really interesting that he's going to be in the starting backcourt with Trey Johnson III, who they just took 6th overall. These are 2 lottery picks, 19 years old, figured to be the starting backcourt potentially for the next decade. It could be kind of like when John Wall and Bradley Beal were young, or Gilbert Arenas and Larry Hughes. They have an opportunity to sort of be that next backcourt for the Wizards.
Alex Sarr, growth, next steps. What are we going to see this year maybe that we didn't this past year?
Well, he's got to get his shooting percentages up. I mean, he took a lot of threes and he started making them more down the stretch of the season. He had, I believe it was December, his percentages were pretty high. He's going to have to get more efficient, especially with the way he likes to play on the perimeter. And, the shooting struggles began in the Summer League last year. So I think he could really gain some confidence if he gets some to fall in Las Vegas. But I think that's going to be important because that's going to dictate for him the position that he's going to settle into, the role he's going to settle into for the Wizards. If he can make his threes and prove that he can play on the perimeter, then I think there's a lot of versatility there. He could be a 4. He could play with another big man and sort of stretch the floor. But if those shots don't fall, maybe the Wizards will have to start thinking a little bit differently about his role moving forward. Right now, it's very experimental. They're letting him play on the perimeter, but I think he's going to have to improve that, and then also his rebounding.
If he is going to participate in Summer League, and I'm not sure on that, Chase, you can confirm if he is or not, are you intrigued by the matchup of Alex Sarr going up against Goran Malawach?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he's going to participate. He's on the roster. I know he was selected for the French national team, their preliminary group. So, he might have another commitment. But assuming he is playing Friday night, that is a great matchup. I mean, he's going up against arguably the best big man from this draft, unless you consider Cooper Flag, the big man, kind of plays the 4. But Malawach is about the same size as Alex Sarr. Obviously was terrific last year at Duke. And Sarr is a player comp that a lot of people threw out there for Kaman Malawach because they're both really good shot blockers, have some defensive versatility. I think Sarr's the more mobile defender and the better shooter at this point, but Malawach projects to be a pretty good shooter. So it's definitely a good matchup. I think, a good test for Alex Sarr and a good way for him to, again, build some confidence if he comes out of it well.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Enjoy Vegas.
Thanks, Chase.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
See you, pal. There he goes. Darius, hit that local 53 sounder, please. By God, that's Eric Bickle's music. EB, they finally did the thing that us old people have wanted forever. No nonsense burgundy. I'm looking at in your studio right now, looking at that stupid John Allen jersey with the dumb burgundy that's not this burgundy. They're giving us a little taste to give us an appetizer of what it should look like, my friend. What was your reaction to the jerseys this morning?
I mean, I think it's great. It's not something that I get too caught up in. I know I guess I'm in the minority on it, but sure, yeah, it brings me back. It feels more like the Redskins. So I love that. I mean, basically you got everything except the Native American imagery or whatever there on the helmet. But I actually like the W. I don't even think the W sucks that bad. The name's brutal, but I mean, overall, yeah, I think it's great.
EB, we're 13 days away from veterans having to report for training camp, and I've had 3 major national NFL reporters, Breer, Schefter, and now Jeremy Fowler, come out and say, hey, these McLaurin negotiations are not in a good spot. Are we kind of underestimating just how sticky these negotiations are behind the scenes, and are you starting to have doubts and reservations about whether or not it gets done?
Only if Terry gets so frustrated that he requests a trade. That's my only reservation, because the key, and I think Schefter's the one that pointed this out, the key is both sides want to get a deal done, and especially the team, right? This isn't like a Kirk Cousins deal where they don't want to give him anything. They just want to maybe franchise him, and they really don't want him. This team wants him. The front office wants him. The owner wants him. The fan base is desperate to have him. So I think unless we piss him off so much that he demands a trade, which doesn't seem like that's necessarily something that would be, in character for him right away, I think they'll get it done. Both sides want to get it done. So look, is he probably going to miss a little bit of camp? He's probably going to miss a little camp. But I think
people aren't going to like that.
As long as we don't insult him, as long as we don't insult him too much, I think we'll get it done.
EB, a guy that I like a lot, Warren Sharp, who puts a lot of kind of numbers to the things that us rubes are watching in football, has the Washington 53's running back room really low in his rankings. Something I've been kind of worried about, frankly. I thought it was easily upgradable, and they kind of chose not to do that, maybe sensing that it was some of these guys were overpriced in the wake of what Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley did for their new teams. But where are you at on this running back room?
Well, I mean, it's not great. I mean, let's be honest, not great, but we still found a way, Danny, to score almost 30 points a game. And we improved the offensive line, I think. I think by most accounts, it should play out that way. And bringing in Debo, I think, is going to be huge. So, look, I expect them to score 30 again. I think the key to this offseason was they had to find a way to stop Saquon. And I think, it's all going to be based on what Kinlaw and these guys do up front. And I think, and I don't know that they'll ever stop him, but I mean, if they could slow him down a little bit and force a couple punts, then we might have an okay shot at maybe stealing 1 or 2 from them. Are they still the team to beat? I think absolutely. But I'm not worried about the offense, and maybe I'm just naive, and maybe the rest of the league will just figure Jaden out, but I don't think so. I think it's a special group with Jaden being the primary piece there. Now, they got to have Terry back. If this Terry thing dissolves and we don't have Terry, then all bets are off, right? But that's assuming that Terry will be back. So listen, is the running back room great? No. Is it probably in the bottom third? Yeah, probably. But we were good enough to score almost 30 last year, and I think we're going to score even a little bit more this year.
EB, thank you as always, my friend. Have a great rest of your week.
All right, thanks, guys.
We'll see you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
There he goes. That's Eric Bickle of the Sports Junkies radio program. You heard me mention this. I'll give you the actual number of where Warren Sharp has the local 53's running back room. It's not in the ones, not in the twos or threes, not in that top 10. You got to go down a ways to find it. Is he on to something? Is he on point? Or does EB have a case here? Without a good running back room, they scored 30 a game. Does it even matter to you? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. NHL news: there's a new star on the ice in Happy Valley as Gavin McKenna, the projected number 1 overall pick in next year's NHL draft, is committing to Penn State University, he announced on Tuesday. McKenna, just 17 years old, is considered the highest profile recruit in NCAA hockey history. He made the decision this weekend after taking final visits to Penn State and Michigan State last weekend. The automated ball strike system is coming to the All-Star game next week in Hotlanta. The same process used this past spring training will be used for the Midsummer Classic. MLB officials say 72% of fans who were polled during spring training said the impact of the ABS on their experience at the game was, quote, positive. 69% said they'd like to be part of the game moving forward. Just 10% expressed negativity towards it. We got Nats baseball tonight here on The Fan as the fellas trying to avenge last night's 4-2 loss in St. Louis. It'll be game number 2 tonight for Miguel Cairo as the interim skipper in D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Little uniform talk coming up on Grant and Danny at 5 p.m. It is G&D. Linnell hanging out in favor of GP, who is out for today. Maybe out tomorrow, too. They're doing something pretty cool. I'll let him tell you all about that when he makes his triumphant return to these airwaves. My guy, Warren Sharp, who I love so much, and I will tell you in no uncertain terms, Linnell, and I'm sharing this secret with you and everybody else that's listening. I read his stuff, rip it off, and use bastardized versions that I can sort of tell and explain as my own thoughts and opinions.
Yes.
Like, he's so smart. The things he says are right way more than everybody else's, and I use them as my viewpoints on a lot of things all the time. And I've told him as much, and he's very nice about it and gracious, but I rip him off all the time. I'm only saying that kind of tongue-in-cheek. So he puts together all sorts of awesome lists. And again, it's not because he's a fan of your team or not. It's not because he thinks that you're a nice guy or that the uniform colors are cool or whatever. All he's doing, again, is calling balls and strikes, using that phrase a lot. Ranking the NFL's best running back rooms. Let me start at the top. Tell me, this is the room now, not just the one player.
Just the room.
This is the room. Lions number 1.
Yes.
That's Jahmyr Gibbs. That's Montgomery. That's Thunder Lightning.
Best 1-2 punch in the business.
Pretty damn good, right? Number 2, Eagles, because of Saquon Barkley and whoever the hell's after him.
Yeah.
Right? Number 3, Falcons. Bijan Robinson's a badass. I don't know who his backup is. Yeah, Algier. There you go. Yeah. Good pull. Yeah. Is he still there or did he move? He's there?
Still there.
All right. Ravens, Derrick Henry, and doesn't matter, right?
Doesn't matter.
Dolphins at 5, I thought was high, but you go, well, when H-Chan's healthy and I got a blank on the other guy who's
they had Mostert. I know Mostert's off to greener pastures now. I don't know who's backing up. They drafted a running back.
Did they just draft one?
They drafted a running back,
yeah, so
I believe, too.
I want to blank on that dude's name who's always there, always really, really good. Like every time he said, maybe it was Mostert. So like, yeah, it's like a bunch of guys that average 6 a carry when healthy. So it was Jalen Wright, by the way.
Yes,
the dude that just drafted. Okay? Alexander Madison, a company. So maybe high for me for Miami, but point is, when healthy, that's fine. 49ers with McCaffrey 6, and on down the line. Guys at the top of the list, okay? Raiders 7, Colts 8, Bucks 9, Packers 10. None of those are crazy to me. But then you start going down and down the list, and I'm going, well, where's Washington? They're not 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, or 28. They're ranked 29th on this list, ahead of only the Broncos, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys at the bottom of the NFL. Your first blush reaction is?
Warren Sharp is not a fan of one Brian Robinson Jr. That's my first thought. And I know a lot of you aren't fans of B-Rob either. And
That's
I take it
that's
personally.
the summary, isn't it?
It's the summary. It's the book on this running back room. And I don't think it's fair to put the room at 29th despite what you feel about Brian Robinson, who I will admit at best is a average NFL running back. I think he's got some above average qualities, but for the most part, I can understand that he's been mostly pedestrian. Why that's been the case is another conversation. But when you think about the sum of the parts, Austin Eckler, when healthy last year, was damn good. Maybe not as much as a traditional runner, but in terms of catching the ball out of the backfield, it almost felt like, Danny, tell me if you agree, like the first guy never made him, he always made the first guy miss, rather. And then you add Ja'Cory Krosky-Moret, who all of the draft pundits out there gave Washington a ton of credit for selecting, it seems like that room has potential.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot and do the thing where I embarrass you or something like that. But how many touches did Austin Eckler have last year? Top of your head. What would you guess?
Is that receiving and catching?
Altogether.
I mean,
touches.
receiving and running?
Yeah.
I think I'll say 60?
112.
112? Well,
Which
that
is
was
less,
low.
yeah, but again, I'm not trying to blow you up, but it's less than half of what he had the year before. And it's a third of what he had the year before that. So you mentioned when healthy.
Yeah.
A, that's a big deal.
Correct.
B, you're not getting me to say anything bad about Austin Eckler. I have screamed from the mountaintops. Austin Eckler to me is the ultimate use case where I go, this is what I would do. I would find that guy as many times as possible, knowing that position has a shorter shelf life. Like we talk about dog years in general, they're running back years. The Derrick Henrys, the Adrian Petersons of the world are the exception rather than the rule. I would try to have more of Austin Eckler, more pass catching, scat back, versatile.
Do it all.
Do a little bit more interior running than you think he can. He's been a touchdown machine over the years. Has had seasons of 13 rushing touchdowns, 12 rushing touchdowns there in LA. But last year, 77 carries for 367 yards. I'm sorry, folks. This is no longer the Austin Eckler you drafted 3rd overall in fantasy. And I love the guy. And I want to give him more touches, but I know that I can't because of the health, because of the wear and tear,
Right.
et cetera. The point here is they're going to turn around and hand it off 200 times on paper right now to Brian Robinson. That, to me, is such a mistake. It's such an own goal. He is a great power back and a great dude. To me, he's visionless. Like, doesn't see the lanes, doesn't have the requisite quicks to cut back, doesn't have the wiggle, doesn't have the burst that I want. Perfectly adequate catching the ball with a head full of steam, something that's placed well. You think of the long pass from he and Sam Howell on an improvised play a couple years ago. But I want to do different
than that.
They want this, clearly, by their actions. Now, maybe the wild card is cross-game merit, but you can't all of a sudden assign them a top 10 grade for a kid that played one college game last year.
One.
Not his fault. Whether it's his fault or not, I have no
Yeah.
idea. I'm not getting eligibility stuff. The NCAA, you're doing great, sweetie. Anyway, point of the dude's story is,
yes,
first blush to me, that's a dose of reality. That's where that running back room is. They're better than Cleveland, who's got Jerome Ford as their number one back right now, probably. They're better than Kansas City. They're better than Dallas.
Can I admit something?
Please.
And whether this is right or not, as a radio host, I'm going to do it. I have a soft spot for Brian Robinson because of what he overcame his rookie season. I do, and I think we all do.
But let's put that. Let's establish that. Let's put that in a separate silo. It's unbelievable. He was shot in the knee. The football player who needs his knees was shot in one of those knees and played football and is awesome. Like, I want that dude with me in a bar fight. If I'm walking through a dark alley, I want that dude on my side. Like, he has a role on my team.
Just not on 2nd and 6.
Not on 1st and 10.
I mean, I feel you. So here's the thing for me with Brian Robinson. And I know fans have kind of said what you've said, Danny, the vision. He doesn't have it. You know, there are so many times where he's running up the back of offensive linemen instead of jump cutting or so on and so forth. I always go back to the way this running game fell off a cliff down the stretch. For the fall off to me was so drastic, so dramatic that there's no way you can blame it just on Brian Robinson. That's where I'm at with it.
I don't think that's fair either. And you can see they addressed the offensive line is going to have 4 different starters in week 1.
Yes.
No, that's not true. But different when you add in different positions, it's basically,
Coleman and Biotis are only guys coming back.
Because there's no Cosme to start off. So you're basically moving somebody to right guard. Hopefully it's Wiley. So you're reshuffling multiple guys, and you've added Connerly, and you're moving Coleman, and you added Tunsil. So the point is, they think so too, to a degree. In fact, not even to a degree. They think that's the reason.
Because they didn't address the position.
They didn't address it.
And I know that on draft night, we were sitting here on day 2 and day 3 saying, is this going to be the day? Is this going to be the day? You see, Bashal Tootin go off the board, a guy that a lot of people wanted here from VTech. I think B-Rob can do the job adequately enough for them to have the success they had last year. I think when you're in these, goal-to-go situations, I think he can be beneficial. I also think this, Deebo Samuel is going to be a part of the running back equation, and I think that should factor into Warren Sharp's grade. It clearly didn't. But just to keep it to Robinson specifically, I want to see him behind a revamped offensive line. I want to see him behind this new group. The one thing I will say that kind of makes him look bad and the whole running back room look bad, I feel like, and this is from my experience playing high school and brief college football, when you are a defense playing against a rushing attack in which you have to account for the quarterback, the running back simply should be more impactful. And that's not just a B-Rob thing. That was an everybody thing last year, right? Like people were getting giddy about, C-Rod having good, performances here and there. To me, I think the running back room as a whole underachieved last year. The reason why I think is a bunch of different reasons, but the one thing that I think is a critical flaw for them is as dynamic as Jaden is, as impactful as Jaden is as a running quarterback, I don't think the running back room took advantage of that enough, so to speak.
So you said something a moment ago where you went, excuse me, where you went, I want to see him behind this revamped offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
You want to see the better guy, right?
I want to see the wiggle. I want to see the explosive. I want to see the scat back. I want to see the threat. Brian Robinson's long runs last year, think Tennessee Titans, untouched. You, me, Ryan Clary, Darius, Wesley, who's almost 10 years old. They could have run. We all could have run through that hole. And he did it. The yards are on his ledger. And the other is that weird play against the Giants where everyone kind of stopped and it was a big pile and it came out the other side and didn't score, but he went a long way. It's Alfred Morris-esque in that regard. And I like Alf a lot, but Alf was even better for that system with some of the cuts and getting upfield. Now,
he took advantage.
Well, he had the breakaway speed of an 18-wheeler with a full load. It's not going to pass weigh-in, But at least there's something. If this is basically looking at Eckler in a necessarily diminished role, then I think this rating is right on. Does that make sense? In other words, if you could basically tell me Austin Eckler will get 200 touches and he will not be injured, I go, this is wrong. That's stupid.
But you can't count on that.
Yeah, that's 12. That's 12 a game where I'm throwing it to him 4 times. That's 40 some yards, right? Because he averaged 10 a pop.
Yeah.
He turns your little dump off, your little side screen, your little flip out, your little check down into a first down. Field position changes like that. Think of the Philadelphia game, the first one up there. After the opening kickoff touchback, Eckler first down, get a first down. Eckler first down, get a first down. You're past midfield. Just like that. 2 plays to Austin Eckler getting the football early and often. That's the thing he does. I can't count on him for more touches. In fact, I'm probably booking him for less, ultimately, given the career trajectory.
Honestly, and then when you think about the new additions that could potentially be taking touches away from him, I think you're spot on. B-Rob, to me, he provides this offense something that it, quite frankly, doesn't have. He is the machismo of this offense. He is the toughness, the physicality, the ruggedness of this group. And as finesse as they were last year, their ability to score 30 points in every given Sunday, I think you need to have and strike that delicate balance of being able to ground and pound it in the months of December and January when you got to.
Well, that's why he's on the team for me. That's why he would be on my roster. My counter to that is New Orleans. Tried to ground and pound 1,000,000 times, and his longest run was actually a pass. They said it was backwards enough that it got to be a run also. They went first down, slam into the line of scrimmage for nothing. They did it 20 times. And we're sitting there going, they're going to lose this game because of it. And thank goodness that the dude dropped the 2-point conversion. Otherwise, we're having a different season discussion. So my point in general is, yes, he's going to be on my roster. I'm not moving on from him or sending him into the Phantom Zone. It's a Superman reference. But B or 2, what did I use numbers or letters?
B.
Why isn't Chris Rodriguez that also? You don't think that guy's got a little pop?
I think he does. And by the way, being out there for mandatory minicamp and then the voluntary OTAs, he's got a little bit more wiggle to him this time around. He looks a little bit slimmer. I know that's something behind the scenes that was talked about, how he carried himself as far as his body and being in shape. Like that's something that I heard from a birdie was a part of the reason why, they were reluctant to give him the opportunity. To your point, like it's why B-Rob's on the team. It's the role that he plays. I just think he's more than that. I think in the right situation, with the right offensive line, with this quarterback, I think he can be more than that. I really do.
So here's my counter to that. I know we're going to run in circles a little bit, but you keep saying things that are sparking my debating. Yeah, I think a lot of people would be better with a better offensive line in front of them,
for sure.
And my point is, it's like you think of a quarterback where it's like, yeah, he'd be better if the pocket was clean. Sometimes it's a dirty pocket, dude.
Got to deal with it.
Sometimes there's trash at your feet. Sometimes the blitz doesn't get picked up. You know, what are you going to do about it? The answer for Jaden Daniels is make magic happen and steal souls. For Brian Robinson, it's get tackled for one. Right? I understand. I'm not telling you that every run play that he should have had 10 and got 1. I'm not saying there are probably a handful of those times that you guys all watch. When you watched, you remember you're sitting there looking at your television the way the camera is, and you're going, come back, nothing. Just sort of churning into the backside of the right guard. Right? Or, there's so much there, and just somehow the hole closes. Right? Yeah. That quickness, that burst isn't there, well blocked up or not. Now, he's going to fall forward. He's going to freight train you.
And I like that.
There is room for that, for all the 4th and 1s, all the goal line type stuff. I want that dude in there thumping. All about it. Yes, I want to do better on first down. So to me, this running back ranking is right. Whether you want to put him 27th, 29th. We used to do this all the time with quarterback or various positional rankings or even power rankings. People go, they're not 29th, they're more like 26th. Doesn't really matter. Throw your parade, bro. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's my point here. You could tell me that they're better than at this point. I don't know. They're better than the Titans running back room. You could hammer me with that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
The point is they belong down here in the bottom 6, bottom 7, bottom 8, whatever you want to call it. Right? I think that's appropriate. 800-636-1067. Our guy Warren Sharp as the Washington Football Gentlemen's running back room ranked 29th in the NFL, ahead of only the Cowboys with Javonte Williams. The Chiefs was Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt. Again, they're doing Kareem Hunt again. The Broncos, and then Washington comes in at 29. Behind the Browns, mind you, who have Jerome Ford as their number 1
Which
back.
is ugly. I can't believe they're really doing that.
Not kind to the Washington 53. What's your take on it? 800-636-1067. Granddaddy here on the Fan. No GP, but yes, Linnell is hanging out with us. 800-636-1067 is the phone number. Coming up at 5, we'll ask you a very simple question. Does Washington, talking about the foosball boys, do they have to go in? Should they go in an entirely new direction? Should they be just embracing the new thing altogether, or are they doing the right deal with the little homage to the past? I've seen a minor pulse that's a little bit negative on going back to the old school jerseys. So we'll address that. We'll talk about that here in a moment. But want to get your phone calls in, 800-636-1067. On the current topic, our guy Warren Sharp Football, has ranked the Washington 53 29th in the NFL in terms of their running back room. EB was on this earlier during the Beltway Blitz. He made a very good point. Said they scored damn near 30 a game last year without a very good running back room. Yeah, that's true. But my point is that's not always going to be the case. Guys don't always drop 2-point conversions. I was talking to Linnell about a little bit ago. Guys don't always catch Hail Marys. Guys don't always, drop the easiest pass of the day on a day where they've caught 10 passes and killed you in the Giants, or have their kicker get hurt in pregame warmups. Doesn't always work out for you. Difficult schedule, bad breaks can happen, or they go your way again. But you'd like to continue to do better. This is not a position where you look at some of the average salaries, Linnell, where you have to spend $30 million a year for one of the really good ones. You can spend big money for a Barkley and a Henry, and maybe people were kind of rushing to do that. I thought this was an upgradable position, and they chose not to upgrade it.
I think that's the more and more I hear you speak about this, I think that's more of your frustration. Not even really with B-Rob. The fact that, like you said, it is running back. There are a million of them out there. You could have taken a flyer on somebody in free agency just to bring in competition. They love what they have.
Yes, they do.
And I am confident that they're confident, because their track record over the first year and a half on the job has been smashing. So if they're comfortable with Brian Robinson, I'm comfortable with Brian Robinson. Now, what I predict to happen is like we talked about with Ja'Cory Krosky-Moret, people are, already fitting him for his jacket size in Canton. I don't say that to try and, belittle what he is going to do. I just think it's still an unknown to me. Now, if he shows some of the burst he showed on tape, then I think he's got a chance to potentially unseat Brian Robinson by the end of the season. Would I bet on it happening? No, because I think with the revamped offensive line, we see a better Brian Robinson.
Let's go to 800-636-1067. Dan in Fairfax first up. Washington's running back room ranked 29th in the NFL by Warren Sharp. Is that fair?
I think, unfortunately, it is. And, boys, I always appreciate hearing you on the way home. But I think B-Rob is an excellent number 2 option as a running back. If he's a poor man's Montgomery, using the Lions kind of case scenario. And I think if he was your backup and he was getting 150 touches starting 4 or 5 games because of injuries and all that, we'd be in a wonderful position. But I don't think he should be a running back 1. I don't think that's his talent, and I don't think that's his best use.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I mean, you always think about this. It was Mike Leach, the late Mike Leach, I believe, who talked about balance on offense. And we think of balance as run-pass balance. But he's like, that's a foolish way to think of it. You give one player, if he's not as good, the ball 20 times a game, who's not as good as some of the other playmakers. Yeah. That's not balance. It's just stupid,
right?
To paraphrase. My point is, if he was on pace for a couple hundred carries last year, north of that, through 13 games started, I think about 187 carries, I think was the number. It's kind of the deal with him, right? I mean, we sort of know what we got at this point. Yards per carry have gone up from 3-something to 4.3 last year, while Jaden Daniels is ripping off huge yards, and other guys in the backfield are more successful. It's just kind of hard for me to say, yep, let's give that guy the ball a disproportionate amount compared to some of the other guys. Let's go to JR in the Dorf. JR, what's up, man?
What's up, JR?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Good, pal. How are you?
All right. 2 points, if I may. I understand Warren Sharp. He has a job to do or whatever, but we shouldn't worry about the rankings overall in the league. We should worry about how we're ranked in our division. Those are the teams we play twice a year. Those are the teams we see the most, and we try to stop the most and beat the most. We build your team upon your division. We don't need to chase and try to do what the rest of the league is doing. You have to make your own identity and get the rest of the league to stop that. If we try to get all these shifty running backs and do all this, we're taking away from what we're building. They believe in Brian Robinson and they believe in what they got. We need to let it rock like that. We have the best running back room in our division. forget what the rest of the league is doing. In our
Better sure about
division.
Eagles,
That's
JB?
all we need to worry about.
Better than the Eagles?
Thank you, fellas.
Appreciate you.
Well, he got out of there for that one.
Respectfully disagree, sir.
Yeah, but I get the overall premise, but like, I don't know. I think the bottom line is they've got to get more explosive plays out of that position group next year. I don't care who does it.
I categorically disagree with that they're better running back than the Eagles are.
Well,
by the way, the Eagles have huge resources committed there.
For
so
sure,
they,
exactly.
they should be quote unquote better on paper. That's the prerogative. But the Giants running back room, it's Tyrone Tracy and then they just drafted Scadaboo as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean
it's not bad.
That's not bad at all. And they're right in a similar ranking to Washington. Washington's better than Dallas. And I actually like Javonte Williams, by the way. I've always liked Williams.
I think he's gonna have a renaissance.
I think actually have a nice year down there. But point of the dude's story is I hear what you're saying about building to win your own division, and that's fine. I would say, though, also, you got an eye towards pretty big prizes here.
Right.
You were in the NFC title game. Granted, it was against another team from your division, but there are only 3 other teams that have that distinction last year. That's the playground you're trying to play. That's the sandbox you're trying to go play in.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, you got to win your division. I think their offseason, I think you said this earlier, was 100% about what happened to them against Philadelphia.
Yes.
They said, now, for me, I disagree fundamentally. I go, I'll stop the pass first, second, and third if it means not being a great run defense. People don't think that way. NFL people think you got to stop the run. It solves everything else. They basically went into this offseason saying, we are going to do much better against the run, and that helps everything. That's a philosophy. That's an approach that makes sense to me. That's totally fine. But you saw that with Goldman and Kinlaw and Dietrich Wise, and their whole beef up the defensive line offseason was certainly, all that side of the football, was about slowing down Barkley, was about stopping this offensive line from the Eagles that bullied him, frankly, in those couple of losses. And even, frankly, in the win.
Honestly.
It wasn't because they were stopping Philadelphia. I mean, they were very comfortable on offense. It was all the turnovers and some of the good fortune that happened their way. Coming back and Jalen Hurts getting hurt. But offensively, I don't know why having running backs that are more dynamic means you're not trying to build in your own division. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. I see what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with what the caller said. I think you got to get more explosive plays out of that position group. And I think I need to see them take advantage of the fact that you have, one of the top 2 most dynamic quarterbacks in terms of using his legs in the NFL. Like, when you think about how many resources defenses were committing to try and stop Jaden last year, I still believe the other running back should have benefited from that. They didn't. Now, the one thing that cannot happen, so the Commanders made the playoffs last year, Danny, with Jaden Daniels leading this team in rushing. They will not make the playoffs next year if Jaden Daniels leads this team in rushing. You could put it in wax. I guarantee it. That's not a formula that I think is conducive for success, especially I see all of a sudden people are trying to do the comparisons between Jaden and RG3. I don't want Jaden running as much as he did last year. Led the NFL by a wide margin in terms of the amount of scrambles he had. He's great. I'm not liking living life like that. Doesn't make me easy.
That's Linnell. I'm Danny. We're going to talk another angle here about the local 53, the Washington Football Gentlemen. They did something, and you guys are probably all aware of it. You've seen the news by this point. It is a throwback. It is a nod 100% to the past, to my past. So Grant and I were in lockstep earlier on before he had to take off. Linnell is a very young person, and he'll have a totally different perspective on this. Whether he likes, doesn't like it, we'll reveal that here in a moment. But are they doing the right thing by giving a nod to the old farts like me? We'll talk about the New Jerseys next.
We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The old saying is better late than never. That was true for Nats baseball last night. After a near 3-hour rain delay, we finally got to the action here on the Fan, and that meant the debut of Miguel Cairo as a new skipper in the nation's capital. It was a rough one for Jake Irvin. Over 6 innings, he walked 4 and gave up 4 runs, including 2 homers in the 4-2 loss of the Cardinals. The fellas back at it again tonight, hoping for a better result with Mackenzie Gore on the hill. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. Just a brutal injury blow for the winners of the NFC South last year. According to ESPN, the Tampa Bay Bucks will be without 2-time All-Pro left tackle Tristan Wirfs for at least the first month of the regular season because of a knee injury. Wirfs underwent arthroscopic surgery on that knee earlier this week. He originally injured that knee last season. Despite the injury, though, Wirfs started all 16 games for Tampa and was selected to his 4th straight Pro Bowl. The Wizards continuing to wheel and deal ahead of Summer League on Friday night. According to Shams of ESPN, the team traded Kelly Olynyk to the Spurs for Malachi Branham and Blake Wesley last night. They also recouped a 2026 second-round pick. Branham and Wesley, both first-round picks in the class of 2022. This July only, get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Grant Danny with you on the Fan. No GP. Linnell is sitting right across from me right now, out of breath because he's sprinting in from the update studio, which he won't do in front of me for some reason. Welcome back to the program. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. On a text chain with those guys, they were sharing their excitement over the new old unis. So the unis, basically, like the thing we grew up with, we're all around the same age. If you can make me, in general, and I'm going to tag you in a minute, but if you can make me feel like I'm 10, 11, and 12 years old again with your product, with your service, I'm going to purchase it. Now, as an adult with not unlimited purchasing power, but with a little bit, right? I work pretty hard. I do a lot of extracurriculars. I'm trying, man. But the credit card bill, I can pay it for the most part every month. And if you've got something that makes me feel happy, hopeful, joyful again, I'm in. That's what this does. I love this. I wonder how you feel, though, as a young person about the new old units. I guess these are now alternates for 3 of the 8 games. They're worth them for a couple marquee games, including against Dallas in December at home, which is awesome. But this is a throwback, a direct reach out across the aisle, or whatever you want to call it, to folks of my age and older who have felt disassociated with the new thing.
Yeah, look, I like it. I think it's a clean, sleek, more crisp look. Talking about the white, we got the John Allen jersey here in studio, and when we were talking to Bickle during the Beltway Blitz, like you made the comments of like, yeah, like that jersey compared to what they just dropped. I don't understand why this wasn't the rebrand from the get-go, but that's a whole nother story. I like it. The first thing that I think, though, because this is now the new alternate, does it mean we have to do away with the black uniform? I know you can't stand it. I know you feel like it's just not a part of what you grew up watching, but for me, over the past several seasons, that black uniform has been, some of the best parts of this thing to me. Like, I think it's crisp. I think it's unique. I think it's different. I think the players get excited to mix and match the drip with it, with your dark tinted visor and your leg sleeve and so on and so forth. I love the new alternate uniform. I hope it doesn't mean that the black one goes away. Now, what we have learned, it's a rumor, so I don't want to say we've learned it, but next year or after this season, that alternate uniform may turn into the normal white, which it should be, by the way, because like that jersey compared to what just dropped today, it's like night and day. But that's the first thing that I think of. I'm happy for all of you that are happy. I don't care about it nearly as much as you do.
Because you have no association with the old one, right?
Well, my association with the old one is getting our ass kicked routinely in scandals and Robert Griffin III being a me guy and The unwillingness to pay Kirk Cousins and Jordan Reed not being able to stay on the field. That's what these uniforms mean to me. I haven't seen prosperity in the other uniforms. I haven't. Think about in my lifetime.
So let me
how
just
many playoff appearances.
Let me nitpick real quick because they were already morphing during those times that you mentioned. It was mustard pants, Bruce Allen.
Yes,
it was slightly different. But yeah, I guess your point stands though. In general, the what's unveiled today to you is just distant past. To me, this is hey, remember 1991 when they were one of the 5 best football teams ever assembled, ever. They're up there with the 85 Bears, the great 49ers teams. I mean, this is one of the greatest football teams ever. That's what they look like. So it's a little bit less,
I hear that.
Jim Zorn time, a little bit less bingo caller.
That's another
Sean
thing
Lewis
that
time.
I resonate with.
But yeah, but anyway, but go ahead. So you like it because they look good.
Yes, I think it's a clean, crisp look. I think the detail on it is just phenomenal. First of all, I know the new ownership group coming over here, everything has just been markedly better, everything that they do. Whoever's running their social stuff, and I think I've ran into the young woman before out at the park. Like, she does a kick-ass job. They are rocking social media's world. The rollout that they did, I thought was awesome. Jaden Daniels and all the aura that he has, which is great to watch. And then seeing him stand next to Lombardi trophies, that did something for me. That made me feel like, you know what? When they rolled out this stupid 2-2-22 thing and guys were standing next to the Lombardis, the mannequin that was standing next to the Lombardis, it felt like we're so far away from that now. With Jaden here, I love everything about the rollout. I think the detail on the uniform is great, like the name and the font on the back of the jersey with the name is cool. The only thing my only gripe with the uniform, I give the uniform 9 out of 10 2Ks.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm doing 2K. It's
2K
my favorite
sale?
sports
All right.
video game.
Okay.
9 out of 10 2Ks. I wish Commanders was just written across the front. That's it.
Sorry, I threw up my mouth a little bit when you said that.
I mean, because who are we with this jersey on? We're the no names. There's nothing on the jersey. That's my only gripe. And that's the first thing that kind of stood out to me is like, well, it doesn't say Redskins.
Yeah. It didn't.
Doesn't say football team.
Well, it didn't
say Braves.
It never did anywhere. I mean, it's pretty normal. I mean, you know who the Lions are without it saying Lions across the front.
It does say Lions across. No team. Redskins was across.
The Giants just have a dark blue, and it's old school. I mean, there's some do
that. Maybe that's where I'm young and dumb and don't like it. I love. Let me not get this misconstrued. I love what they did. This should be their white uniform for all 8 or 9 home games in 26.
That's my hope. We head there.
Cross your fingers.
So let me ask you this now, because I actually thought you were gonna dislike it to a degree. But let me do this for you guys. 800-636-1067.
Yeah.
I do not feel this way. But I remember back when I thought I was going to be a lawyer, I took constitutional law as an undergrad, and we had to do this exercise where the professor, who was a law school professor, came down and taught our regular undergrad class. And he had us pick a side of the case, whatever the case was, okay? So whatever you thought, all right? Then as the exercise, he would listen to each person and passionately defend or argue for their side of the case when he found 2 people that were opposite. Then he said, okay, here's your homework. You come in tomorrow, you have to argue the other side. So that's what I'm doing. I'm arguing the other side. Stop teasing me. Again, I don't feel this way. This is not the opinion of Danny Rouillet. This is Rainy Duyer's take, okay? Stop teasing me with this. You're never going back to Redskins. This is just a little morsel that keeps me hanging on to something that's never coming back. It opens the door. You're not going to use the logo again. You're not going to use the name again. It's never going to be the thing that it was. Stop doing this stuff and just do something new. Admit that it's new. It's still Washington. I'll still care about it. But stop dipping that ladle into the nostalgia bucket and serving me soup time after time. Again, not my opinion. But stop doing this. Again, I don't think this. Stop doing this. I would never say this. Stop doing this to me. I don't like it. You're teasing me, and I don't want to be teased. Your thoughts?
I hear that. And
because I've seen that pulse.
No,
I've seen it.
And if anyone out there feels that way, like, I totally get you. But, like, you all cried about it for years after the name was taken away. So if they're trying to give you a little bit of what you complained and moaned and groaned for, how can you begrudge them for that? How can you be upset with them trying to pay homage to the thing that you all keep begging for? You all are thirsty for it. I can't believe, and it always catches me off guard, I guess. I still am dumbfounded by how many people actually were up in arms about the new rebrand. And I get, why the name got changed and all of that. I just didn't understand the vitriol and the frustration around it. But the another criticism that I'd have, right? I want the name across the front of the jersey because I don't like the old school bit. And then there's this thing at lids. I saw it, some fan tweeted out, I think her name was like Kelly Parkhurst, something like that. There's a alternate cap at lids. I think it may be custom though, where it's the W, Danny, with the feather. If you're going to do this new, if you're going to pay homage to the past, do it. Don't half step it by keeping the stupid taco holder on the helmet. That was the other thing that I thought was like, okay, if there's going to be something that I like cry about, you're like crossbreeding, right? You're mixing the old with the past when you're really trying to pay homage to the past. So if you're going to pay homage to the past, lean into it all the way. You can put the R on it, the cursive R which they use in the video, by the way.
Right.
So like, I don't like the W being on there, but like other than that, they did what they were supposed to do. People that are upset about being teased, you want to be teased.
800-636-1067. So here's my question, and folks are already filling up the phone, so get in where you can here. I guess my question might be twofold. One, just your reaction to the unis, seeing the thing from the 80s and 90s. They're going to wear it 3 times this year. It looks like it might be their uniform the following year. I think that's an NFL regulation or something like that. You've got to introduce it first, whatever. It means less of this, whatever the new thing is, post 2/2/22, which to me, the less of that I can have, the better. That's as simple as it is for me. Are you related to 2/2/22? If the answer is yes, then I hate you. Less of you, more of anything else. Yeah. That's my very core philosophy on this. So A, your reaction to that. But B, do you feel this way, that you don't want any more homages to the past? You want to just do a new thing? Do you think they did the right thing by doing the homage to the past? Or what do you say to people that don't want the homage to the past? I'm using the phrase homage to the past a lot, but it's the only thing I can think of to say to way to quantify it. Because this, to me, is hey, I know they don't play where you want them to play right now. They're not called what you want them to be called, and they don't look like you remember them looking. We can only control one of those 3 things right now, and here we do that. And it's to older fans like me. It's me and up that they're trying to be nice to. Do you want them to say, enough, stop whining, just invent a new thing, right? What do you say to those folks? I know it's a lot of questions in there. 800-636-1067. Mike Leesburg, good afternoon, man. You're on the Fan.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so this kind of reminds me of the 70th anniversary that Snyder put out, where it's like, couldn't you wait till 75? But at least the jerseys, the uniforms looked different.
Yeah.
These uniforms they just put out, to me, and I've been a fan since I was born. I was born into this 1984. They look the same. It's the burgundy pants, right? The white jersey. I mean, what's really the difference? And if they're going to call this an homage to the past, you could have gone a little further back, in my opinion. Maybe gone with the feather up the backside of the helmet, something further back, so it doesn't remind us of all those bad years that we've been through. Not only that, but I don't know who commented on it, but the black uniforms, come on, we're not Pittsburgh.
So, Mike, real quick on that.
I love the black uniforms, by the way.
Mike, he's a young person.
We're
Don't
not
listen to him for a
Pittsburgh.
second. Don't listen. I know. We're not Arizona State either.
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
So here's my. So do you want to do like Bruce Allen mustard pants type throwback?
And not that style, because that's ugly.
Agreed.
I'm talking more all burgundy.
I'm with you. I appreciate
So all burgundy that we just had terrible luck in for the entirety of my life. Yeah, that all burgundy. I hate those.
So
uniforms.
the only single color I can get down with that Washington's ever had are the clean all whites, burgundy helmet, burgundy socks. That makes me think of Sean Taylor hunting people. All in favor of that, right? Yeah. But in general, the mixed. I don't like they call them color rush. I call them pajamas.
Yeah.
Not just Washington, but everybody. Like when the Ravens have to do it, when they're all wearing all purple.
That looks stupid.
I think it looks. I think it looks ridiculous. My son this morning, my 7-year-old, I had some people over playing pickleball. He came outside in his pajamas. They're all green. That's it, it's a terrible look for anything other than sleeping. That's why the only time you do that is when you're going to sleep and it's under the covers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think it's a ridiculous look. Kevin, DC, new unis, your thoughts?
What's up, Kev?
Hey, I love the new uniforms.
Same.
I like because it takes us back to not just the glory. It just takes us to the Redskin days.
I hated that dance. I think Dan Snyder just threw us out the door, bro. Because that's a maroon. We burgundy and gold. That's maroon and yellow. Like I like the new uniforms. And one more thing, Josh Hurts, we love you. You paid Joel Embiid and you paid them guys. Please pay Terry, man. Like,
Appreciate you, dude.
Appreciate you, man.
Chris Culpepper, uniform thoughts.
Hey, what's going on? I've been waiting months for this. So I'm just so happy. It's not that I'm even excited. It's just more of a satisfaction feeling.
Yep.
I'm 41, so I remember the old uniforms coming up. My favorite uniforms is what you just said, the white on white when Sean T was rocking and rolling. They were immaculate. I really like the new uniforms. It's about as close as we could get to what we used to have. I don't necessarily like the Commanders written all the way across it, but the thing that y'all were just talking about, since you've altered the uniforms, you kept the W, nothing to do with the Commanders. I think what they should have done, and I don't necessarily like the black uniforms, but I like how it says Commanders really small on the left side of the uniform, like it's like a military uniform. I thought that should have been put on it, and I think that would have made it great. But it is great. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm very appreciative to bring it back what it used to be, and I'm excited. I just wish they would wear it more often. And next year, you're going to see a white on white. You'll see a burgundy on white. That'll be our regular uniforms. But the alternate that I think is coming, we kept seeing that spear show up. I'm on Reddit all the time, so I kept seeing Jaden Daniels with the spear in his hand. I think what's going to happen, we're going to make these uniforms that just came out, the alternate this year, or uniforms next year, and then a year or two after that, you will see that spear reappear. I want to see that deep maroon they used to wear with that really, really nice gold that almost looks like Notre Dame from the early 90s. I think that would be so crisp as an alternate to go with what we just put on.
Chris,
Thank
appreciate you, dude. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is, you can hear the excitement in it's
got people talking.
It's everybody around my age group and up. I mean, maybe as young as Grant, honestly, but like his point of reference is like, oh, the 99 team was fun. Like for those of us that went to parades, a Super Bowl parade, bro. You know what I'm saying? A parade.
Doesn't even sound real.
I promise you.
Sounds like a foreign concept.
I promise you. Strangers hugging.
Yeah.
Here's what the parade was. It's 2 degrees outside, a crappy sound system. Joe Gibbs like, and everyone goes crazy. You couldn't understand a word, but it was amazing.
Yeah.
You know, everyone got a cold. It didn't matter.
I can't wait till I get to experience.
I hope you do, dude.
I will.
Kevin, Fort Washington, New Uni's thoughts.
What's up, Kev?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Having a name on the front isn't necessary at all. That's really a more recent thing, and even now it's in smaller letters. So having the whole big Commanders on the front of the jersey, really would make sense because it is an alternate throwback jersey. But it's really, they're using that to push in the new jerseys for next year. So next year is probably going to be a burgundy jersey and white pants with stripes too. But what they should do is always wear white at home.
Yes.
And only wear burgundy when they had to. That was against the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. That was the only time they wore burgundy jerseys. Or if they played Arizona Cardinals or something like that. That's all I got, guys.
Kevin, I love
Appreciate you.
So the white at home bit, Linnell, I know it sounds like just an old person thing. I don't know where that came from exactly, but Joe Gibbs believed in it. And wouldn't you know, old little tiny Danny Rouillet, bowl cut. Mom actually used a bowl. You're like, did she use a bowl? She used a bowl before my dad said, okay, we're actually taking him to a barber. Anyway, he said we should wear white at home. And they pretty much wore those white jerseys almost exclusively because most teams would wear their color jerseys at home. And so Washington was in white probably 75, 80% of the time. Those burgundies would come out for those Dallas games because they knew Dallas would say, all right, you like wearing your white jerseys. We're going to make you wear the other ones. Or they played Arizona, used to be in their division, by the way. The NFC East had the Phoenix Cardinals in it. You sleep on that. So much Neil Lomax in his flat top. They wore that red, which is a little bit too close. So Washington would have to wear like something slightly different. But there you go. That's something I really think they should do. And I get that. So it is the, again, I'm using this phrase over and over. It's the homage. It's the, hey, we know there's not that much we can do for you guys. Is this good? And even if you're not all the way back in, you got to acknowledge it's better than whatever the new thing is.
Every time I look at this jersey, and it makes me think like, wow, think about how good these new uniforms are going to look on TV. But like looking at it up close in person here in the studio, like it's literally not It's not the colors.
Right.
Why did they do this?
So,
I'm the guy that doesn't care about the rebrand, but like
everybody's offered different excuses. Like there's the uniform supplier that they changed. I mean, my point is, if you had told me it was going to be the same, I wouldn't have cared. That's not true. I would have cared for 10 seconds. Been like, oh well, I guess that's that. But we were told it's the same, and the fact that it's not the same made me never, ever, 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 ever forget it or forgive it. 800-636-1067. So should they be doing links to the past? Zelda N60, is that N64? No, Super Nintendo style. Should they be doing Zelda Link to the Past N64 style? What do you say to people that don't want them to? And just say, hey, come on, man, turn the page. Let's do a new thing. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Commanders announced some new swag this morning with a blast from the past, unveiling their new alternate uniform for the 2025 season. The team announced new Super Bowl-era uniforms and helmet, honoring some of the greatest teams in franchise history. They'll debut the new look on November 2nd when the team hosts Seattle on Sunday Night Football. They'll wear it again in Week 13 as they welcome the Denver Broncos to Northwest Stadium, and then we'll see them for one final time to end the season on Christmas Day when the team hosts the Dallas Cowboys on Netflix. According to Amanda Kristovich of Front Office Sports, 7 groups of athletes appealed the House versus NCAA settlement in the 30-day period given to challenge that approval. As a result, damage payments that were set to be divvied out are now on hold, but rev sharing and other forward-thinking terms of the agreement will continue for now. We got Nats baseball tonight right here on The Fan as the fellas trying to avenge last night's 4-2 loss out in St. Louis. It'll be game number 2. Tonight for Miguel Cairo as the interim skipper in the nation's capital. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
A very quick but important shout out, tip of the cap to the 106.7 The Fan family's very own Johnny Flakes, Cakes, Snakes, Rakes, Allville, who tweeted, shout out JP Finlay, the following. The World Series of Poker bubble officially bursts in the money. For those of you that are uninitiated, I do believe Johnny Cakes Allville is saying enough players have been eliminated now where everyone from here on out who gets eliminated is getting paid.
I love that.
Johnny Cakes in the money, everybody.
That a boy.
Yeah, audience loves that. They've been quiet all day.
I'm about to say.
They didn't clap when Dan O'Dowd said I had a good question. You know what I mean?
Thanks for joining us, listening audience.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys sitting on your hands over there. Oh, it's the big ovation?
Oh.
Or it's the regular one? Look at this.
We call that having the producer be in his bag. He's in his bag. Can I say this selfishly? As he's a Magruder Colonel, I'm a Magruder Colonel. I graduated with his son. I love the Junkies. Do I get a cut of what Cakes is going to win? That is what the people want to know.
Let me just check. Really, I actually have it right here. Hold on 1 second. No.
You have it on good authority?
Yeah, it's no. Yeah, it's no.
You have that on good authority?
No, I just, it's right here.
Okay.
I mean, it's right there.
I actually have it right here, where it says, I actually am getting some money.
I've just been handed this. Urgent and terrifying message. No.
Okay.
That is a no. Welcome back to the program. Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Linnell is in for GP. You got the Local 53 unveiling their new old jerseys, right? They're going back to the Super Bowl times, going back to the late 80s, early 90s, 1991 jerseys. Yes, please, and thank you. Only difference, obviously, the name. You can't have the same logo on the side of the helmet.
Yeah.
So, you get what you can get. Should they still be going back to the past? And what do you say for people that are upset about it? What do you say to those folks? I love it. 800-636-1067, but curious as to what the folks think. Let's go to Joe in Arlington. Joe, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Joe?
Hey there. As you know, I'm one of those people who basically lost any connection with the team when everything changed.
That's why I wanted to hear from you on this, buddy. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And I don't watch the games anymore. I obviously don't spend any money, but if this is one step of many to come to, go back to what it used to be, then great. But if this is just like throwing us a bone, then I find it condescending, and it's not going to change anything.
So, Joe, here's I actually want to ask you this legitimately, not to be combative. I can pretty confidently tell you this is it, right? They'll wear these jerseys more often. They'll wear the look more often. I think it'll become their jerseys again. Probably full time next year, maybe beyond that. I'm not sure exactly, but we're not going past that again with imagery and with the name. But so for you, that means?
Well, I mean, I've been nothing changes. I mean, I just changing. That's nowhere near enough.
Right.
I find it kind of condescending if that's all they're doing. But,
yeah.
I don't. Okay. All right.
I got you. Appreciate you.
I can't get with that. Like Joe's awesome. He calls on overtime all the time. to say that it's condescending when they're literally doing the thing that you all keep asking for. I don't think they would be doing it if it wasn't being asked for. Maybe they would because Josh Harris is a lifelong fan of this thing and he, has his own desires and beliefs, which I think, don't take into account enough.
Right.
Like, what if he doesn't want the name back? Like,
Well,
or to pay homage and all that.
Yeah, but
the whole taking it, the extra mile saying that to stop watching games and all that, like, I will never, ever, 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 and again, I think Joe's great. I will never be able to get on board with that. It makes zero sense.
When you say get on board, does it mean you don't agree or you don't understand?
I just think it's making it, it's just an exaggeration. Like it feels like so hyperbolic to, they changed the name of the uniform, so now I'm not going to watch. So what were you watching for from the get-go? Were you watching because the uniforms, or were you watching because the product is something that, you can resonate with and that you and your papa or your grandma or whatever used to watch together? Like, to say that you're not watching anymore over a uniform, like, give me a break.
Well, so where you and I disagree is, and again, I don't think that way. Like, I watch the games. It's part of my job, but I'd watch them anyway. But I got a lot of people that in my life who'd like, now, whether it was they were driven away by Snyder and the ineptitude and the circus act, or just filled their Sundays with other stuff. Fandom is not a contest. They used to have this like machismo thing. Everyone has to be a good fan. You have to stand up on third down. You have to yell the loudest. If you give your seat to a Cowboys fan, you should be put in jail. I don't do that stuff anymore. Maybe it's because I'm too old and tired and beaten down. But to me, I understand, like, whatever association you have with a team, with the brand, with whatever, that's your personal thing.
Sure.
So I didn't consider this very well before they did the stupid 2-2-22 rebrand, the whole 9 yards, where you're taking something from people. You're
gaining perspective. I get it.
Yeah, and I guess my thought on it is not to be too deep and sound holier than thou. I guess my point is, if you are watching out of some obligation and you're not enjoying it anymore, because you're like, I could get that. I mean, I remember once I tuned in on one of these stupid nights where it was a primetime game. They're getting their asses kicked in jerseys I didn't recognize with a team I didn't recognize. And I go, this is like an expansion team here in Washington. I don't have the same association I did before. I'm trying to build that.
Yeah.
You give me more Jaden Daniels, that goes a long way to making me excited and happy. But I totally understand somebody going, it's not as fun for me anymore. Now, not watching the games, I would never do that myself.
I just think that's just such that just takes it way too far for me. That's it.
Let's go to Ian in Vienna. What's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
What's up, Ian?
Oh, on this, I know I sound like a hater, and I wish Grant was on to be like, you're always negative, but I just don't get it. We have, for the first time in 30 plus years, a chance to root for a team that is not only going to win this year, but has a bright horizon in the future. And instead of focusing on that, it's this constant dribs and drabs of how can we get these years back? And it's weird to me because I find people who are traditionalist or constant people who focus on the past, it's as if they can't evolve into the future. I think when they did the rebrand, which they did poorly, by trying to mimic and keep the numbers close and the coloring close, it almost ruined it. They should have picked a name whatever and gone to a yellow and blue or a white and black or something totally different, or honestly stick with the DC color theme that the Capitals, Wizards, and Nats have to build a city identity, kind of like Pittsburgh does. But I agree with your constitutional law argument that, is this really going to satisfy the people? No, because you're always going to have those people who are like, I'm never supporting this team until the name comes back. And to those weirdos and dorks, I would ask, were you supporting the team when they were awful for all these years just because of the uniform? Of course you weren't. The ratings were terrible. The attendance was terrible. The merchandise sales were terrible. All of that is up now because you're winning. Jane Daniels was the number one jersey sold this year. Not because people like the Commander's name. It's because they like being associated with winning. And sometimes to all these fans who are like obsessed with this stuff, I just ask you, when you go to a football game, what is your purpose? Is it to root for something that 35 years ago was a color of a winning team, or something that you win now? Because if you're only rooting for the past, my gosh, it must be such a tough existence.
It's a good call, buddy. Appreciate you making it. Yeah, you rooting for laundry, you rooting for a team.
Yeah, it's just that simple for me.
Again, I get that. 800-636-1067. One more segment on this. Just kind of final thoughts. Let's wrap it up on kind of this question here. Do you understand people that are going, stop linking to the past? Because that sentiment that I just expressed at the time, I went, okay, if you're going to do we can't give you 100%, but we're going to give you 46%, and it's going to be the same color. It's going to be the same everything except name and the logo on the helmet's going to be different. And when it wasn't, you told me it was going to be the same, and instead of giving me 46%, you gave me like 3%. And now you're selling me on all these new things and new stuff and the alternates and the black on black, stuff that just doesn't make any sense. There's no practical application to what I was told. Should they stop trying to do this or throw a bone to folks like me that are excited about it? 800-636-1067. Next on The Fan. We're going to wrap up our discussion here on the new uniforms, Local 53. Plus, I want to talk about this, a Kansas City radio host who must be so bored. Basically, imagine. I can't even do it justice. I'll say this. A dude in Kansas City criticized Pat Mahomes.
Who? Pat Mahomes.
There'd be some things that I would do before that, and that list would be about 10 trillion things long.
Yeah.
Before I was like, we'll let you hear it, or let you, I'll read the comments, but good heavens. What are you doing, guy? That would be the name of that.
Screams mid-July radio is what it sounds like.
I suppose it does. 800-636-1067. Talking about these new unis here, where I'm thrilled. I think a lot of fans are overwhelmingly positive. I'm just trying to spin all the different angles to it and kind of furthering this discussion here, Linnell, where I can understand the sentiment of guys that are maybe disconnected from the franchise to a degree. And they're going, don't give me 10 cents and tell me it's $1. You know what I mean? Don't give me this little tiny morsel if you're never going to really do the thing that I grew up with. It's nice, but it ain't the same. Should they stop linking to the past in this way? I say no. I say the more I can get that's not 222 and on, the better. But I understand the sentiment. Let's go to Cynthia in Rockville. Good afternoon. You're on the fan, Cynthia.
What's up, Cynthia?
Hello. I was just going to say that for people like me who can't stand the name, that I just refer to it either the Washington or the C because I can't say the name. Anyway, I love the new uniforms because I do think it's a tribute to the past. Not that I need the past to come back, because the name won't, but we can at least help ease the pain of the last 30 years with these uniforms to give us some hope, in addition to Jaden Daniels performing amazingly last year and the whole team being outstanding last year. But it kind of keeps that momentum going, in my opinion.
I love that. And
yeah.
And so what we were talking about a bunch when this new ownership group took over here at Linnell was the biggest task in front of them was to build from the two sides of the fan base. Okay, bear with me on this. So for people your age, Grant's age, Darius' age, you grew up, if you're already here, you've waded through the sewer. You know what I mean? You've already had the misery, right? But it's for those of us my age and older where it's not the thing you grew up with. Those fans, I mean, it used to be with my group of buddies, all in their 40s now, guys that I grew up with, a lot of them I've known since kindergarten. Everything was centered, wherever we did Friday night, Saturday night, whatever we were doing during the week, it's centered around getting together on Sunday and watching the Redskins. That was the anchor of the week. It wasn't the other stuff. The other stuff was ancillary. The other stuff, who we're getting beers with, what girl you're dating, not dating, whatever. It was Sunday. We were getting together. Where are we watching it? What are we eating? That's what we did. It's now to the point, I'm not talking about going to the games. It was to the point, as recently as a couple years ago, that the majority of those guys weren't even watching. Not that we're not getting together because everyone's got families. They weren't watching. They were doing travel soccer this, travel lacrosse that, travel putt-putt. I don't know. Just basically my one buddy in New Mexico, he and I would still keep up about the team. And that's it. From a group that used to be, this is what we did. Right? So for those guys, how do you win them back? How do you win the new generation of fans? Where at my son's schools, my oldest is now 11, at a school in D.C. and then a school in Fairfax County, when they'd have Jersey Day, you wouldn't see a single football jersey. For this area, you saw Lamar Jackson, you saw Mahomes, you saw Barkley or somebody else. You didn't see a single one. It was Messi jerseys, right? Nobody cared. How do you win that end, and how do you win the other end? This is a way to win one of those ends. Right? Is to try to find something that my age and up like.
I think it's the way to win both, because I don't think anyone in my age group, any of the younger people, even if you like the rebrand, you still love what the old guard was. So I think that group, you really shouldn't even be concerned with. They're going to be there regardless. What I think you got to really focus on is folks like you that have, stopped watching games because of the rebrand. And to say that it's a tease, one of the last callers said it's like a slap in the face. I couldn't disagree more. It's exactly what you all are asking for. And I think Josh Harris and company, once again, have shown that they are not tone deaf and they understand what people want, and they're going to do their damnedest to give it to us.
Let's go to Andy in Bethesda. Andy, good afternoon, man. You're on the fan.
What's going on, guys? Okay, so I look at it like this. So, one, the black uniforms,
there's only two teams, in my opinion.
Oh my God,
that can wear black, right? The Raiders, right, and the Steelers. And I feel like that was a grasp at like nothing, right? And so I think at least with when are you going to go back and see an old Commanders game or Redskins game where they're wearing black uniforms? The answer is never. So at least in this scenario, if you have a running back, or play, like an Art Monk like play, where all of a sudden it's in a white uniform and you can rewind all the way back then and at least kind of have some throwback, you can make a connection there. There's no connection to the black at all, right? So I think the white's the right move because all the kids that never saw them play when they were good, now they don't care, right? All the people that used to watch them, maybe they can get some semblance of happiness there or some type of connection. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing.
Appreciate you, dude. Thanks so much for chiming in. Let me go to Brandon in Waldorf. What's up, buddy? You're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on? Great topic. Great show as usual. I personally, with the rebrand of the old uniforms, I'm a guy that's in my mid-40s, so it looks good to me. And so when I think of those uniforms, I'm thinking about, like, when they introduced it today, they said they're going to wear it on Christmas against Dallas. Yes! Nice touch. Gives you a nostalgic feeling, okay? Now, as far as, like, the black and all the other, if they tweak that a little more, because black seems to be the cool color, the in color now. And then if you tweak that a little more so that all the uniforms combined, then you can start getting you an Oregon Duck thing, maybe the black jersey with the burgundy pants and the throwback helmet. Because personally, I think the release of the rebranded helmet that they released today should be the permanent helmet going forward. The W with the gold mask, the stripes down the middle. You can wear it with the black, you can wear it with the burgundy, you can wear it with the current white, or with the old white.
Brandon, thank you, buddy. Got to jump. Got one more call. Got to take a quick break here in a second. So appreciate you making the call. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Last word, Bargov, Gaithersburg. What's up, bud? You're on the Fan.
What's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, guys? I think we should absolutely throw a bone to the past. Look, I agree. Don't over-index or overly romanticize the past. But, the past or traditional culture and the present contemporary culture don't always have to be mutually exclusive. Sometimes they are, but that doesn't have to be. I think you can kind of map the franchise to a family. Same way we don't live exactly how our grandparents do. At the same time, it's beneficial to cultivate some kind of intergenerational harmony, continue a recipe, a fun family quirk, or some tradition of the past. I think it can be beneficial. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you. I think it's a good way to quantify it, right?
Yeah,
Where
you do both.
You don't live in the past, but you don't erase it. You don't. You honor it to the right degree, but you don't. Because one of my criticisms for so many years of Snyder and Company, amid a sea of criticism, was they couldn't come up with anything new.
Yeah.
Right? They couldn't. They couldn't win. They couldn't get right. They couldn't just do the simple, basic things. So they would go, "Hey, you guys remember the past? Anybody? The past, ladies and gentlemen, the past." Yeah. Right? And eventually, guys got tired of being trotted out there. Where it was like, "Hey, there's no goodwill. Let's go find Dexter Manley. Hey, nobody's happy. Let's find Charles Mann. No one's happy. Can we get Darryl Green to come?" Like, it sort of felt cheesy. Now that you actually have some football acumen, hired a GM, something that Dan never did. Just had a crony, an idiot, as a buffoon that shouldn't have been in charge for his entirety of his tenure. But now that you've got football savvy people doing football savvy things, you could try to work on some of this stuff too.
Yeah.
Good conversation. Appreciate you guys chiming in from all angles. A Kansas City radio host, frankly, did something that I cannot believe. We don't like to do radio on radio crime round chop.
Well, it's going to happen.
But this gentleman is wrong, and I can't believe he did it. He's basically saying, "Hey, horse, I know you're a gift. Let me look you in the mouth." Nope. And he smacked the horse in the face and they got mule kicked. I'll tell you all about it next.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. NHL news: there's a new star on the ice in Happy Valley as Gavin McKenna, the projected number 1 overall pick in the 2026 NHL draft, is committing to Penn State University. He announced that on Tuesday. McKenna, just 17 years of age, considered the highest profile recruit in NCAA hockey history. He made his decision after taking final visits to Penn State and Michigan State last weekend. The automated ball strike system is coming to All-Star Weekend next week in Atlanta. The same process used this past spring will be used for the Midsummer Classic. Major League Baseball officials say about 72% of fans who were polled during spring training said the impact of the ABS on their experience at the game was a, quote, positive one. 69% said they'd like to see it part of the game moving forward. Just 10% expressed negativity towards it. We got Nats baseball tonight here on the Fan as the fellas try and avenge last night's 4-2 loss in St. Louis. It'll be game number 2 tonight for Miguel Cairo as the interim skipper in D.C. It is a 7:45 first pitch. Charlie and Dave get you warmed up at 7:15 with Nats on deck. The Wizards continuing to wheel and deal ahead of their Summer League opener on Friday out in Vegas. According to Shams of ESPN, the team traded Kelly Olynyk to the San Antonio Spurs from Malachi Branham, Blake Wesley, and a 2026 second-round pick. Both Branham and Wesley were first-round picks in the class of 2022. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Final furlong here. Grant and Daniel 1067, the Fan. I had not heard much about Kevin Keitzman. He's the host, according to his Twitter profile, of Between the Lines on 810 WHB in Kansas City. I had not heard much about him before this. I don't know if he's still doing that or not. I'm just going off of what his Twitter profile says. I got to hear about him yesterday, though, when he made the following comments. Derek, let's get that audio queued up. Because, man, is this something. Imagine. I'll tell you what, we'll do it after. But this is what he had to say, Kevin Keitzman, talking about a quarterback you may have heard of named Pat Mahomes.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken, which he loves, from that one place over in Leawood where he gets it all the time. It's time, dude. It's time. And this going to camp and getting in shape is like 1970s baseball. Nobody does that anymore. That's not how it works at the highest level. But it is the start, and it is time, and I can't believe he was on vacation with his family, and he's done nothing. I can report. If you haven't seen the picture, I'm just reporting to you right now. He's done nothing but eat and drink this offseason. That's done. There's no question, no debate on that one. But he's been known to come to camp and lose some weight. I'm sure he will at camp. They got nutritionists. They'll, if he asks, monitor my food. Prep my meals, get this thing just right. Let's go lose 15 pounds, whatever it is. I just don't understand it. I just don't.
I don't understand it either, buddy. Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Linnell sitting in for GP. So that is since Kansas City radio host Kevin Keitzman criticizing Patrick Mahomes. Let me remind you, if you are scoring at home, that name a year that Patrick Mahomes started for the Kansas City Chiefs. Name a year.
2018.
Lost to the conference championship when Tom Brady won the coin toss and they never got the ball and they changed the rule afterwards because it was a dumb rule. Name another year.
2021.
2021. Lost in the conference championship to a Joe Burrow team that went to the Super Bowl. Name another year.
2022.
22. Super Bowl champion. Name another year.
23.
Super Bowl champion. Name another year.
I see where you're going with this.
Lost the Super. Here's the last 6 years. 7 years. Lost the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, conference championship, lost the Super Bowl, won the Super Bowl, conference championship. That's Mahomes' career. One of them times where you say, wasn't that funny? He's got a punch in the offseason. That's not a great picture of Pat Mahomes. And then you grab the rest of that take, right? You got it right here. And you holster it.
Yeah.
You take that thing and you put it away. Because what you're doing is embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, you sound stupid.
Now, here's what I'm not doing.
Oh, he's fat shaming.
Nope, different standard.
Yeah.
We're not looking at a picture of a regular person and going, you're fat. It's a professional athlete, different standard and stuff. But here's the deal. He's quarterback. So maybe there's a strategy to it. Maybe it's I'm going to get hit a bunch.
Yeah.
And I'm adding a little bit of a side of beef so that it doesn't hurt as much. I have no idea. I also don't care.
Yeah.
When the results are the best it's ever been for anybody in the history of the game to this point in his career, what you do is get down on your knees, look to the higher power, and say, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you again.
Please, sir. There was not too much trouble. Could you continue your brilliant run of excellence in an ever-crowded AFC? Oh, there's so many dangers. There's Lamar Jackson, who got robbed of an MVP last year because they felt bad for Josh Allen, they did. You know, Josh Allen had the same number of TD passes as Aaron Rodgers. Jackson and one of the great quarterbacks he's of all time. And they stole it from him. They stole it, but that's not the point of this rant. He's lurking around the corner. He's hungry. So is Joe Burrow. Oh, he's on the Netflix documentary, my lord. He's got a stylist, he does. Oh, he's got great receiving talent. He does. They're quite good when they're both available. And there's Allen. Oh, God, there's Josh Allen. He's excellent. But Mahomes is their daddy. He owns them all. Could you keep this run of excellence going, please?
Go back. Go back to Matt Castle. Go back to Brock Heward. Go back to Tyler Thigpen, you horse's ass.
Trent Green?
I like Trent Green, so I didn't name him.
Okay.
Trent Green was pretty good. Those Chiefs teams were good. They were a 13-win season in there. Right? That's Priest Holmes.
Yeah.
That's Trent Green. That's Tony Gonzalez. Those teams were good. But after that,
yeah, it was tough.
Dude, I can't believe that.
I can't either, but here is my overall takeaway. I think there is a lack of appreciation. It hadn't happened here yet because we haven't won enough and we're still in that honeymoon phase with Jayden. I think when you win so much, when the standard is so high, you kind of maybe lose appreciation for your perfect quarterback.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're seeing happen in real time here. I think there's an appreciation that's been lost for Patrick Mahomes. But I'll even take it a step further because this is how I feel about the way the quarterback hierarchy should go in the National Football League. I refer to Burrow, Mahomes, Jackson, Josh Allen as the four horsemen. They're in a class of their own when it comes to how we talk about signal callers in the NFL. They're the only guys to me that are worth these $60 million a year contract because they genuinely elevate others around them no matter what the change of scenery looks like. Perfect example, Josh Allen last year. Didn't have a number one wide receiver, had the best year of his professional career. Why? Because he is one of the four horsemen. I'll say this about the four horsemen: Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar Jackson. I don't think there is one guy, despite Patrick Mahomes in the postseason success that he's had, I don't think there's one guy in that foursome right now, as we sit here on July 9th of 2025, I don't think there's one guy that's head and shoulders above the rest. I don't. I think if you told me that you thought that Joe Burrow was the best quarterback in football, fine. If you told me you thought Josh Allen was the best quarterback in football, fine. I think all four of them have done enough to where if you want to give them that distinction, go ahead. I am now past the days of where I think it's Pat and everybody else. And maybe so is that Kansas City radio host.
Clearly. I suppose. Well, let's say you're a crazy person, have him fourth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
He's still the fourth,
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And by the way, Josh Allen had a season where he had 4,500 yards and 37 touchdowns.
He deserved every bit of,
Not last year, years ago. But everyone's like, last year, Josh Allen was incredible. Not statistically. Anyway.
The story, though, about that is the lack of what they stripped him of his weapons, and he did what he did last year.
Well, the story of last year is they got tired of giving Lamar the MVP and had to give it to him out of pity, the same reason that people besides Jordan won it in his prime. Anyway, the point here is not who's the best quarterback. The point is, I want to reverse course here, pat the whip, K-turn, get back to this horse's ass. Dude, the similar analogy would be when we saw pictures of Ovi in the offseason.
Yes.
And we're going, dude looks a little soft. What else you got?
Yeah.
Right? You go, hey, now, and there's not even, and you're not getting me to say anything bad about Ovi. I love me some Ovi. All right? I've gotten a lot of good there. Ovechkin, you need that real powerful telescope that sees other universes and sees galaxies far, far away. Going through a magnifying glass, going through another telescope to see the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the career team success that Ovechkin has had compared to Mahomes in only 7 years. Sorry. One conference final trip, different sport. I understand outsized influence of quarterback, but it's not to tell you that Ovi doesn't compare favorably to a lot of people. That's the number one all-time goal scorer. I love him. He's going to the Hall the instant he's done. Hang the jersey up. Give me a statue. He's the best. Brought hockey to D.C. in a way that nobody else had. My point is, it ain't Mahomes. It's not.
Yeah.
The quarterback, when he starts, they go to the conference championship game.
Not even pretty much. That's what happens.
100% of the time.
Yes.
7 for 7. When he starts, they go to the conference championship. They lost it twice. They've won it 5 times. They've been to 5 Super Bowls in Pat Mahomes' time as the starting quarterback in 7 bleeping years. Dude, here again, I cannot overstate this. I'm going to keep saying the same thing over and over in different ways because I'm so outraged by it. What you do is you go, isn't that funny? He looks like one of us. But we all know it's funny because he's so great.
Yeah.
I'm doing the thing where I cover the microphone. He's the greatest. No one's ever done this to this point in their career, sir. And you just say that. Can you imagine being so bored with all the success?
Talk about the stadium or something, dude. Like, they have a stadium bit going on down there in Kansas City, too. Anything but this.
How spoiled can you be?
Yeah, that's tough.
How spoiled can you be? Like, again, I'm sure it doesn't represent the pulse of the fans. Most people are like, oh, man, he's having a great time. I don't know what Kansas City folks sound like. He's having a great time.
Barbecue.
I'm doing kind of like a country guy.
Because they eat barbecue. I get it.
Our barbecue's basically ketchup with a little bit of sauce on it. I know people don't know that. It's overrated. No, I'm kidding. It's good. I'm joking. Kansas City people, I'm joking. But it is a ketchup-based sauce, all right? People should calm down a little. That's all I'm saying. It's still very good. You don't get to be. It was like the Boston kid. Remember, he's like, this is my 14th parade. I'm only 11. It's like, oh, I hope that kid has athlete's foot today.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Like, screw you. It's that comfort and complacency with all-time greatness. I'm here talking about greatness. I don't mean like, hey, we've got Jamal Charles and he's underappreciated.
Ooh, you know?
That's not what I mean. At the most important position we got in a sport, no one has this resume through 7 years in the history of this league. He is on his way to being the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yes, he is.
If he stopped playing today, he wouldn't have all the statistical accumulations and compilations for a lifetime total, but he would go to the Hall of Fame.
100%.
After 7 years. Do you know how bleep, different curse words, bleeping good you have to be?
Yeah.
For 7 years, putting you in a gold jacket?
It's fair.
Kevin, bro, come on.
You never know what Kevin's dealing with, though. Like, Kevin could have things going on at home.
Don't do that.
Kevin could have had a bad meeting with the PD. You never know what happened to Kevin before he took the mic the other day.
It's his own dumb podcast. That's where this audio comes
from his own podcast.
So he's got to fire his own producer and his own PD.
Oh, that's tough. Well, Kevin, I was trying to defend you. I feel like that was the appropriate thing to do here in a 2-man radio show.
Why?
When one guy thinks one way, the other guy thinks the other. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you're doing.
And
I appreciate
it's hard. It's hard to defend that, especially when it's about Pat Mahomes. And why did he sound like he had a dig? He was taking several digs at fried chicken. Nothing wrong with fried chicken. You can clearly see why I feel that way. But
hold on. I think there's some. I don't think that was that.
No, that's what I took away.
But I think there's something known that Pat Mahomes likes this one place.
He likes this one chicken place. And I don't blame him. But I would blame him.
I don't know. Is there a local ad campaign? Otherwise, it's a whole other layer of the onion we got to start going down. I don't know if we got a full Fuzzy Zeller situation here. I don't want to do that.
Somebody on Reddit in Kansas City is probably all over this.
Yeah.
That's tough.
But here's I think Mahomes looks a little soft. I don't need the 8-pack.
No, I don't
for my quarterback. Are you smarter than the defense and the defensive coordinator? You know where the ball's supposed to go, and can you do most of the stuff? He has never been the Lamar Jackson sprinter,
but he can move when he needs to.
He can. It's
he
a weird
boogie.
It's a shuffle step, he's running a race, he's got an egg in his underpants and he can't crack.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the challenge. It's like a double dare game. Put the egg in your crack and run down the sideline and don't crack it. It looks like that. He's got this weird shuffle step. People don't catch him. When that shuts off, and you can go, okay, hey, probably should take better care of yourself. Let's have that combo.
And it's like he's never hurt. And when he is hurt, all he does is tell the trainers to screw off. I'm better than half the league anyway on one leg. I think he is toughness personified. I think that's the other part about Mahomes that doesn't get talked about. And it makes this KC radio host seem like even more of a jackass for these comments, because you're talking about not only what people consider to be, one of the greatest, but he's one of the toughest as well, man. Think about the quarterback season 1 with the ankle bit with him. I newfound respect for him after that.
Yeah, he's missed 3 games.
Yeah, he just doesn't miss games. That's not what he does.
In his time, in 7 years as a starter, he's missed 3 games.
It's nuts.
And I think once they just sat him, right? Because they were
last year, Carson Wentz.
Yeah, because they were so much better than everybody.
Yeah,
I think that's what happened.
the thing. Yeah,
I mean, pound all the sand. Here's the world's smallest pebble. Take it outside, kick it, and follow it forever, and then write me a book report. You chotch. Oh my God, I can't get over that.
Yeah, that's tough.
That is so much to deal with. Okay, I feel better. Thank you for letting me get that out. I certainly appreciate it. Darius, let's do a Nats leadoff. Can we get that done? The leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom behind Mackenzie Gore. All-star Mackenzie Gore, thank you very much. Leading off, playing shortstop seat. Abrams batting second, playing left field. That's James Wood. Batting third, it's Ahmad Rosario. Batting fourth, the DH Josh Bell. He's playing first. He's batting fifth. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting sixth in right field. That's Alex Call. Seventh, third base, Brady House. Doing the catching every day, it seems like, Riley Adams. And batting ninth in center field, that is Jacob Young. Nationals lost the season opener, or not season opener. I'm sure it's the season opener. They lost the season opener too. Series opener last night to the Cardinals after a massive rain delay. Looking to get back on the good foot this evening.
Were you expecting to see any philosophical changes to the? Well, I guess it's going too deep. Any changes to the lineup first and foremost, with Cairo not being the decision maker?
I didn't, because there's only so much you can. How many levers are you going to get to pull? Until Dylan Cruz comes back, and he's working his way back. But maybe you see Ahmad Rosario more. Slightly. I mean, you're there. So there's a guy they're facing today, for example, is right-handed, but Luis Garcia is getting the day off. And I think another lefty may not be in there on the regular. I'm trying to map it out. But this guy's got reverse splits, meaning he even though he's right-handed, he does better against lefties. So they're sitting lefty today. Maybe that's something, or just a chance to get Louis off his feet. I don't know. Yeah. But it's hard to find those things. I mean, to me, Riley Adams getting the call every single day means not much is changing. Right? That should be
where is Drew Millis?
That should be some Drew Millis time. I'm not saying every day, but more, right? Instead of 0. But they, when Ruiz isn't available, it's Riley Adams' job. So I don't know. They're treating him like he's Cal Rowley or something like that, which he's not. Not many people are. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe you'll see some manifestations of it over time where it's maybe a more analytical approach to, allowing a pitcher to go further or less far. But even still, I don't know how much quantitative differences we're going to be able to find here in the short term, because frankly, it's still the same guys in the room.
Pretty much. Yep.
You could shuffle it up anyway. There's no good place to hit Josh Bell. There's no good place to hit Jacob Young. There's no good place to hit Riley Adams.
No.
Right? I mean, that's kind of the story. Maybe more Paul DeYoung at some point. I don't know.
Something's got to give. Get to see Mackenzie Gore start tonight. That's always fun. I feel like more people tune into the television when they see Gore.
I want that.
Yeah.
I need a little bit more flowers for him. I also just want more shoves. So
I want more wins for him. Can he get run support?
Well, no is the answer to that. But I want more national exposure. I want more. Holy crap, this guy's good. Because here's what I want to have happen. I don't necessarily need the Nats to dial 9 to get out and play some outgoing phone calls. I want people calling them. I want people to be real curious about Mackenzie Gore. Yeah. And so they start offering you stuff. Whether you take it or not, you're under no obligation.
Your prerogative.
You could do whatever the hell you want. But I want interest. Yeah. I want a little Buzz Burbank. I want a little Buzz Lightyear for it. You know what I'm saying?
Totally agree.
Dude, thanks for hanging out.
That's what we do here.
Yeah, we're going to hang out, right? Are you back tomorrow? Do we even know?
Well,
Linnell's back tomorrow, we think? Darius says yes. So did you know that?
Whatever the dad says.
I love you, Dad.
That was awkward.
Old school.
So I think
the movie Old School. You have no file?
I don't. But this is where the show's going to get funny.
Jeez, dude.
I have an update coming up.
Yeah.
You're sitting right here.
Are you going to leave?
I'm right here.
You're going to do it?
I'm leaving.
Okay. So in the movie Old School, the beginning of the movie, Frank Ricard is getting married. Okay. The music's playing, so we got to go. But Frank Ricard's getting married. And Luke Wilson's character is hammered. And he all of a sudden looks up and goes, Frank's dad's here. I haven't seen him in like 10 years. That's awesome. Of course the guy's dad's there. He's getting married.
Yeah.
And Frank bellows out, Will Ferrell's character goes, I love you, Dad. And that's why we do it.
That's awesome. You love making movie references to me that I've just never seen. And the general public probably thinks, what the hell does this guy do when he's not rambling and screaming about sports?
Yeah, those obscure movies like Old School. For Linnell, I'm Danny.
That's ridiculous.
Thanks to Darius. Thanks to Ryan. Thanks to Chris. Thanks to Wesley. Make sure his mom or dad is coming to give him a ride home. He's very young. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow, too. See you.
Thank you for coming.